Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 33:16. Ao Shuai nods his head. Fellow Immortal Zhao's explanation is very detailed. Although you didn't say the whereabouts of those water tribe people, it has already far exceeded my expectations. Actually, those water tribe people in Liao River have countless methods to hide their whereabouts. How could you humans find them? Even if you weren't unconscious, you wouldn't know where they went. Moreover, even you couldn't tell Xiao Yun's real body, that Lu Yi wouldn't know either. It would be pointless for me to ask. Forget it, I didn't come to this auction in vain. After saying that, Ao Shuai raises his voice. Venerable Nine Heavens, our transaction is finished. We can bid for the last treasure. Good, Venerable Nine Heavens' voice is heard. I'm also very happy to see fellow Immortal Zhao's harvest. Yan Shang, prepare to bid. Wait, before Yan Shang can speak, Xiaohua hastily interrupts Venerable Nine Heavens. Oh. Fellow Immortal Xiao, what else do you want? Venerable Nine Heavens is somewhat astonished. Could it be that the bidding just now was a bit wrong? No, Xiaohua says with a smile. The bidding just now was for fellow Immortal Xiao. I don't seem to have made a request for bidding. Is Venerable Nine Heavens right? Haha, that's right. I was careless. Venerable Nine Heavens laughs loudly. The bidding just now was a bit strange. It was carried out in your number 9 pavilion. It gave me an illusion that all the bidding was finished. No matter. Fellow Immortal Xiao can ask for anything. Or if there's anything precious that you want to bid for, you can also take it out. Many thanks, Venerable Nine Heavens. Xiaohua cups his hands and says, I presume Venerable Nine Heavens already knows that I'm a Dao sect cultivator. Now that the Dao sect on Hidden Immortal Continent is declining, my cultivation is also very difficult. Today, I came to see Venerable Nine Heavens because I want to see if Venerable Nine Heavens has a basic Dao sect cultivation method. Dao sect's basic cultivation method? Venerable Nine Heavens is clearly stunned. He bitterly smiles and says, Fellow Immortal Xiao, you are making things difficult for me. I don't dare to say that the things I have here are all precious, but at least they are profitable. Dao sect's items are simply of little value. In my early years, I also once handled high-level Dao sect spells, but those things almost fell into my hands. After that, I finally found an opportunity to make a move. After that, this old man no longer paid attention to the Dao sect's cultivation techniques. When Xiaohua heard that, he knew that what Master Nine Heavens said was true. His main purpose in coming to the auction this time was to obtain a basic cultivation technique. He hadn't expected that he would obtain something else instead of a cultivation technique. Xiaohua sighed bitterly in his heart. Losing on the swings, gaining on the swings. Master Nine Firmaments asked, Does anyone have a Daoist cultivation technique? I'm sure this fellow immortal from Pavilion number 9 will pay a high price. It was a pity that even after Venerable Nine Heavens spoke for a long time, no one spoke. Presumably, these people did not have the cultivation technique that Xiaohua wanted. Forget it, Xiaohua said. I've gained a lot this time, so it's fine even if I don't have this basic cultivation technique. I don't have any other requests. Venerable Master Nine Firmaments stood up from the small space and prepared to enter the auction. All right, since fellow Daoist from Pavilion 9 has no other requests, we will bid for the last precious item. At this moment, the cultivator named Qingyu said in a low voice, Nine Heavens, today's effort will be in vain. I'm afraid they won't come. However, don't be careless. Pavilion 7 and Pavilion 9 are old demons from the Sage Domain. Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Don't let them see any flaws, especially Pavilion 9 and the East Sea Dragon Palace's inspector. We don't want to go for wool and come home shorn, offending the East Sea Dragon Palace for no reason. And this old man has his own plans. Don't worry. Venerable Nine Heavens didn't stop walking. He said casually, when you release the light beast cub, control it a little and release some of its aura. I don't believe that the light beast cub has been here for several years and that light beast didn't notice it. That light beast not only has tyrannical strength, its intuition is also sharp. It never sets foot in a dangerous place. Qingyu shook his head and said, if we were in the Thousand Demons Sacred Domain, we definitely wouldn't be able to capture it. It's only in the Hidden Immortal Continent that we have a chance. If we used the light beast cub to lure them, they definitely wouldn't come. We can only use the auction as a disguise to make them lower their guard. Unfortunately, the auction has been held several times, but we still haven't been able to lure them out. Could it be that they have already returned to the Thousand Demons' sacred domain? Venerable Nine Heavens had already walked to the front of the stone wall. Hearing this, he stopped and turned his head, saying, "This old man doesn't know why the light beast brought its cub out of the Thousand Demons' sacred domain. I also don't know why it left the cub and disappeared. What this old man knows is that this light beast cub is of no use to us. Only by capturing the light beast can we have a chance to obtain the Sage King's forgiveness and return to the Thousand Demons' sacred domain. This is our only chance." After saying this, Venerable Nine Heavens raised his leg and disappeared into the stone wall. Alas! Qingyu sighed. His previous boldness and pride had long disappeared. Dejection and homesickness seemed to have instantly filled his eyebrows. Then with a light pung sound, Qingyu's clothes burst open. Qingyu's entire body turned into a mass of black gas among the flowers. With a series of hissing sounds, the black gas rushed into the walls of the space and disappeared. At the same time, the entire space rapidly trembled a few times, then calmed down. Master Nine Firmament's back was still straight in the resplendent auction hall. His previous dejection and loneliness had been swept away. He slightly raised his hand and saluted to the surroundings, saying, "Fellow immortals, many thanks for your support. After several rounds of auction, the most exciting moment of the night has finally arrived. This old man will take out the last treasure of this auction. Of course, other than the VIPs in the 7th, 8th and 9th pavilions, the other VIPs probably still don't know what this treasure is, right? Hee hee. Fellow immortal Nine Heavens." A voice from the 4th pavilion laughed heartily. "Many thanks for your arrangement this time. This old man also saw clearly just now. This old man is here to bid for the second treasure. As for the third treasure, this old man really doesn't know, but this old man also doesn't care too much about it. Now that it's getting late, let's hurry up and bid for it." "Yes, yes," Venerable Nine Heavens said with a smile. "This old man just came up, but I still have to explain to the fellow immortals in front of me. This third treasure is a living thing, and it's very rare. All the origin arrays, defensive arrays, and fire arrays can't seal this thing's aura. So just now, fellow immortal Qing Yu and I joined hands to set up a defensive origin array to prevent the aura from leaking out. That's why I let Yen Sheng preside over this auction. This third treasure can only be auctioned by this old man personally. Previously, I didn't mean to be slow." "Haha, no matter, no matter." The people in the pavilions laughed. We'll listen to fellow immortal Nine Heavens arrangement. Many thanks for your understanding, fellow immortals. Venerable Nine Heavens cupped his hands once more. Then he raised his hand and took out a simple bronze bracelet from his sleeve. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. This was the storage bracelet he saw in the Western Ocean and Xueqi Sea. It was also the yin-yang bracelet often mentioned in the hidden immortal continent. Master Nine Firmaments held the yin and yang bracelet in his hand. Wisps of pure white light seeped out of the bracelet without any restraint. Wisps of light rushed into the air, one after another. Moreover, this light didn't scatter and directly pierced the space around the auction. Even the light in the air was pierced. When the white light pierced the stone wall, a faint black mist appeared. The white light was absorbed by the black mist and gradually disappeared. Light beast! A shocked voice almost uncontrollably came from a cultivator's throat. At the same time, a few ecstatic voices rushed out. That's right, it's the light beast. Without light there is no light, there is no light, there is no light, there is no light, there is no light. Fellow immortals, you are all very knowledgeable. It is the light beast. Venerable Nine Heavens didn't hide anything at this time. With a wave of his hand, 9 strange black things flew out from his sleeve and landed around the yin-yang bracelet. Then, he opened his mouth and with a ga sound, 9 blood-red lights shot out from his mouth and hit the 9 strange things. Buzz! The 9 strange things immediately let out a deafening sound and quickly expanded. In a moment, they turned into 9 stone tablets. Xiaohua could clearly see that the 9 stone tablets were pitch black and had inexplicable runes on their surface. They weren't Taoist runes, nor were they Buddhist Sanskrit runes. They weren't Confucian inscriptions, but rather similar to the green seal runes of the soul cultivators. However, these runes didn't emit the soul-sucking green luster of the soul cultivators. Instead, they emitted a jet-black, solemn, vast, and majestic aura. What was special was that there were 9 different types of demons on the 9 stone tablets. All of them were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, looking extremely ferocious. The murderous and tyrannical aura rushed out from the 9 demons. Not only did it cover the entire auction area, it also completely sealed the storage ring. The white light that had seeped out from the yin-yang bracelet earlier couldn't leave. It could only slowly swim within 3 feet of the bracelet and gradually gather into the white light. Xiaohua glanced at the 9 monsters on the stone tablets and understood their origins. As the saying goes, a dragon has 9 sons, and each of them is different. These 9 monsters were Qioniu, Yazi, Chaofeng, Pulao, Baian, Fuan, and Qiwan. Xiaohua couldn't help but look at Ao Shui. Ao Shui seemed to know that the yin-yang bracelet belonged to the light beast, so his expression didn't change. However, when Venerable Nine Heavens threw out the 9 stone tablets, his expression changed and he blurted out, 9 dragon tablets. Venerable Nine Heavens, where did you get the 9 dragon tablets? Chapter 33:17. Hee, my fellow immortal, don't worry. Master Nine Heavens looked at Ao Shui and said with a smile, I know that the 9 dragon steels were lost by the Dragon Palace in the early years. However, I have been using it to suppress the aura of the light beast, so I didn't have the time or the opportunity to inform the Dragon Palace. When this is over, I won't use the steels anymore. I will inform the Dragon Palace and ask the Dragon Palace to take it back. If you have a relationship with the Dragon Palace, please tell me. I will be very grateful. Ao Shui's expression returned to normal. He nodded and said, Then I will thank you on behalf of the Dragon Palace. You're welcome. Master Nine Heavens said with a smile. A gentleman doesn't take what others like. I understand that. Okay. Master Nine Heavens waved his sleeve again. Several black lights rushed into the steels. The aura of the 9 steels surged and sealed the heaven and earth bracelet completely. Master Nine Heavens said with a smile, Everyone, please take a look. Master Nine Heavens pointed with his hand. Whoosh! Everyone felt a dazzling light in front of them. It was as if a bright silver moon had risen from the heaven and earth bracelet. They couldn't help but close their eyes. Hiss! Xiaohua also closes his eyes and inhales a mouthful of cold air. This radiant beast. The beast lives up to its name. Although the universe bracelet is already surrounded by the 9 steels, the radiant beast's brilliance still pierces out uncontrollably. It seems that Master Nine Heaven's solemn attitude was not unreasonable. Seal. Guru Jiao Shao shouted. 9 dark clouds flew out of the 9 dragon tablets. Each cloud was different, but when they flew in front of the pure white light, they covered it completely. Not a single bit of light could be seen. Fellow immortals, the 9-child dragon steel is able to seal the aura of the light beasts. As for the light, it's the innate ability of the light beasts, and I can't completely block it. Master Nine Heaven said loudly, however, you should be able to see it clearly now. This is the 3rd treasure that I bid for today, the baby of the light beast. Ah? It's just the baby of the light beast. But it's so powerful? What about adult light beasts? When Xiaohua heard this before he even opened his eyes, he already felt a wave of shock in his heart. This 1,000 demons sacred realm demon is really too powerful. Old monster Zhifeng is indeed qualified to be arrogant. Sure enough, not only was Xiaohua surprised, there were also people in the other pavilions who cried out. Obviously, they were the same as Xiaohua. They had never seen a light beast before, and they didn't know that a light beast's cub was so powerful. However, when Xiaohua clearly saw the appearance of the radiant beast cub within the white, he could no longer pretend to be calm as he sat on the stone bench. He could no longer hide his astonishment in his heart. He cried out in alarm, "Huan Huan!" He immediately stood up from the stone bench and clenched his fists as he looked at the scene. At this moment, that dazzling brilliance had already been covered by the dark clouds. Xiaohua could already clearly see the light beast cub within the brilliance. What he saw made him cry out in alarm. He saw that this cub's head was a dragon's head, its body was a cheelant's body, its tail was a lion's tail, and its 4 hooves were cow's hooves. Moreover, under the cub's hooves, there were 4 different clouds floating in the air. They were respectively a golden scepter, a silver scepter, a dragon pearl, and a gold ingot. In fact, although it was called a cub, it was already the size of an ordinary pony. It didn't have the appearance of the lightning beast cub that Xiaohua had seen before. This cub was rather irritable within the brilliance. It rushed left and right as if it wanted to fly out of the light. Unfortunately, the dark clouds surrounding the light were still like an iron wall that firmly blocked it. This cub could only move within a space of about 10 feet. It couldn't even move half an inch if it wanted to. That's not right. When Xiaohua squinted his eyes and saw clearly, he frowned again. This isn't Huan Huan. It's completely different from Huan Huan. Although this light beast is also an odd beast, it's different from the dragon, cheelan, lion, and cow. Huan Huan's head and face are like a horse's, its horns are like a deer's, its neck is like a camel's, and its tail is like a donkey's. Huan Huan looks very docile, but this light beast looks wild and unruly. It's not easy to get along with it. The stimulation of the light beast's appearance made Xiaohua think of many things about Huan Huan. It made Xiaohua feel a surge of warmth in his heart. Fellow immortals. Master Nine Firmaments waved his hand and said with a smile, "This is the light beast that we often talk about." Master Nine Firmaments. A voice from the 7th pavilion was calm and filled with pleasant surprise. If this old man didn't see it with his own eyes, I really wouldn't dare to believe it. What method did you use to capture this light beast? Hee, this old man also doesn't dare to believe it. Master Nine Firmaments said with a smile. This light beast cub was picked up by this old man. How is that possible? That person said anxiously. Who doesn't know how powerful the light beast is? Even if it's a cub. Master Nine Firmaments, it's not that this old man underestimated you, but it shouldn't be that easy for you to subdue it, right? If this old man hadn't met this light beast cub, I would have chosen to believe it too. Master Nine Firmaments said proudly. But when this old man easily captured this light beast cub, I realized that we were all wrong. Perhaps the demons in the 1,000 demons sacred realm who have never seen a light beast cub were all wrong. At this point, Master Nine Firmaments didn't hide his identity as a demon anymore. Master, quickly tell us what's going on. That person was very curious. Not to mention the others, even Xiaohua stood there curiously. He pricked up his ears and quietly listened to Master Nine Firmaments' explanation. Master Nine Firmaments pointed at the light beast cub and said with a smile, "This thing looks very arrogant. Even the 9 Suns dragon steel couldn't subdue it. But in reality, it doesn't have any power. It's almost all instincts. In particular, this old man will tell you the secret of this light beast. This cub's body is completely filled with the crystallization of the world's origin energy. After this old man captured it, I've already examined it. Inside this cub's body, every strand of muscle is solidified with many crystals, and these crystals contain extremely terrifying amounts of the world's origin energy. Perhaps, these essence energy crystals were naturally formed by this light beast cub and have yet to be absorbed by this light beast cub. Once the light beast cub absorbs them, it will grow up and we will no longer be its match. Hearing this, Xueqi's eyes lit up. Wasn't this light beast cub's situation exactly the same as his? The earth crystal Yao milk inside his body had blocked his meridians and body, and limited his power. Didn't this mean that he was in the same situation as this baby light beast? So that's how it is. Hearing this, the person in the pavilion also came to a realization. He clapped his hands and shouted, "In that case, Master Nine Firmaments, why don't you hurry up and bid? After this old man bids for this light beast cub, I'll refine its soul and bloodline. This body. It'll be of great use." Hearing this, Xueqi was shocked. He raised his eyes to look at old monster Zhifeng and Ao Shui. The two of them also stood up and looked at the light beast cub. The greed in their eyes was naked. "Old monster Zhifeng," Xueqi said, "you don't want this light beast cub to be your mount?" "Haha." Old monster Zhifeng laughed loudly and said with great interest, "We're all monsters. We travel with the clouds and ride with the wind. Why would we need a mount? Do you think that we monsters are the same as you humans?" "Then you," Xueqi said with a smile, "bid for the heavenly horse and the light beast cub, to refine their bloodline and soul?" "Of course." Old monster Zhifeng nodded. He glanced at Ao Shui cautiously and said, "Don't you humans often have a saying, kings, nobles, generals and ministers all have guts?" This old man was born with a low-level monster body, different from immortal Ao. If I want to cultivate further, I must borrow the bloodline of high-level monsters. Humph, we're all monsters. Why does the light beast have such terrifying power when it's born? And this old man has to suffer a lot of humiliation? Now there's such a good opportunity. This light beast is still a cub and its bloodline is still very fresh. It hasn't obtained my inheritance yet and is suitable for refining. How can this old man give it up? As for its soul, if it's possible, this old man is naturally willing to refine it. Unfortunately, although the light beast's soul is only a cub, it's not something this old man's monster body can contain. This old man only hopes to obtain the light beast's bloodline. When he spoke up to hear, the old demon Zhifeng seemed to be lost in thought as he stared at Xueqi, and he probed. "Xueqi, I won't conceal it from you. I invited you over because I wanted to rely on the strength of your demon pet to subdue the infant of the Radiance Beast, bloodline, and soul. I've already discussed it with fellow Taoist Ao, and the final shell of the Radiance Beast is exactly suitable for you. According to this old man's knowledge, your Tao sect seems to have a secret technique for possession. When your body is injured, you can possess the light beast's body. Similarly, you can also have your heavenly horse possess the light beast's body. No matter what, it will only be beneficial to you. Previously, this old man didn't tell you clearly because I really wasn't sure. Without seeing the light beast, this old man didn't dare to be sure. But now, it seems that there are at least 3 families bidding for the light beast cub. If the 3 of us join hands, there's a possibility of winning. Of course, Xueqi, you can rest assured. You don't have to pay any more origin stones. When the time comes, you only need to listen to this old man's command and summon your monster pet. What do you think?" Xueqi listened to these people. No, these monsters' words and understood their goal long ago. In their eyes, this was something that couldn't be more normal. It was also something that Xueqi deeply detested. If it was before because this light beast cub looked a bit like Huan, perhaps Xueqi would have some compassion. Perhaps after seeing the light beast cub's current state of being trapped, Xueqi would have a similar feeling. But now, Xueqi had already made a decision in his heart. He also wanted to participate in the bidding. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to obtain this light beast cub. Chapter 33:18. I don't think so. Xueqi indifferently replies. I am a human. I have humanity in my heart and act in accordance with human ethics. I can't do things like taking someone's body and soul. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you have a demon pet. Don't know what your surname is? What kind of humanity do you have with this old man? Old monster Ji Feng sneers and glances at Ao Shui, who is also disdainful. He looks at the auction house and no longer pays attention to Xiao Hua. It seems that Xiao Hua's rejection is also within his expectations. In the auction house, Venerable Nine Firmament says with a smile, "Fellow immortals, don't be anxious. This old man took out this light beast cub because this old man has no use for it. Fellow immortal Qing, you also has no use for it, and my disciples also don't have the fortune to enjoy it. That's why I invited fellow immortals here. As for which fellow immortal has this fortune, this old man still doesn't know. However, I am sure that among the fellow immortals here, one of you will definitely be able to take this light beast cub into your pocket and bring it out of the auction." Venerable Nine Firmaments. A slightly hoarse voice comes out from the first four pavilions and asks with confusion, "This old woman has a question that I don't understand. I don't know if I can ask." "Fellow immortal, please speak." Venerable Nine Firmaments raises his hand and says with a smile, "This fellow immortal shouldn't have been invited by this old man to participate in the auction, right? What's the problem?" This old woman naturally doesn't know that a light beast will appear in today's auction. That old woman replies indifferently. What this old woman doesn't understand is that whether it is the Thunderclap battleship or the shape-shifting scarf, they are all rare treasures in the hidden immortal continent. These treasures can still be valued with primeval stones. If Venerable Nine Firmaments lacks primeval stones, you can use these treasures to exchange for primeval stones. However, this light beast cub in front of me, this is the first time this old woman has seen it. It gives this old woman the impression that it is a blessing between heaven and earth. It is inauspicious to kill. This kind of rare blessing is simply not something that can be valued with primeval stones. Of course, Venerable Nine Firmaments also said that he has no use for it. Fellow immortal Qing Yu also has no use for it, and his disciples even more so. But even so, logically speaking, it's impossible to exchange it for origin stones, right? Hee. Fellow immortal must be a Confucian cultivator from the hidden immortal continent. Master Nine Firmaments didn't get angry. Instead, he sneered. How do you know what the demons of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm are thinking? Whether it is the Thunderbolt warship, the shape-shifting scarf, or even the Radiant Beast, they are all primordial stones in our eyes. Without origin stones, it's impossible for this old man to obtain what he wants. What 10,000-year-old spiritual herb? What transformation golden core? Which one of them wasn't valued with primordial stones? Didn't a fellow immortal use human lives to appraise it? Since human lives can be exchanged with primeval stones, why can't the baby of a light beast? That's right. Master Nine Firmaments. Hurry up. This old man can't wait any longer. The demon cultivator roared and stopped the old woman from asking again. Master Nine Firmaments nodded and said, "All right, let the final auction begin. According to the rules, fellow immortals can transmit their valuations to this old man. This old man will trade with whoever has the highest valuation. Wait!" The hoarse old woman shouted again. "Damn it, do you want to die?" The demon cultivator was furious and shouted, "If you say another word, this old man will eat you." "Eat me?" The old woman sneered. "This old woman's bones are hard and her flesh is dry. I'm afraid you won't like it. This old woman only wants to let you eat the meat of this light beast." This time, Master Nine Firmaments really frowned and asked with displeasure, "Fellow immortal, what else do you want to say?" The old woman smiled. The first and second auctions were all done through voice transmission. This old woman feels that this third auction should be more lively. Just like the auction of the Buddhist sect's secret technique, how about an open battle? Good. This old man likes it. The demon cultivator clapped and said, "This old man doesn't know how much primordial stones are suitable just by voice transmission. Also, this old man doesn't know who bought it. This is so frustrating." Old monster Ji Feng looked at Ao Shui and hurriedly shouted, "That's right, we also feel that it's better to bid." Humph. Master Nine Firmament's face turned cold and he said indifferently, "This is the rule this old man set." This old woman knows that this is the rule set by Master Nine Firmaments. This old woman also believes in Master Nine Firmaments and Master Clear Rain's reputation. The old woman laughed shrilly like an owl and suddenly rushed out of the pavilion. She stood not far from Master Nine Firmaments. But this old woman personally experienced a strange thing. I want to ask Master Nine Firmaments to explain it. What are you doing? Master Nine Firmaments was furious. How can you rush out of the pavilion? This old man is going to kick you out. Xueqi coldly looked at the auction house. The old woman held a dragon-headed walking stick in her hand and wore a black robe. Her sharp mouth, monkey cheeks, and bitter chrysanthemum-like face didn't have any muscles. Even her eyebrows were so light that they were almost indiscernible. Nine Firmaments, look at who this old woman is. The old woman saw that Master Nine Firmaments was angry, but she didn't seem to be afraid. She opened her mouth. Whoa! An orange Yao Qi rushed out and fell around the old woman like a waterfall. Boom! The old woman's pitch-black clothes exploded like rags, and a 3-meter-tall tiger demon appeared in front of Master Nine Firmaments. You! Master Nine Firmaments' face changed when he saw the tiger demon. He coldly laughed and said, "Who? You dare to use a transformation technique in front of this old man? What is the meaning of this?" Ha ha ha! Nine Firmaments, you old bastard. Who opened his mouth wide and spat out orange demon chi. His entire body shimmered with the luster of a tiger's skin. I'm not going to sabotage you. This old man was just following a fellow immortal to the bronze pillar state to play. I wanted to find some tasty food. However, that fellow immortal was invited to your auction by someone else, so this old man decided to come here on the spur of the moment. Of course, this old man also knew that this auction of yours only allowed one person to participate, so I changed my mind. However, this old man didn't expect. Who? Master Nine Firmaments said calmly. Don't you think you're talking too much? This old man didn't want to talk too much, but you forced me to. Who wasn't afraid of Master Nine Firmaments at all. He stared straight at him and said, if this old man hadn't decided to come here on a whim, I wouldn't have thought that the baby light beast that was bought by someone last year would appear in your auction again this year. Ah, fellow immortal who? Master Nine Firmaments smiled bitterly. This old man knows that you misunderstood. That's why you wanted to use this to threaten me. Fine, this old man will explain it to you all. Master Nine Firmaments pointed at the baby light beast suppressed under the Nine Dragon steel and said, this beast was indeed auctioned last year. Fellow immortal who also participated, but it was bought by another fellow immortal that day. As for that fellow immortal's name, forgive this old man for not being able to reveal it. However, although this light beast is just a baby, it was born with divine abilities. Ordinary methods and methods of refining it won't work, and it will even backfire. That fellow immortal took the baby light beast and the Nine Dragon steel away, but 100 days later, he came looking for this old man again. I won't hide it from you all. At that time, this fellow immortal was on the verge of death. He had been backfired by the light beast's power of light. This fellow immortal begged fellow immortal Qing Yu and I to take back the baby light beast. He also said that he only wanted 70% of the primeval stones he had bought that day. Actually, fellow immortal Qing Yu and I didn't want to agree at all. We also felt that we couldn't refine the blood of the light beast, so we put it up for auction. Who would want this hot potato now? However, that fellow immortal was truly pitiful. He couldn't even activate the Nine Dragon steel, so how could he possibly refine the light beast? Thus, this old man discussed with fellow immortal Qing Yu, and we had no choice but to hold another auction. Furthermore, before this auction, this old man made it clear to these 3 fellow immortals that they must act according to their abilities. If they aren't confident in refining the light beast, then don't bid. This old man doesn't plan on lending out the Nine Dragon steel this time. Ha ha ha, old man Nine Firmaments, who doesn't know how to make up stories? This old man can make a bet with you. This old man's story is even more moving than yours. Who laughed unceremoniously. If you want this old man to believe you, and want the other fellow immortals to believe you, then make this auction public. This old man has already revealed himself, so why don't the others who bid for the light beast reveal themselves? This is the only way to prove your magnanimity. Haha, that's right, that's exactly it. Old monster Ji Feng was so crafty that when he heard this, he flew out of pavilion number 9. Xueqi naturally followed without hesitation. Seeing that the 3 spirits had appeared, a shrill cry came from the 7th pavilion, and a deer spirit with a tree-like horn on its head flew out from there. Dear King Mu, When he saw the deer spirit and the glimmering light in his eyes, Inhu's eyes flashed. You! Why are you here too? Can't this king take a look at the light beast? The deer spirit's voice was sharp, and an indescribable aura emanated from him. Even the tiger spirit, who was his natural enemy, seemed to find it difficult to resist. Of course you can. Inhu opened his mouth wide, then looked at the 8th pavilion and sneered. This old man wants to know which fellow immortal from the 1,000-monster sacred realm is in the last pavilion. Heh. A rather weak voice sounded from the pavilion. 9 firmaments, since there are so many experts vying for the light beast, then this old man won't be participating. It doesn't make much of a difference whether I'm there or not. Well, Master 9 firmaments looked a little troubled. Fellow immortal. Actually, it's best if you reveal your identity. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for this old man. Chapter 33:19. Even Inhu is here. How do you expect me to reveal myself? The voice sounded a little anxious. Are you trying to force my hand? You are. Inhu was taken aback when he heard that. He looked at pavilion number 8 with uncertainty. He couldn't figure out which of his enemies was inside. Fellow immortal Inhu. Xueqi said without waiting for Master Nina Firmaments to speak. Today's auction is over. Don't mention anything unrelated. At that moment, a faint hiss came from within the ball of light. Although the light beast cub had been trying to break through the ceiling dark clouds, it still looked serene, as if the dark clouds were nothing but a game to it. But now, the light beast cub was a little anxious. It used all its strength to bang its head against the dark clouds. The dragon horns on its head emitted a brilliant white light that fell on the dark clouds. Master Nina Firmaments raised an eyebrow when he saw this. His ears, hidden in his hair, trembled slightly. Unfortunately, it stopped after a moment. Master Nina Firmaments looked at the light beast cub in bewilderment. He didn't know why it was so mad. Master Nina Firmaments. Let's start the auction. Old monster Ji Feng immediately called out, afraid that things would change if he delayed. Master Nina Firmaments nodded. In that case, let the auction begin. Wait. Xueqi suddenly thought of something, and he raised his head to look at the other pavilions before he said coldly, the bidding will begin now. If any fellow immortal wishes to bid, then there's no harm in showing yourself right now and revealing your true appearance. If you don't show yourself now, then we won't recognize anyone that comes out to bid after we've started bidding. All right, I'll take a look. As soon as Xueqi's voice fell, a middle-aged man wearing a purple gold crown and a 3-clawed golden dragon king robe flew out from a pavilion. He was standing on an auspicious cloud, and his slender figure was as elegant as jade. Who are you? Tell me your name. Old monster Ji Feng asked bluntly. The man didn't get angry. He cupped his hands and said, I am Hai Tian, Imperial Prince of Jassa. I welcome fellow immortals to Jassa after the auction. Xueqi and the others didn't look particularly surprised. They only snorted coldly as a greeting. After all, a mortal king couldn't compare to a Confucian cultivator, let alone a prince. I'll take a look as well. Xueqi narrowed his eyes. He originally had the same thoughts as he had during the auction, but now that Xueqi had made his decision, he glanced at Princess Baihua, whose expression had changed, and activated his flying talisman to fly out of the pavilion. Oh! Seeing Xueqi fly out, old demon Jifeng's face lit up with joy. But when he saw that Xueqi did not fly to their side, but instead stood there alone, a stern expression appeared on his face. Xueqi's intentions were clearly the same as Zhai Xinglu's Bright Moon Palace. They were planning to part ways. Who are you? State your name. Inhu saw that Xueqi's looks were nothing to look at and his cultivation was shallow. He roared, 9 firmaments. Why are there all kinds of people in your auction now? To think that a person with such a cultivation base would dare to bid. No, this is your own disciple, right? It's your pawn. I am Xueqi of the Taoist sect. Xueqi glanced at Inhu. The auction has always been about primal stones, not cultivation. If you want to fight, you can go outside and find an arena. Did you see that? Fellow Taoist Inhu. This fellow Taoist is Xueqi of the Taoist sect. He already bid. Master 9 Firmaments smiled wryly. How could he be my disciple? Nothing is absolute in this world. Yin could not believe it, and shook his head in disbelief. With him participating, I feel uneasy. If I'm not mistaken, he must be the one to bid for the baby light beast. Master Nine Firmaments rolled his eyes and said coldly, "You can ask old demon Zhifeng about this. Xiao Hua has nothing to do with me." Yin, Xiao Hua was brought here by me. He has nothing to do with Master Nine Firmaments. Old demon Zhifeng hurriedly called out, "If you want to bid, hurry up. Otherwise, hurry up and hide." Damn it, of course I want to bid. But I'm not prepared. Yin finally said the truth. But I have a few rare treasures here. I can ask Master Nine Firmaments to appraise them. Forget it, Hai Tian said. Whether it's rare treasures, imperial artifacts or pills, they can all be appraised, but let Master Nine Firmaments set the price. AI, all right. Master Nine Firmaments was now a duck that had been chased out of a tree. What else could he say? He nodded. The rules of bidding have been trampled on by my fellow immortals. Let's do as you say. All right, since Master Nine Firmaments has no objections, then let's begin. Hai Tian laughed. His voice was very pleasing to the ears, like the spring rain that fell into everyone's ears. Everyone's somewhat anxious hearts actually calmed down, and the entire auction hall had a warm atmosphere. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He did not feel any discomfort. Clearly, this was not a cultivation technique, but a natural charm. This was the first time Xiao Hua had seen such a man. "I'll be the first to bid." Yin opened his mouth and said a number that gave Xiao Hua a fright. Hai Tian was still unhurried, and had the bearing of royalty. "Since we're standing here, this humble king has no choice but to bid. This humble king will bid with the wealth of my Jiasa nation. Consider it a show of support for Master Nine Firmaments." Hearing Hai Tian's words and the number of primeval stones he mentioned, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth twitched slightly. The wealth of a nation? Who knew how much of the common people's wealth would be shaved off? Although Hai Tian was a prince of the Jiasa nation, he could only call himself a humble king in the face of the demons of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, especially the Stag King and the East Sea Dragon Palace's inspector. The Stag King did not hide his domineering aura at all. He said coldly, "This king does not have the power of a nation, but this king is determined to obtain this radiant beast." After saying that, the Stag King glanced at the silent Ao Shui. Clearly, he regarded Ao Shui as his biggest competitor, and then said a number. Ao Shui did not intend to bid now. He wanted to see how Xiao Hua would increase the price. However, when the Stag King's words reached his ears, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. Sometimes, a verbal confrontation was more dangerous than an open battle. A moment of carelessness could cause one to fall into a disadvantageous position and be used against one's weakness. Ao Shui was only an inspector of the East Sea Dragon Palace, not the master of the Dragon Palace. He did not dare to lose face for the East Sea Dragon Palace. This envoy came from the East Sea. "I have the order of the master of the East Sea Dragon Palace. This radiant beast cub is of great use to my East Sea Dragon Palace. This envoy will definitely not let it go." After saying that, Ao Shui also coldly glanced at the Stag King and said an even higher number. Now, only Xiao Hua and old monster Zhifeng had not bid yet. Venerable Nine Heaven's mouth was very bitter. He did not expect things to change like this. His eyes were fixed on the radiant beast cub that was desperately struggling in the ball of light, but his ears were listening to the bids. In fact, his ears were listening even more. The auction house was deathly silent for a moment. Venerable Nine Heavens glanced at Xiao Hua and old monster Zhifeng and said indifferently, "Two immortal friends, you can bid now." Venerable, old monster Zhifeng cupped his hands and said, "This humble one boasts that his wealth cannot be compared to everyone present. I have just discussed with immortal friend Ao. The two of us will join forces. This humble one will not bid any more." Venerable Nine Heavens nodded and looked at Xiao Hua. "What about you? Are you also with immortal friend Zhifeng?" Xiao Hua looked at the hostile crowd and said with a smile, "This humble one will naturally bid. How about this humble one's bid be 10,000 vitality stones higher than the winning immortal friend?" "Damn it, you humans are the most cunning." Yin was furious. "This daddy and the others are here to bid with all our strength, and you're done with just one sentence? This daddy will bid 1 billion vitality stones. Can you afford it? Do you dare?" Xiao Hua was not angry at all. He looked at Yin up and down and said with a smile, "That depends on whether immortal friend dares to bid like this. If you dare, this Xiao will dare. If you don't dare, then why ask this Xiao?" Hiss, when Xiao Hua said this, everyone was shocked. Xiao Hua was definitely the biggest dark horse in this auction. Before they heard Xiao Hua's words, they definitely did not think too highly of him. Even if he had just flown out of the 9th pavilion to participate in the auction. 1,000,000,000 vitality stones, in the entire auction house, who would dare to say that they had 1,000,000,000 vitality stones? Even if they did, who would dare to say so? But Xiao Hua dared. In the face of Yin's provocation, Xiao Hua calmly accepted the challenge. This kind of challenge was even more resolute, and fearless than Ao Shui and the others. "Haha, little friend Xiao," Master 9 Firmaments laughed, seizing this rare opportunity to stall for time. "Even if you have 1,000,000,000 vitality stones, this old man would not dare to accept it. A light beast's cub is not easy to tame, which is why this old man dared to show it off. If I really take 1,000,000,000 vitality stones, I'm afraid this old man won't be able to walk out of bronze pillar state." "Master 9 Firmaments, don't worry." Hai Tian laughed. "If you have 1,000,000,000 vitality stones, this one will personally escort you out of bronze pillar state and guarantee your safety to my Jiasa country." "Don't. If this old man had 1,000,000,000 vitality stones, I would still want to spend the rest of my life in bronze pillar state." Master 9 Firmaments hurriedly waved his hand. "How can I just leave? Spend the rest of my life? That's not good." Hai Tian said with a frown, "With you overseeing bronze pillar state, who is the ruler of bronze pillar state afraid of? Where should my Jiasa country go from here?" "Haha." Master 9 Firmaments laughed, then looked at Xiao Hua and asked, "Little friend Xiao, this old man is actually not interested in whether or not you have 1,000,000,000 vitality stones. What this old man wants to ask you is, from the looks of it, you are determined to obtain this light beast. However, if others obtain this beast, they can use its soul, bloodline, and even its body. Your cultivation, or even your physical body, is not enough to refine this light beast. Actually, this old man will make it clear. According to what this old man knows, there are definitely Taoist seniors in the hidden immortal continent who can control this light beast, but this old man does not know any of them. So when this old man invited you, I did not consider Taoist disciples. I wonder which Taoist senior you are bidding for this light beast for?" Chapter 33:20. Master 9 Firmaments looked at Xiao Hua eagerly. He didn't expect to get a definite answer from Xiao Hua. He only needed a single word to prove Xiao Hua's true purpose. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua didn't answer yes, nor did he say which Taoist senior he was. Instead, he glanced at the crowd of demons and said indifferently, "This Xiao didn't come for any Taoist senior, nor do I represent any Taoist power. This Xiao represents the two words Xiao Hua." After hearing this, Master 9 Firmaments frowned. He looked at this little Taoist who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth in confusion. If this Xiao Hua didn't have a screw loose, then he must have some great divine ability. However, it was obvious that Venerable Master 9 Heavens could only see that Xiao Hua had intentionally revealed a trace of his cultivation base as a Confucian cultivator, and his strength was only at the first grade of origin energy. He couldn't see anything else apart from Xiao Hua's rash actions. Thus, Master 9 Firmaments looked at the beautiful Princess Bai Hua in the 9th pavilion and fell into deep thought. However, Xiao Hua's following words were like a bolt of lightning that fell into Master 9 Firmaments' ears. To tell you the truth, this Xiao didn't come for the baby of the radiant beast. This Xiao didn't even know what Master 9 Firmaments could bid for in this auction. This Xiao only wanted to get a few Taoist foundational cultivation methods. Xiao Hua said calmly, however, "When this Xiao heard your plans, this Xiao had no choice but to participate in this auction." "Motherfucker, what do you mean?" Yin roared loudly, causing the entire space to tremble. Xiao Hua looked thin and weak, but his waist, which was straighter than bamboo, swayed slightly in the tiger's roar. However, no matter how much he swayed, he didn't bend in the slightest. His indifferent and calm voice continued to emerge from the tiger's roar. "Nothing. No matter how noble the radiant beast's bloodline is, no matter how supreme the radiant beast's soul is, no matter how precious the radiant beast's body is, it is still a life. A living life. There are many living things in this world. Humans, demons, livestock, insects, birds, beasts, and so on. They are all living things. No matter how noble or lowly they are, there is no difference. They are all equal. The so-called distinction between the noble and the lowly was nothing more than an artificial division. Although humans had the ability to eat birds and beasts, and control livestock, human lives were not more precious than the lives of birds and beasts. Although humans were the food of demons, the lives of demons were not more precious than human lives. Being a light beast while being a lowly ant is a gift from the heavenly Tao. Every life is precious, unique, and should be respected. He despised his own life, killed the light beast's life, and wanted to use the light beast's life to increase his own life. This was disrespectful to his own life. Humans are human because they have humanity, understand human relations, respect life, and love life. Humans might not have a strong physical body, but they had a strong heart. It was a love filled with riches. I am not talented. I am not a scholarly scholar, nor am I a benevolent senior monk. However, I am a human. I am willing to use my identity as a Taoist cultivator and the unique human heart to bid for this light beast. I want to use my human heart to fight against your demon heart. I do not believe that there is no such thing as a kind human heart in this world. As for whether I can control this beast or not, there is no need for you fellow immortals to consider. I did not intend to control it. I will not refine its bloodline, I will not refine its soul, and I will not take over its body. I am willing to treat it as my own child. I will watch it grow, watch it become mighty, watch it laugh proudly at the world. Perhaps I will turn around and let it go. That would be normal. Clap, 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 clap. Just as the demons were stunned by Xiao Hua's words, Hai Tian clapped and praised. Little friend Xiao, you really have the heart of all living beings. Every word of yours is like a gem. I also have the same thoughts. I do not want to use this light beast for anything. I only want it to land in my Jiasa country and become my Jiasa country's guardian beast. It will receive the worship of my Jiasa country for the rest of its life. If little friend Xiao does not mind, you and I can join hands to bid for it. Ha ha ha, this is really funny. The Stag King laughed loudly. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would have thought that it was those baldies from the Pure Land who came to bid. However, the ethics of your Confucian cultivator is no different from the scriptures of Buddhism. You are all hypocritical and righteous. You are all hypocritical and compassionate. This Hai Tian still has some sincerity and stated his purpose. He only wants to treat this light beast as the guardian beast of the country and make the light beast work for Jiasa country for the rest of its life. This is admittedly much better than having its soul refined by others, but how is it different from me and the others? And you, little Taoist, are even more ridiculous. You, a human, have the qualifications to be the light beast's father? You still treat it as a child? You are really shameless. Who knows what you want to do with it? Xiao Hua's expression was the same as usual. He pointed his finger to the sky and then to the ground. He said with a smile, "What I have done, I have not let down the heavens and I have not let down the earth. There is no need for others to point fingers at me. The heavens are the heavens and the earth are the heavens. No one has the qualifications to make an oath. And I, Xiao, under the heavens, have no need to make an oath to others. Even if you win the bid, can you walk out of Bronze Pillar country?" Although Master Nine Heavens was angry and amused, thinking that he had met a bookworm little Taoist, he still asked with a smile. If you don't do what you can, you are afraid. If you don't do what you can, you are brave. In this world, there are too many things that people don't do because of their fear. There are too many people like this. It doesn't matter if I am there or not. You might as well let me be a fool and do more things that I can't do. Xiao Hua did not directly answer Master Nine Heavens' words. Instead, his gaze swept across the faces of the demons and he said indifferently, "In the past, I was quite timid when doing things. I always thought about the future. Even if I had some ideas in my heart, the results would be different and things would not go as I wished. Now that I have experienced many trials and hardships, I understand that there are too many things in this world that are helpless and difficult. However, they are all tests of the heavens. If one cannot withstand this test, it will be difficult for one's heart to improve. Now this matter. Since I have seen it, it is a test given to me by the heavens. I am willing to go against the flow. And do it." Xiao Hua's words were sonorous and powerful, and they came from the bottom of his heart. Rather than saying it to the demons, he might as well say it to himself. Unfortunately, the demons in the auction house were all strong-willed. The prince named Hai Tian was used to seeing all kinds of people. What kind of words had he not heard? They only treated these words as fodder for a joke. Haha, how funny. King Stag laughed loudly. Talking about human nature with demons like us in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? Are you, a little Taoist, hot-headed? Master Nine Heavens. What are you waiting for? I don't care about what Who said just now. But you are delaying again and again. You are actually listening to the crazy words of a little child here. If I didn't trust you and old monster Zhifeng, I would have. Master Nine Heavens listened with a smile on his face, but his eyes were fixed on the light infant in the white ball of light. After such a long time, the infant was still in a frenzy. It used its hooves, head, and mouth to tear at the restrictions around it. Master Nine Heavens had never seen such a scene before. Master Nine Heavens narrowed his eyes. He rolled his eyes a few times, but did not look up. Now that he heard King Stag's rebuke, he raised his head with a smile and said, King Mu Lu, I am not delaying. I am just thinking that you all are determined to get it. I wonder how long you will keep bidding? Just now, this little friend Xiao promised hundreds of millions of primal stones. Actually, it's not as I thought. Everyone will bid a price and send me a voice transmission. Hee hee, old man Nine Heavens, don't even think about it. Who sneered. If that's the case, you can do whatever you want. How will others know? How about this? Master Nine Heavens retracted his gaze from the light infant and looked at the crowd. I already said before that the nine-child dragon steel will not be lent out. Since that's the case, let's see who can subdue the light infant first. Only then will they have the right to take it away. Damn it! Old monster Zhifeng was furious when he heard this. Wasn't Master Nine Heavens picking up the wisdom of others? However, it just so happened that old monster Zhifeng had nothing to say. That was because this Xueqi was his to begin with. The problem was that he couldn't even subdue a Pegasus, so how could he subdue a light beast? However, seeing Ao Shuai's confidence, old monster Zhifeng's heart was finally at ease. However, his heart slowly began to bleed. How could the price of Ao Shuai's primal stones be the same as Ao Shuai's? The current old monster Zhifeng unconsciously and fiercely glared at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was originally his greatest trump card. However, this greatest card was still the same. However, it had already become his greatest obstacle. However, Who frowned and said reluctantly, Old man Nine Heavens, didn't you lend out the nine-child dragon steel before? Why aren't you lending it this time? I can add primal stones to it. Hee hee, if this light infant and the nine-child dragon steel are returned, I'm afraid I won't be able to clear my name. Master Nine Heavens didn't point it out and explained with a faint smile. Who was immediately put in a difficult position. He was the one who first aroused the suspicions of the demons towards Master Nine Heavens. Now, Master Nine Heavens' counterattack had almost robbed him of his chance to bid. Who didn't have full confidence in being able to subdue the light infant. Alright. Stag King clapped his hands. How do we begin? Do we attack together, or do we take turns? Naturally, we'll attack together. Ao Shuai glanced at Stag King, then inadvertently glanced at Xiao Hua. Chapter 33:21. In fact, the current situation was already very clear. Ao Shuai didn't believe that who had stirred up trouble, had the ability to subdue the baby light beast. He also didn't think that Hai Tian, the prince of Jiasa Kingdom, would have a higher cultivation level than who. If Xiao Hua didn't have Xiao Hei's help, Ao Shuai wouldn't have taken Xiao Hua seriously either. Then only the Stag King was left. Is that so? Master Nine Firmaments. Although the Stag King was speaking to Master Nine Firmaments, he also looked up at Ao Shuai. Their gazes seemed to spark in midair. I'm afraid. That's the only way. Master Nine Firmaments smiled bitterly. He looked at the stone wall and said, This old man has some restrictions on this stone wall that can barely block the light beast's shadow. You two, three immortals, please do your best. Whoever can capture this light beast first can take it away. Of course, before this old man opens the 9 dragon steels, you 3 immortals still have to transmit your voice to this old man and tell me how many spirit stones you're willing to pay. Xiao Hua looked at the 2 demons who were waiting for him. After thinking for a while, He gave a number. This number was about the same as the previous bid. He also believed that the others wouldn't give a sky-high price. After waiting for the demons and the people to tacitly give their bids, Master Nine Firmaments flew up from where he was and rushed to the stone wall. He was some distance away from the 9 dragon steels. Then, he opened his mouth and let out a mournful cry. Soon after, a faintly discernible demon bird suddenly flashed out. A dense demon aura split into 9 streams and rushed into the 9 steels. Boom! Rumbling sounds that could shake mountains and the earth came from the inky steel. The entire space that was enveloped by the 9 suns dragon steel rapidly trembled at the same time. The 9 suns dragon steel suddenly shrank and shot out in all directions. Roar! The baby light beast suppressed by the steels let out a mournful cry. Its body flashed with a brilliance that was several times sharper than the flying swords. This brilliance instantly pierced through the dark clouds that had lost the support of the 9 steels. The baby light beast, which was the size of a donkey, immediately broke free from its imprisonment. The baby light beast stretched its neck and let out a long cry. It didn't flee outside the space. Instead, it rushed recklessly toward the second pavilion. If it was before, Venerable 9 Heavens would still have some doubts, but when he saw the baby light beast's actions, a smile appeared on his face. Hai Tian naturally didn't know what was going on. When he saw the baby light beast charging in his direction, he immediately revealed a smug expression. He reached out his hand to take out his imperial equipment, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to capture the baby light beast. Unfortunately, before his hand could reach into his bosom, there was a long cry. An ray of light shocked the prince of the Jiasa kingdom. The long cry sounded like a bugle horn between the heavens and the earth. Tens of thousands of awe-inspiring chi swept in from all directions, causing all living things to fall under the awe-inspiring aura. The brilliance was purer than the brilliance of the sun, purer than the brilliance of the moon. The sudden heat wave even caused the restriction that protected the pavilion to collapse in an instant. Following the sound of the bugle horn, an old woman dressed in black appeared from the pavilion where the brilliance came from. Of course, the old woman's figure only appeared for a moment. Her black clothes turned into flying butterflies, and her body became even more messy. Accompanied by a pure white light, a body several times larger than the baby light beast appeared in front of everyone's eyes. As soon as the baby light beast appeared, it opened its mouth and roared, causing the entire space to tremble. Then the baby light beast shook its head, and waves of chi rushed out like a flood. This invisible chi was even more difficult to stop than a visible flood. Hai Tian was sent flying like an ant. Yin was sent flying like a mouse that had seen a cat. King Stag and Ao Shui tried their best to take a few steps back, but they still tried their best to stabilize their bodies. Their eyes were dignified, and it was obvious that they wanted to contend with the baby light beast. Looking at the light beast cub, it was like a little pony that was jumping around in the air. It was like a swallow returning to its nest as it ran towards the light beast. The longing in its eyes, the attachment in its actions, and the coquettish cries it let out were really similar to a little Jiao heir that had just seen its mother. Fellow immortals, if we want to capture the baby light beast, we must first capture the baby light beast. Venerable Master Nine Firmament's face was filled with joy, and he said loudly, "Don't worry, this old man has set up this auction to capture this light beast. If you can help this old man capture this light beast, this old man will give this light beast cub to you for free." As soon as Guru Nine Firmaments finished speaking, the 9 Firmaments dragon steel emitted a thick black demonic fog and shot towards the auction like 9 tentacles. "Damn it, we've been tricked." Hearing Guru Nine Firmaments' words, both Yin and King Stag were enlightened. How could they not know Guru Nine Firmaments' plan? However, with the baby light beast in front of them, who could resist the temptation in their hearts? "This old man will help you." The first to respond was naturally Ao Shui. With a wave of his hand, a golden brilliance flashed, and a medallion of vital energy flew out from his hand. As soon as it appeared in the air, it immediately produced strands of immortal music. Along with the music, inscriptions appeared in the air and circled around the medallion like flying shadows. The Immortal Law Medallion? Guru Nine Firmaments almost cried out when he saw the medallion, but he suppressed the excitement in his heart and slowly uttered the words. "That's right. This is the East Sea Immortal Law Medallion of the East Sea Dragon Palace, bestowed by the Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Palace." Ao Shui said proudly. He opened his dragon mouth and spat out a golden dragon's breath that landed on the medallion. The medallion emitted a golden light that spanned dozens of feet and suddenly transformed into a bamboo slip that flew towards the light beast. As the bamboo slip flew, the shadows of the inscriptions on the armor broke through inch by inch, and a restrictive force that even 10,000 immortals couldn't resist completely enveloped the area around the light beast. Haha, the Immortal Law Chapter is only a... The Immortal Law Chapter was so powerful in Guru Nine Firmament's eyes, but the other kings didn't care about it at all. The Stag King sneered and opened his mouth. His vital energy, which looked like a jade seal, came out of his mouth. This jade seal landed in the air and a spiral of demonic fog appeared in the air. It was even more aggressive than the inscriptions on the armor. It dispersed the righteous chi summoned by the light beast. Moreover, this demonic fog carried with it a myriad of wind blades that looked like scythes that crushed towards the light beast. With loud rumbling sounds, it surpassed the Immortal Law Chapter and rushed in front of the light beast. Roar! The light beast roared. The light around its body was like a sword that pierced towards the demonic fog of the 9 Children Dragon tablet. The demonic fog didn't seem to be a match for the light beast's light at all. It immediately turned into fine strands and didn't pose any threat to the light beast at all. However, this light fell into the inscriptions on the armor of the Immortal Law Chapter, and was immediately absorbed by the inscriptions on the armor. The inscriptions on the armor became stronger and weaker. The Immortal Law Chapter wasn't much. The most powerful thing was still the Stag King's Jade Seal. Wherever the demonic fog of the Jade Seal went, the void was cut open. The light beast's light was also cut open by the wind blades of the demonic fog and turned into fireflies. Poof! The light beast kicked its hooves and countless rui and golden flowers appeared. Some of them rushed towards the light beast cub. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a pure white, almost shapeless inner elixir. It crashed towards the Stag King's Jade Seal. Whether it was the Jade Seal or the inner elixir, they were both the final killing moves. However, it just so happened that the 2 most powerful weapons of destruction were the first to collide. With a muffled boom, waves of incomparable power were emitted from the 2 treasures of heaven and earth. No matter if it was the righteous aura, the monster, or the black aura from the 9 Suns Dragon Steel, they were all destroyed by this power. Even the light beast also retreated a few steps. The Stag King even somersaulted a few times in the air and barely stood still. As for Xiao Hua, under the powerful aura of the light beast, his whole body was submerged in it. It was as if he had never felt such a feeling before. Not only were his limbs weak, his whole body floated down from the air. Even his mouth and nose were unable to breathe. He was on the verge of drowning. Xiao Hua was shocked and immediately used the Sun Shroud technique. An indescribable whirlwind stretched out from Xiao Hua's body. The whirlwind accompanied the pressure released by Xiao Hua and tried its best to resist the aura of the light beast. It was at this moment that Xiao Hua was powerless to look around. Suddenly, a sharp, invisible wind sword quietly attacked Xiao Hua's back along with the chaotic aura of the entire arena. Hu! Xiao Hua was releasing his pressure and was extremely sensitive to it. With a cold snort, he waved his hand and the wishful staff came out at the critical moment. With a bang, it was the tail of the wind sword. The second half of the wind sword instantly turned into a mess and was torn apart by the aura, but the first half pierced Xiao Hua's back. Although Xiao Hua had already tried his best to twist his body to avoid it, the wind sword still left a half-foot-long and an inch-wide wound. The strange thing was that the wound did not seep out fresh blood in an ordinary manner. Wisps of black chi mixed with the glow of the fire flashed within the wound like threads. Following the lingering black chi, the wound swiftly healed, causing the wound to become increasingly small. Ouch! Xiao Hua did not have time to look at the origin of the wind sword. Old Monster Ji Feng's surprised voice came from there. Obviously, he saw the strangeness of Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua was furious and shouted, "Old Monster Ji Feng, you're courting death." With that, Xiao Hua urged the flying talisman and waved the wishful staff in the direction of Old Monster Ji Feng. Heh. Old Monster Ji Feng might have seen Xiao Hua's strange behavior, and even sensed Xiao Hua's increasing pressure, but he still let out a cold laugh. He shook his arms, and an earthen yellow light flashed. A gigantic Dharma idol of a spirit rat appeared from his body. Before the Dharma idol could fully take shape, it opened its mouth, and thousands of wind swords and wind blades appeared around Xiao Hua. They rained down on Xiao Hua. Chapter 33:22. This guy really does have some tricks up his sleeve. Sensing the sharpness of these wind swords, Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly waved his staff to protect himself, hoping not to make any mistakes. Seeing that the staff had broken the first wind swords, and that even more wind swords were coming from behind, Xiaohua really didn't have the power to fight back. It was also at this time that the Imperial Jade Seal and the inner core collided. The force was more powerful than the wind and swept through the entire space. Xiaohua's figure became unstable and was once again flipped over in the air. Old monster Ji Feng was also unable to stand, his entire body tumbling in the air like a pellet. As for the wind swords attacking Xiaohua, they had already been shattered by the force. The force was so great that the 9 pavilions on the stone wall were completely exposed. The cultivators sitting inside all activated their origin tools and imperial tools, doing their best to resist the impact. They were completely helpless like fish in a moat caught in a fire at the city gate. The most pitiful were not the cultivators, but the light baby beast. It originally pounced on the light beast, but in the blink of an eye, the light beast had already exchanged several moves with the Stag King and Ao Shuai. Even Hai Tian and Yin who couldn't participate in this kind of fight, let alone the light baby beast. The light beast's aura may not cause any harm to it, but the force of the impact suddenly lifted the light baby beast straight from the air to the top of the space. The light baby beast cried out, the anxiety in its heart more than panic. Just as the light baby beast stabilized its body, it didn't have time to rush at the light beast again. But then there was a rumbling sound. The 9 dragon steels that Master 9 Heavens had previously withdrawn to the surrounding space made a sound at the same time. From the dragon steels, thick black gas gushed out. The black gas each took the appearance of the 9 dragon sons, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws at the light baby beast. Ayo! The light baby beast let out a sorrowful cry. Its body emitted a strong brilliance, wanting to disperse the black gas. Unfortunately, the white brilliance only pierced the black gas and disappeared immediately. It didn't cause any threat. The light baby beast was angry. Its 4 hooves kicked wildly, producing a lot of clouds. Then it lowered its head and rushed at one of the dragon steels with its dragon horns. An extremely brilliant brilliance was rapidly brewing between the dragon horns. Clearly, this was the light infant beast going all out. Caw! In the chaotic space, there was a sudden excited cry of an eagle. Master 9 Heavens had also revealed his true form. A huge ugly sparrow hawk flapped its pitch-black wings, and its claws flashed with a stench and death chi. It pounced towards the baby light beast, trying to stop it from attacking the dragon steel. The sparrow hawk flapped its wings and flew to the top of the baby light beast's head in the blink of an eye. Although the baby light beast's body was white like snow, the sparrow hawk's claws were as black as ink. Not only did it block the white light, it also pierced through the white light and grabbed the baby light beast's back. The light infant beast let out a sorrowful cry. The brilliance around its body was greatly reduced, and the white light that was brewing between its dragon horns also disappeared. The light beast was enraged by the fact that the baby light beast was injured. With a thunderous sound, its entire body swelled up. Quick, let's attack at the same time. Ao Shuai saw that the light beast had swelled up and knew that it was not good, so he hurriedly shouted. Then, the immortal law chapter in midair flashed with endless rays of light, and thousands of inscriptions rushed out from it, forming words and sentences. In the end, they gathered into pages of inscriptions, complementing the black chi of the 9 Suns Dragon Steel, and fell towards the light beast. The black chi of the 9 Suns Dragon Steel was surging violently, and the rays of light of the immortal law chapter were also imposing, and the sounds of chanting were loud and clear. However, when the 2 treasures converged, the light and darkness combined, and it was like a perfect pair of pearls and jade. An aura that was even more powerful than the light beast's aura rushed out from the treasures, but it did not move. It was like a powerful nightmare that could not be found anywhere, and it controlled the area around the light beast. Roar! The light beast roared angrily, and the entire space shook violently. However, the dazzling rays of light around the light beast suddenly disappeared, as if the scorching sun at noon had suddenly disappeared. Everyone's eyes darkened, and it was as if something extremely important was missing in their hearts. This doubt only lasted for a moment. An ray of light that was even more dazzling than before, so dazzling that it directly pierced the heart, appeared in the light beast's chest. This dazzling light was heart-shaped, and it was only the size of a soybean, but its brilliance once again lit up the entire space. The light beast's body that could not be seen clearly before now looked like a transparent statue, and it was abnormally ferocious in the light and shadow. This light beast was several feet long, and its dragon head was one size larger than Xueqi's. However, there were some differences. The dragon horns were slightly curved, and the bright and dark runes on them were rhythmically moving like music. On the Qilan's body, the folds of palm-sized scales glowed. What was different from before was that the edges of the scales were abnormally dark, and only about 80% of the center of the scale shone brilliantly. The 4 thick bull legs were surrounded by countless auspicious clouds, and it really looked like an auspicious beast. Unfortunately, the light beast's bloodshot eyes were faintly flickering with flames, and it opened its ferocious mouth to let out an extremely angry roar. An ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring would arouse the envy of others. Thump, thump, thump. The dazzling light in the light beast's heart beat 3 times like a heartbeat, and the light had already completely enveloped the light beast. The 3 heartbeats filled the entire space, and everyone, all the demons and everything in the space, all beat 3 times at the same time. Without any surprise, the 9 children dragon steel and immortal law chapter's light curtain that encircled and suppressed the light beast also rippled 3 times like the black chi. Although these 3 ripples could be compared to a white horse passing by, the light curtain and black chi had already covered the light beast's body like a clap of thunder. A burst of what seemed to be countless bubbles gushing out, as if the entire space was boiling. Xueqi, who had just stabilized his body, couldn't help but float up and down. Not only did his meager magic power want to leave his meridians, even the blood vessels in his body felt like they were being sucked out. Damn, this light beast is so terrifying. Xueqi turned pale with fright. Taking advantage of the flying talisman's effect, he hastily slid down, and floated down to the nearest pavilion. Just as Xueqi was about to get close to the pavilion, boom! A world-shaking sound rang out. The 9 children dragon steel's 9 dark clouds were blown apart, and the immortal law chapter's armor was shattered into fragments. The bodies of the 2 strange treasures even rushed towards the 4 walls of the space in an extremely sorry state. In the midst of this explosion, the light beast proudly flew out, rushing towards the light beast cub caught by the hawk owl's sharp claws. Woo! Just as the light beast's figure appeared, the Stag King's imperial jade seal had already arrived. This imperial jade seal had been accumulating power for a long time, and now it had already transformed into several zhong in size, completely covering the light beast. The light beast wasn't afraid in the slightest. Just as it was about to open its mouth and spit out its inner core, oh! The light beast cub's mournful cry resounded through the entire space. Xueqi raised his head and looked over. It was also at this moment that the light beast cub had already been caught by the hawk owl that venerable Master 9 Heavens had transformed into. Those sharp claws, which were several chi in size, had already grabbed the cub's back. Those pitch-black claws seemed to have captured the light. No matter how hard the white light tried to stretch within the claws, it was still unable to struggle free. On the contrary, a strand of blood flowed down the cub's back. Seeing this, Xueqi's heart couldn't help but tighten. The light beast cub was only a cub. It probably hadn't suffered such pain before, right? Go! At this moment, Xueqi was unable to help the light beast. He waved his hand, and the divine power centipede immediately rushed out of the space, flying towards the hawk owl. Xueqi couldn't bear it anymore. How could the light beast use ordinary methods? Wang! The light beast's mouth opened slightly before closing. The light around its body became even brighter. Countless white runes appeared on the dragon horns on its head. Without the slightest hesitation, it directly collided with the imperial jade seal. Rumble. The entire space once again emitted a deafening sound. The imperial jade seal, which was several zhong in size, was sent flying at an angle. The light on the light beast's head also became slightly dimmer. However, the light beast didn't stop at all. It stomped its 4 hooves, causing the wind and clouds to surge as it rushed towards the hawk owl. The light beast was fast, but the divine power centipede was even faster. The divine power centipede had just left the space, and as if it didn't need Xueqi's instructions, it flew towards the hawk owl that was surrounded by black chi. At first, Xueqi was worried that the divine power centipede, which also had black chi, would be afraid of the light beast cub's light and wouldn't be able to get close. However, looking at the divine power centipede's valiant and spirited appearance, the light didn't have much effect on it. Of course, the divine power centipede was still somewhat afraid of the light beast cub's light. It attacked the hawk owl's legs. Woo! Seeing the divine power centipede that was only a few chi long, the hawk owl wasn't afraid at all. It spread its wings, and a powerful tornado blew over, as if it wanted to sweep the Divine Power Centipede away. Unexpectedly, the Divine Power Centipede was like a boulder. Its body didn't even sway as it continued to rush towards the hawk owl's abdomen. At this moment, the hawk owl became anxious. It spread its wings, and there was actually a faint sound of wind and thunder. Crackle! The hawk owl pecked at the Divine Power Centipede with its sharp beak. A pitch-black lightning actually rushed out from its beak and accurately hit the Divine Power Centipede. The lightning was lingering around the Divine Power Centipede's body. At the place where it was hit, apart from green smoke, there were also a few marks that looked like plum blossoms. The Divine Power Centipede didn't seem to be injured. However, under the powerful lightning, the Divine Power Centipede had no choice but to curl up into a ball. Although the Divine Power Centipede didn't succeed, its help came at the right time. The moment the hawk owl spat out the wind and thunder, the light beast was already in front of it. Seeing that its enemy was right in front of it, the light beast didn't use any other methods. It curled up its body and rammed into the hawk owl. This collision was like a landslide. A whistling sound was heard, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the righteous chi, and all other kinds of spiritual energy condensed into a pillar and rushed towards the hawk owl. The hawk owl had already prepared for the light beast's attack. However, the Divine Power Centipede's interference just now had messed up his plan, and the light beast took this opportunity to ram into it. The hawk owl's wings sped up, and the sound of wind and thunder was heard. Countless black flames mixed with lightning flew out from its pitch-black wings. Furthermore, there was a foot-long lightning bolt that rushed out from its beak, and together with the wind and thunder on its wings, it attacked the light beast. Chapter 33:23. Crackle, crackle, rumble. Thousands of rumbling sounds reverberated through the space like a tsunami. The glaring brilliance dazzled everyone's eyes. Xiao Hua's figure had just stabilized itself on the pavilion when it began to shake violently. Even the entire pavilion was on the verge of collapse. Ka! The dazzling collision ended with a heart-wrenching cry. A black shadow that was close to 10 feet in size flew into the sky like a kite with a broken string. It looked like it was about to crash into the stone wall of the space. The black feathers collided with one of the pavilions on the stone wall, causing the pavilion to fall from the stone wall in an even more chaotic manner. Several cultivators inside turned pale and flew out in a panic. They stopped in midair, not knowing what to do, and each of them used their own methods to protect themselves. As for the black feathers that had just sent the pavilion flying, there was another crack that was about 10 feet long. Light surged from the crack and rapidly corroded Hawk Owl's body. Around the crack, the black feathers that were several feet in size scattered all over the sky. Roar! The light beast that had injured Hawk Owl didn't stop. In a spurt of energy, it let out a long roar. Without waiting for Xueqi, the Stag King, and the other demons to catch up, it immediately charged at Hawk Owl that had already lost its balance, preparing to kill it in one blow. The light beast's plan was naturally as it wished, but Hawk Owl's claws were still holding onto the baby light beast. Seeing the light beast attack again, Hawk Owl's claws tightened once more. Roar! The baby light beast couldn't help but let out another miserable cry. The baby light beast was connected to the heart. No matter if it was a human or a demon, when the light beast heard the miserable cry, its body couldn't help but tremble slightly. In the blink of an eye, another change occurred. Chi-chi-chi-chi. As if thousands of hippos were farting at the same time, waves of fishy stench and sky-piercing sounds suddenly came from the four walls of the space. In particular, the 9 pavilions that the crowd and the demons were in suddenly shattered with these strange noises. Behind the 9 pavilions, 9 huge chrysanthemum-shaped holes were revealed. Thick black fog mixed with a fishy smell gushed out from the holes like bees. These 9 black fog were different from the fishy smell emitted from the stone walls. The moment they appeared, they immediately enveloped the light beast. At this moment, Venerable 9 Heavens Hawk Owl definitely had a plan to lure the light beast here. This black fog was most likely a huge ambush for Venerable 9 Heavens. Venerable 9 Heavens. The people and demons that were originally hiding in the pavilions had no choice but to fly out of the pavilions. Their bodies all flashed with various colors of light and fog, and even stepped on auspicious clouds to protect themselves as they shouted at Venerable 9 Heavens. At the same time, everyone and the demons were also alarmed. They ordered everyone to use their methods to protect themselves. The 9 indescribable black mists with a fishy stench were definitely powerful. the light beast's figure immediately dimmed. When Venerable Nine Heavens Hawk Owl saw this, a trace of joy flashed through its eyes. However, just as it revealed this joy, it suddenly sensed danger. It hurriedly spread its wings, and a jet of black lightning shot out from its beak. Its eyes revealed a shocked and angry expression. This was because the divine power centipede that had curled up to avoid the lightning took advantage of the hawk owl's ambush. It suddenly broke free from the lightning and attacked the hawk owl like a black light, grabbing the light beast's left claw. The divine power centipede actually had such intelligence. It was actually able to seize this excellent opportunity. Even Xueqi, who was watching from afar, was surprised. However, Xueqi didn't have time to be surprised. He knew that he didn't have the strength to fly over to help the divine power centipede, so he didn't hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Pegasus from his storage bag and Little Black from the space. He only gave Little Black a command, then he activated the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, preparing to help the light beast. Since the divine power centipede was already like this, Little Black was even more clever. It didn't fly in the direction of the light beast's cub, but landed on the Pegasus' head and commanded it to fly towards the hawk owl. The divine power centipede's speed was very fast, and it had planned to catch the hawk owl off guard. It had already hit the hawk owl's left claw when the lightning struck. There was almost no sound, but the tough hawk owl's left claw was actually smashed into pieces by the divine power centipede. Gee! The hawk owl was in great pain, and it couldn't help but let out a long cry. Its left claw loosened, and the light beast escaped from the hawk owl's left claw. After the divine power centipede succeeded, it didn't move an inch, and immediately curled up into a ball again. At this time, the hawk owl's wind and thunder had already arrived, and it hit the divine power centipede's body. With a crackling sound, thousands of lightning flashed on the divine power centipede's pitch-black body. Of course, looking at the divine power centipede's slightly trembling appearance, the lightning might not be able to hurt it at all. Unfortunately, although the divine power centipede's attack was effective, the hawk owl's right claw was still holding the light beast's cub. Furthermore, after the hawk owl's left claw was injured, it was going to attack the light beast's cub again. The light beast was still in danger. On the other hand, Little Black was commanding the Pegasus. When the Pegasus saw the hawk owl and the light beast's cub, it seemed to be hesitating. It wasn't clear if it was afraid or not. But Little Black was more resourceful than any other human or Yao. The Pegasus spread its wings, and its body emitted a light that was not inferior to the light beast's cub, and it rushed towards the hawk owl. However, even though they were fast, they were still slower than the hawk owl's left claw. The divine power centipede's attack was going to be wasted. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and a solid pillar of light shot out from the pitch-black stench, shattering it. From the pillar of light, the light beast could be seen madly rushing out. It opened its mouth, and its nidin expanded to the size of a bucket. Like a meteorite, it flashed and disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above hawk owl's right claw. Crack! A crisp sound was heard, followed by a mournful cry. The poor hawk owl was injured again. The hawk owl's right claw was shattered, so it was naturally unable to grab the light beast's cub. The light beast escaped from the hawk owl's claws, and immediately rushed towards the light beast. However, the light beast that had just escaped from the black mist glanced at the Pegasus, and even at Xueqi in the distance. Its gaze fell on Little Black, who was on top of the Pegasus' head, and its eyes were filled with fear and shock. However, the light beast didn't have time to think. The Immortal Law Chapter, the 9 Dragon Steel, and the Imperial Jade Seal that had been sent flying earlier had already regrouped when it was trapped by the black mist. When the light beast broke through the black mist, these treasures had already surrounded the light beast once again. The light beast didn't dare to look at Little Black for too long. It suddenly turned its head, and actually looked at Xueqi again. As if it had made a decision, a very dignified voice sounded in Xueqi's ears. "Little guy, if thou can help me today, I will definitely repay thee in the future." Xueqi's body shook. The light beast's aura was really too powerful. This simple sentence was like a bolt from the blue, shaking his ears and even his heart to rumble. Xueqi was just about to reply, but the light beast's gaze had already fallen on the light beast's cub, and its eyes were filled with affection. Although the light beast didn't say anything, the light beast immediately stopped in midair, and its 4 hooves moved in a very spoiled manner. Then, as if it was playing, it flew towards the Pegasus that was flying towards it. Crack, crack, crack. How could the hawk owl allow the light beast's cub to land on the Pegasus' head? It opened its mouth, flapped its wings, and wind and thunder appeared out of thin air again. However, this time, hawk owl was not as sharp as before. Within a radius of 10 feet around him, the wind and clouds were also surging. Ka-cha-cha, bursts of green light flashed past, and streaks of lightning were like a large net, completely covering hawk owl. This time, it was even more strange than hawk owl's wind and thunder, and it was even more concentrated. Caw! The hawk owl let out a startled cry, but this cry seemed to be powerless within the millions of lightning bolts. The hawk owl was so shocked that it couldn't care less about chasing after the light beast's cub. It hurriedly reversed its wings, and its bird head was even more chaotic. One after another, lightning bolts went against the current to meet the green heavenly lightning. The 2 layers of lightning bolts each displayed their magical powers, and like 2 waves of thunderbolts, they began to make a heaven-shocking attack. Everyone, including all the demons, was shocked. They knew each other, and wanted to find out who had such a powerful ability. After all, if this lightning-attracting technique wasn't an innate magical ability, it couldn't be easily used. Now that everyone had been forced out of the pavilion, who could still keep their secrets? The concealment had been removed, and among them, there were quite a few humans and demons who had some impressions. However, after looking at it, no one could tell who had made the move. So much so that everyone's gaze was fixed on Xueqi, who was slowly flying towards the hawk owl. Aside from the dark green color on Xueqi's forehead, they couldn't see anything strange about him. It was as if he had nothing to do with the 2 words, thunder and lightning, that were even more vigorous than the flood dragon in midair. Of course, even if this lightning flashing thunder rolling thunder technique wasn't used by Xueqi, at this moment, everyone and all the demons still attributed this technique to Xueqi. After all, other than Xueqi, no one had stood out, and no one dared to stand out. He was different from the others. That hawk owl was even more frightened than the others. He had already discovered the difference in this lightning from the thin and tough thunderstorm. He was clear in his heart that he had set up a restriction around this stone wall, completely isolating this space from the outside world. Even if there was an expert controlling lightning here, it was absolutely impossible for him to attract the heavenly lightning from outside this space. And he himself, relying on the innate magical ability of his demon body, was able to control the heavenly lightning within this space. This was originally one of his trump cards to capture the light beast, but he didn't expect that when the battle had just begun, this magical ability that could restrain the light beast would actually be broken by someone else. Who was this someone else? There was no need to say more. Other than that Xueqi who had always kept a low profile, who else could it be? Hawk Owl's vicious and hateful gaze couldn't help but stare at Xueqi. A kind of indescribable feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. He had a kind of intuition. Today's matter would be exposed because of Xueqi's appearance. However, before Hawk Owl could think more, the 2 layers of lightning had already collided. Chapter 33-24. Hawk Owl was caught in an impending predicament, but the light beast was already in trouble. Just as he finished instructing the light infant beast, the 9 dragon steels that were flying around him started to spin rapidly. The black fog that had been released earlier was sucked into the steels as it spun. Furthermore, the pungent black gas in the surroundings also seeped into the steels along with the black fog. Roar, roar. 9 dragon roars sounded out in a row, causing the entire space to shake once again. The black fog that was as thick as liquid earlier was like a giant whale sucking in water as it rushed into the bodies of the 9 dragon steels that were gradually revealing their true appearances. The 9 dragon steels, whose faces were ferocious and their bodies varied in size, grew larger and larger under the influence of the black fog. They blocked out most of the light beast's light. Not only that, but in the gaps where the 9 dragon steels could not cover, the Immortal's Law chapter, under Xueqi's control, turned into dozens of fluttering pages. They were like butterflies, but also like words. They triggered a majestic noble chi, and together with the 9 dragon steels, they covered the light beast. The 9 dragon steels and the Immortal's Law chapter had revealed their final trump card. How could the Stag King's Imperial Jade Seal be slow? Shadows of the stag flew out from the Imperial Jade Seal and formed an origin formation beside the 9 dragon steels. They attacked the light beast with the 2 treasures. And in this herd of stag, Een, whose huge tiger-shaped inner core was also at the forefront. Everyone knew that if they could not defeat the light beast this time, they would not have another chance. With so many demons trying their best, how could the light beast not be in trouble? Unfortunately, the light beast was not as nervous as they thought. It even glanced at the lightning that was about to collide with each other, then shook its head, as if shaking off dirty water on its head. With this shake, the dragon horn on the top of the light beast's head shone again, but this time, the light was blood red. This blood-red light turned into strange runes that flowed from the dragon horn to the rest of its body like water. This flow was extremely fast. When the 9 dragon tablets, the celestial law chapter, the imperial jade seal, and the tiger-shaped nidin completely surrounded the light beast, an indescribable force and a mysterious vortex gradually appeared around the light beast. Just as it was about to swallow the light beast, the runes had already flowed all over the light beast's body. The light beast proudly took a step forward. It was a simple step, but a blood-red shadow suddenly rushed out of the light beast's body. It was faster than the flashing light, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed past the 4 heavenly treasures. Pang pang. The 9 suns dragon steel shook rapidly. The image of the 9 suns dragon steel cracked inch by inch, revealing many flaws. The immortal's law was also like a banana in the wind. After shaking a few times, it was also gradually torn apart. The image of the stag controlled by the imperial jade seal was even more unbearable. Each and every one of them was howling in grief in the air. The most pitiful one was the tiger-shaped inner core. After the blood image passed, it actually turned into an empty shell. It first wrinkled, then turned into dust with the wind. Raw. Inhu roared. His physical body withered not far away. Whoosh. Before Inhu's howl could fade away, a flash of light faster than a shooting star rushed out of the 3 heavenly treasures and attacked Inhu. Inhu was shocked. Before he could even think of dodging, the dragon head of the light beast appeared in the flash of light. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Inhu's head with a roar. At the same time, the hooves that were stepping on the jade rui auspicious cloud stretched out. It was as if it was digging into mud, and it kicked Inhu's chest. After a flash of blood, the beating heart of the tiger was brought out. The light beast's movements were so fast that all the demons were caught off guard. In particular, the light beast took advantage of the time when Inhu's inner core was destroyed to kill him. Then, it turned around and attacked the deer king again. The stag king was so frightened that he hurriedly retreated. The imperial jade seal did not wait for the 9 suns dragon steel and the immortal's law to kill the light beast. It immediately flew in front of it to protect it. Little did it know that the light beast was just making a feint. Its body turned in midair, and its entire dragon head twisted. Its eyes emitted a ferocious glare as it charged at Xueqi. Just as the light beast broke through the encirclement of several demons and even succeeded in killing Inhu, the battle between Xueqi and Hawk Owl was once again in a stalemate. 2 waves of lightning crashed together like a tidal wave. Xueqi's lightning was obviously no match for Hawk Owl's dark wind and thunder. Under the heavy flashes of lightning and thunder, his lightning was annihilated. Seeing that, Xueqi was not discouraged. He knew very well that his lightning and thunder technique was created with the help of the Green Seal script. The Green Seal script was the most mysterious script between heaven and earth. It had the power to move mountains and drain seas. It was not something he could control with his current soul cultivation. Furthermore, the lightning and thunder technique was created out of thin air. When it came to power, it was much inferior to the Taoist's lightning manipulation technique, which relied on external objects. Of course, Xueqi was also somewhat looking forward to it. He did not know how much stronger the lightning and thunder technique would be once he mastered all the Green Seal scripts. However, even though the lightning flash and thunder roll technique was somewhat weak, it was superior in that it was continuous, growing and multiplying endlessly. Sparrow Hawk Xiao incessantly flapped its wings, incessantly spitting out lightning from its mouth. However, Xueqi's lightning was like a thin stream, like an unyielding candle in the wind, born and extinguished, born and extinguished, born and extinguished, endlessly consuming Sparrow Hawk Xiao's wind and thunder. Seeing that it was actually being held back by Xueqi, this little bug, Hawk Owl was anxious and hateful. It flapped its wings, and after dancing with a large amount of wind and thunder, it actually broke free from the lightning and thunder. Its already injured claws were like sharp weapons as it grabbed at Xueqi. Although the sharp claws had not yet reached its body, the sharp sound of the wind and the whistling sound of the wind breaking through the air let everyone know that under this claw, even an origin tool would be torn apart, right? However, looking at Xueqi again, Seeing the claws coming at him, he did not panic at all. Instead, he raised the wishful staff in his hand and very casually welcomed the attack. It was like a kind of playful play. Boom! With a loud sound, the wishful staff hit the claws. Under the huge force, Xiaohua's face instantly turned pale. His whole body could not control itself and was hit to the side. However, the strange thing was that the direction of the flying was really beyond everyone's expectations. It was not flying backwards, nor was it flying in any other direction. Instead, it had just landed on the left side of the Pegasus, and somewhat intimately stretched out its front hooves to explore the Pegasus's light feathers. "Tell this little guy, don't struggle." Xiaohua hurriedly ordered Xiaohei, and then released his spiritual sense to send the light baby beast into the storage bag. It was not beyond Xiaohua's expectations. The light baby beast struggled extremely, and did not let his spiritual sense wrap around it. Even if Xiaohua wanted to protect the light baby beast, he could not. Forget it, Xiaohua tried a little more, but he knew that this was a dead end. Just as he was about to raise the wishful staff to block the flying hawk owl again, he suddenly frowned, and his eyes showed a ruthless color. At the same time, his figure rushed towards the hawk owl. The god power centipede that had just curled up into a ball moved again, like a dark sword shooting towards the side of the light baby beast. Pang! Somewhere in the air, a wave of fluctuations passed by, and the image of a very embarrassed Confucian scholar appeared. On the top of his head, there was a faint fluctuation of starlight. Wasn't that the ever-changing 10,000 scarf that he had just bought? Shameless! Xiaohua coldly snorted. Seeing the Confucian scholar fly away in a hurry, he knew that the Confucian scholar had a guilty conscience. Seeing that he had revealed himself, he might not attack the light baby beast again. Holding the wishful staff in his hand, he still faced the incoming claws. At this time, the claws were sharper than before, and Xiaohua seemed to see the ruthless expression of Master Nine Firmaments who wanted to eat him alive. If it was before, Xiaohua might have pretended to panic, but now, Xiaohua's face was like water, and he did not have any pretentious thoughts. Just like before, the wishful staff in his hand was still whistling loudly, and it was very light as it hit the sharp claws of the hawk owl. But obviously, the hawk owl was not moved by Xiaohua's calmness. He thought that Xiaohua had some tricks up his sleeve, and his claws actually produced the sound of wind and thunder, and crashed down. The hawk owl was wrong, and very wrong. This was the feeling when his left claw, which was not shattered, touched the wishful staff. The painful blow not only defeated the wind and thunder, but also shattered the left claw. The hawk owl really did not understand. A little human, under the wishful staff, was several times more powerful than the divine power centipede. The hawk owl's claws were completely shattered, and his huge body could not maintain balance. Flapping his wings, he fell towards the stone wall. Xiaohua temporarily repelled the hawk owl, but he believed that the hawk owl was far from this strength. He only relied on the lightning flash and thunder roll and the wishful staff to attack him. If the hawk owl attacked again, he was afraid that he would not be able to deal with it. So he swung the wishful staff, lowered his body slightly, and let the divine power centipede stand in front of him, waiting for the hawk owl's attack. His mind was racing, thinking of a way to deal with it. As for the light beast, it rushed madly towards Ao Shui. Ao Shui's eyes met the eyes of the light beast that looked very similar to him, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He hurriedly opened his mouth, and a dragon breath came out of his abdomen, rushing towards the light beast. Although the light beast had the head of a dragon, its body was that of a qilin. Seeing the dragon breath coming down, it hurriedly opened its mouth, and a pillar of white light rushed out, blocking the dragon breath. Then the light beast's whole body turned again, and it rushed towards the stag king again. The stag king had just stabilized his body, so how could he dare to fight the light beast again? The imperial jade seal shook again and turned into three, protecting his body tightly. Who knew that the light beast swayed in front of the stag king again, without any intention to attack the stag king? Its whole body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the hole where Xiaohua and the others had just fallen into. The light beast wanted to escape. The light beast's actions were truly out of everyone's expectations. Even Xiaohua was greatly shocked. Because the light beast did not inform him in advance, the light beast cub with the Pegasus also did not have any reaction. Let's go. Even though he was a little surprised, Xiaohua still did not dare to be negligent. He urged Little Black, and the Pegasus spread out its light feathers and fell under him. The light beast cub thought it was playing again, and it chased after it on a cloud. The Pegasus light feathers flashed, and it dragged Xueqi a few feet away. Chapter 33:25. Seeing that the light beast's figure had reached the entrance of the cave, and the Pegasus had also followed, struggling forcefully, it was already too late for Hawk Owl, who had landed on the stone wall, to use his magical power again. Xueqi and the Stag King were also unable to catch up for a while. Prince Hai Tian, who had just revealed his nose, saw that the situation was not right, and at this time, no one knew where he was hiding. It seemed that there was no demon or human that could stop the light beast and Xueqi from escaping. However, Xueqi's heart suddenly became alert. He looked at the hawk owl in confusion. Although it was flapping its wings, it was not anxious in the slightest. When he saw that there was not a single drop of water coming out of the cave, he hastily shouted, "Senior, be careful of the cave entrance." "Yes, Master Nine Firmaments has been entangled with the light beast." "Then what about Master Qing Yu, who was with Master Nine Firmaments?" Needless to say, she must be lying in ambush at the cave entrance, waiting to attack the light beast. Sure enough, just as Xueqi's voice fell, there was a burst of wallop sound of water. A clear spring water flowed out from the cave entrance again. This spring water looked very sparkling and translucent, but when the light beast's brilliance touched the spring water, it immediately made a sizzling sound. The brilliance that could not be covered by the black mist was actually completely corroded by this spring water. The light beast turned pale with fright and quickly retreated as if it had seen a ghost. It wasn't just the hole that the light beast had rushed out of that was spewing out clear spring water. The other 9 holes were also spewing out clear spring water. In fact, the entire space was shaking violently at the same time. Countless fist-sized spring water seeped out of the stone walls and dripped down from the stone walls like fine rain, sprinkling on the heads of the crowd and the demons. "See, what is this thing?" Xueqi's mouth and nose suddenly smelled an unpleasant smell that made people vomit. It seemed to be rotten, but also seemed to be fishy, and even more so, it seemed to be sour. Xueqi was surprised and did not dare to be negligent. He quickly waved the wishful steel staff, making it look as if the water could not be splashed. However, when the spring water fell on the wishful steel staff, it actually corroded it. "Not good," Xueqi shouted and hastily looked at the heavenly horse and the divine power centipede. Sure enough, the black mist around the divine power centipede's body was immediately melted by the spring water. The spring water fell on the divine power centipede's back, producing traces of green smoke. The light feathers of the Pegasus also showed signs of corrosion in the clear spring. While Xueqi and the radiant beast were panicking, all the humans and demons in the auction house were also panicking. Xueqi pointed at the Immortal Law Chapter, and the Immortal Law Chapter turned into a brilliance that protected Xueqi's body. However, Xueqi's heart ached as he watched the clear spring water fall and the Immortal Law Seal's inscriptions corrode and disappear one by one. When he raised his eyes and swept his gaze over, he actually couldn't see any trace of Yen Xiao. The 9 dragons steel from before had also disappeared. He couldn't help but fly into a rage. "9 heavens, old man, you've gone too far. If I escape from here, I will definitely kill you and Qing Yu." "Qing Yu." Stag King seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly called out, This is Qing Yu's ambush. Quick, let's think of a way." From the surroundings of the stone wall, an extremely dense black fog once again gushed out. This time, it was even denser than before and enveloped everyone. Moreover, at the same time the fog was produced, a gurgling sound like a fountain was emitted. An even more nauseating stench was emitted from under everyone's body. Whoa! A gust of wind was heard. Old demon Ji Feng, who was hiding in an unknown place, appeared far away from Xueqi. Far away from the hurricane, layers of mucus gushed out from the abyss below the demons like a tidal wave. Within the mucus, there were actually some strange bones and half of the corpses that had been corroded. "What is this? Why does it look so familiar?" Not to mention Xueqi, even the demons were somewhat baffled as they looked at the black fog that was blown away in a radius of 1 zhang. They all thought this in their hearts at the same time. At this time, Hai Tian's originally very charming voice, at this time, was trembling, panicked, and incredulous. 9 heavens master is the incarnation of Yen Xiao. Then Master Qing Yu. What is the incarnation of? Zhuangzi's Wandering the Carefree Journey says, in the northern underworld, there is a fish named Kuan. The Kuan is so big that it is unknown how many thousands of li it is. When it transforms into a bird, it is named Peng. The Peng's back is unknown how many thousands of li it is. When it flies in anger, its wings are like the clouds in the sky. If it is a bird, it will migrate to the southern underworld. Yen Shao cannot compare to the Peng, and Catfish cannot compare to the Kuan. This is inside Catfish's body. Hai Tian's loud roar woke everyone from their dreams. All the demons came to their senses. That old demon Ji Feng even screamed. This old man has often heard that Catfish's body is comparable to the Kuan. Moreover, its mouth is wide and its stomach is firm, able to swallow the world. Everything that falls into its mouth has no way of escaping. We have fallen into 9 Heavens Master's trap. This auction house's quiet room is Catfish's stomach. That's right, no one would have thought that under the bridge of Bright Moon Lane in Bronze Pillar Country, the mysterious transportation formation would actually send everyone and the demons into Catfish's body. That stone pillar Xiao Hua saw when he turned around was Catfish's throat? That stone pillar that looked like a fish's back was really Catfish's back. It's useless to say more now. 9 Heavens Master already has the intention to kill us. We can only escape from here if we work together. Hai Tian was worthy of being a grand prince. He hurriedly called out, but when he spoke, he glanced at the light beast and the baby light beast next to him and hesitated. Swoosh! At this point, Xiao Hua could no longer hide anything. He took out the clear water bottle from the saraira, but he was still cautious and hid it in his sleeve. With a wave of his hand, the thin layer of innate true water rushed out of the clear water bottle and turned into a thin layer of mist in midair, protecting him, the light beast, the heavenly horse and the others. As for Hai Tian and the others, Xiao Hua simply ignored them. Innate true water? Everyone and all the demons were shocked. How could they not understand when they saw the Catfish's stomach juice immediately melt upon contact with the innate true water? Xiao Hua! Princess Bai Hua anxiously shouted from afar. Wait for a moment. Xiao Hua frowned. He looked at the imperial equipment above Princess Bai Hua's head that looked like 100 flowers and shouted, This Xiao will work together with Senior Light to break this Catfish's stomach. Okay. Princess Bai Hua understood Xiao Hua's meaning. She knew that she could still hold on, but if she went over now, she would become a burden for him. It would be better to wait until she could no longer hold on, then let Xiao Hua protect her. She also firmly believed that Xiao Hua would not abandon her and leave. Senior, please. Xiao Hua blocked the Catfish's acid and respectfully said to the light beast. The light beast slightly nodded, but it was not in a hurry to fly away. Instead, its body rapidly flashed with brilliance. This brilliance brightened and dimmed in a rather rhythmic manner. Damn it, this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua suddenly had the urge to slap his forehead. That's right, apart from this light beast, there must be another light beast. One of them came to the auction in disguise, while the other was waiting outside. Sure enough, as the light beast's brilliance dimmed, the Catfish's stomach suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, the brilliance around the light beast's body, like a slowly rising sun, became intense and dazzling again. Moreover, with this brilliance, the light beast's body rapidly expanded. 10 zhang, 20 zhang. It seemed that the light beast wanted to burst the Catfish's stomach. However, when the light beast's ferocious appearance had only grown to about 400 feet, the Catfish's stomach juice had increased, directly corroding the light beast's brilliance. The light beast's huge body trembled slightly, and then rapidly shrank. The monsters originally had the same idea as the light beast, but when they saw that even the powerful light beast was unable to resist the Catfish's stomach fluid, they all looked at each other in dismay, their monster auras slowly retracting. Looking at the light beast again, after its body shrank, it did not speak and hurriedly flew up, rushing to the entrance of the cave where Xiao Hua and the others had entered. Then, its whole body flashed with a blood-red brilliance again, and the runes on its dragon horns flowed again. Rumble! The light beast rushed into a part of the stone wall, all of a sudden, its whole body like an awl piercing into it. This Xiao will help you. Xiao Hua roared, waving the wishful steel staff in the same way, smashing towards that place. Poof, the wishful steel staff fell, revealing a big hole, and more black gas and acid mixed with blood rushed out. You all come too, Xiao Hua looked around, seeing that there was no one else in the primordial true water, knowing that others would not see the situation here, he waved his hand, and Goldie also flew out. Under the light beast's fear, Goldie and Blackie flew to the two sides of the light beast. The two little generals opened their mouths and noses, and with two humph sounds, silver light spurted out from their mouths and noses, landing on the stone wall. The walls of the catfish's stomach melted faster than snow under the sun. As Xiao Hua and the others went deeper, the catfish's body trembled even more violently, and more blood flowed out. Seeing the primordial true water enter the catfish's stomach, Ao Shuai and the other monsters had an inexplicable expression on their faces. They originally wanted to capture the light beast, but they did not expect that in the end, they would be saved by the light beast. And that unremarkable little Taoist of the Tao sect was even more indebted to the light beast. Let's go. Hai Tian sighed and waved his hand. No matter what, let's escape with our lives first. Ao Shuai looked at King Mu Lu, then looked at old monster Ji Feng. Narrowing his eyes, he activated the immortal chapters to protect himself, and rushed into the hole where the primordial true water disappeared. Since the East Sea Dragon Palace's patrol envoy could break the rules, how could others not? None of them dared to be negligent, and followed closely. The light beast, Goldie, and Blackie activated their own abilities, trying their best to break the catfish's body. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the bloody light suddenly disappeared, and a pitch-black warm passage appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In this passage, black tentacles like tree branches danced up and down. Whoa. Just as Xiao Hua was a little dazed, a powerful hurricane came from below everyone, rolling them up and sending them up high. Xiao Hua was shocked, and just as he was about to activate the primordial true water to resist, he heard the light beast's voice beside his ear. Don't resist, let's go out first. Chapter 33-26. Yes, Senior. Xiao Hua saw that although the radiance of the Radiance Beast was flickering as if it was breathing, it was much dimmer. He knew that the Radiance Beast was greatly exhausted and didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly withdrew the innate pure water and adjusted his body in the wind. He landed on the Pegasus and followed the Radiance Beast and its cub into the sky. Achoo! This was the loudest sneeze Xiao Hua had ever heard in his life after he saw the dawn of the sky. He sat on the Pegasus and was swept into the sky by the powerful airwaves. When he scanned with his divine sense, he couldn't help but be startled. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a huge pitch-black fish about 100 miles long surrounded by black fog. Outside the fish, there was a sparrow hawk owl with a wingspan of more than 10 miles. It was controlling the huge Nine Suns dragon steel and facing a radiance beast that was also flickering with a faint white light. This radiance beast was also huge, about a few miles long. It was standing on several acres of auspicious clouds and was confronting the sparrow hawk owl majestically. Seeing the other radiance beast, the radiance beast cub let out a long hiss and flew from the side of the radiance beast, rushing towards it. The other radiance beast let out a hiss and the radiance around its body also weakened. Its body quickly shrank and seemed to have given up on attacking the catfish. Rumble. Taking advantage of this free time, the Nine Suns dragon steel landed on the catfish's body. The catfish's body shrank while the sparrow hawk owl grabbed the Nine Suns dragon steel with its sharp claws. It spread its wings and with the sound of wind and thunder, it threw the catfish into the distance like a bullet. Just when they were about to change direction, achoo! The catfish trembled again and the other monsters and humans following behind Xiao Hua were also thrown out by the catfish. However, their direction was different from Xiao Hua's. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Hua naturally didn't want to let these two monsters go. Just when he was about to control the Pegasus, one of the Radiance beasts said in a low voice, "Let's go quickly. We're injured and can't fight these rascals. Since we know who did this to us, we can take their lives at any time." As the Radiance beast's voice fell, the three Radiance beasts let out a hiss and rushed towards the opposite direction from Ao Shuai. Yes, Senior. When Xiao Hua heard this, he hurriedly recalled the divine power centipede and the others. He patted the heavenly horse, and the heavenly horse waved its wings and chased after the Radiance beast. 9 Firmament Old Man. Give me your life. Ao Shuai was thrown out of the dimension by Catfish. Seeing Hawk Owl escaping with Catfish, Ao Shuai let out a loud roar. Golden light burst out from his body, and a golden dragon true body of 1,000 feet long appeared. The dragon swung its tail, and auspicious clouds swirled around its body as it chased after Hawk Owl. Ao Shuai had been deceived by Master Nine Heavens this time. On the night of the Hungry Ghost Festival, he had come empty-handed. If it weren't for Xiao Hua's information, he would have lost all face. Brother Ao, Brother Ao. Without waiting for Marshal Ao to fly up, old monster Ji Feng had already shouted. This matter needs to be considered at length. There is no need to be in such a hurry to take revenge. Humph. Ao Shuai snorted coldly like thunder in the morning. My East Sea Dragon Palace has never suffered such a huge loss. I might not care, but the East Sea Dragon Palace cannot lose face. If I don't take 9 firmament old man's head, how can I return to the East Sea Dragon Palace? Humph, another cold voice shouted, the East Sea Dragon Palace does have face, but if fellow immortal Ao goes now, he can only become a skeleton that supports the East Sea Dragon Palace's face. Even the 2 light beasts don't dare to tangle with Hawk Owl and Catfish, but you, a 3-clawed little dragon, dare to provoke them. I can only say that you are tired of living. Whether I'm tired of living or not, that's my own business. Ao Shuai's dragon body flashed in the air. The Confucian cultivators and other demons that flew out with them had already dispersed. The Confucian cultivators flew to one place, and the demons flew to another. Only old monster Ji Feng and King Stag remained in the air. Ao Shuai's gaze swept across the surroundings like lightning, and he said coldly, "What I know is that if you look down on the East Sea Dragon Palace, then I'm afraid. You are tired of living. You don't know what's good for you." King Stag's face turned cold, and he was about to fly into a rage. Old monster Ji Feng, who was beside him, saw that the situation was bad, and he hurriedly shouted, "Fellow immortals, please calm down. Have you ever thought about why Master Nine Heavens suddenly wanted to bid for the light beast cubs? Aren't they afraid of the light beasts? Moreover, it seems that they have already bid more than once or twice. Why haven't they been discovered by the light beasts? Also, I feel that although Master Nine Heavens and Master Qing you are powerful, they are no match for the 2 light beasts. Why didn't the 2 light beasts chase after them?" Also, King Stag heard this, and although his face was still angry, he still made up an excuse. "Master Nine Heavens and Master Qing you actually dared to go against the world and secretly attack us. This is too inconceivable." Ao Shuai looked into the distance, and Hawk Owl and Catfish had already disappeared. The legend of Hawk Owl spreading its wings for 9,000 miles was not groundless. Since he saw that he could not chase after them, Ao Shuai's dragon body swayed, and the golden light receded, revealing his dragon head and human body. That dragon head was also puzzled, that's right. No matter how daring those 2 old demons are, they can't do anything to the East Sea Dragon Palace. This is why I believe in Master Nine Heavens. There must be something fishy going on. Alas, there are too many strange things in this world. This unforeseen event is too right. Seeing that his goal was achieved, old demon Ji Feng did not want to say anything more. Today, I had 2 chances, and they were both destroyed by that little Taoist from the Tao sect. Speaking up to here, old demon Ji Feng's rat teeth made creaking sounds as if he was biting Xiao Hua's flesh. Old demon Ji Feng, Ao Shuai sneered. "Of course, when you invited Xiao Hua, didn't I tell you? Don't be too greedy. This Xiao Hua looks very ordinary, but I don't fear you at all. If he didn't have anything to rely on, why would he follow you to the auction? Your plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone can be considered to have turned into a bamboo basket drawing water for nothing. Who can you blame?" "Damn it!" Old demon Ji Feng stomped his feet in midair. "I just want to borrow Xiao Hua's demon pet. I don't have any other thoughts, right?" "Whether or not you have any other thoughts, you know," Ao Shuai said indifferently, and raised his eyes to look in the direction the light beasts flew. He did not dare to release his Yuan Shen. He could afford to provoke Master Nine Heavens, but he did not dare to provoke the light beasts. Stag King frowned. He also looked into the distance and said curiously, "This little Taoist from the Taoist sect is strange. How can he have so many demon pets all of a sudden? Moreover, he is now related to the light beasts. I'm afraid he will benefit a lot from this in the future. Old demon Ji Feng, you have to be careful in the future." "Humph, why should I be careful?" Old demon Ji Feng puffed out his chest. "He is not a demon from the 1,000-demon sacred realm. What benefits can the light beasts give him? Even if he gives it to me, how can I, a demon, be afraid of a cultivator?" "Hee hee." Stag King rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Old demon Ji Feng, you didn't manage to get the light beast's bloodline this time. Do you have any other plans?" "What do you mean?" Old demon Ji Feng rolled his eyes. I don't think there is a need to tell you what plans I have, right? Hee hee. Stag King glanced at Ao Shuai. He was not angry and said with a smile, actually, I didn't come to Hidden Immortal Continent just for this light beast's young. If you two are interested, we might as well find a place to talk. This matter is beneficial to us three demons. Out of Stag King's expectation, Ao Shuai and old demon Ji Feng waved their hands at the same time. I have other things to do. I'm not interested for the time being. After saying that, Ao Shuai glanced at old demon Ji Feng and said to Stag King, I have followed the Dragon Palace's orders. Some things have already taken shape. Now, I have to rush back to the East Sea to meet my Dragon King. Forgive me for not complicating things. I hope Brother Stag King can understand. Hee hee, it's fine. Stag King said with a smile. This matter is still early. You won't delay your return from the East Sea. Ao Shuai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile that was not a smile. Brother Stag King came out of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and went to Hidden Immortal Continent. Could it be that there is a place in Hidden Immortal Continent that we can plot against? Hee hee, it's useless to say more now. Stag King shook his head slightly. If Brother Ao is interested, we can talk about it in detail after you return from the Dragon Palace. Yes, I understand. Ao Shuai did not ask more. He glanced at old demon Ji Feng and said with a smile. Old demon Ji Feng, what about you? Don't you want to join in the fun? Old demon Ji Feng frowned and said, Yes, if I'm just going to join in the fun, why would I go? Old demon Ji Feng should go too. Stag King said with a smile. Your wind escape technique might be useful. All right, old demon Ji Feng's eyes lit up and nodded. Now, I also have a place to go. When I return from there, how about I meet the two of you? Ha! Great, great. Stag King's body flashed with colorful light, and a huge deer body gradually appeared. I'll wait for the news from the two of you. I hope the two of you can return safely. Don't worry. Hearing Stag King's voice transmission, old demon Ji Feng said with a smile. When I return from there, I won't let you down. Let's go, let's go. Seeing Stag King leave, Ao Shuai also cupped his hands and said to old demon Ji Feng, after a night of bidding, it was like a hangover from a spring night. Only a faint headache was left, and the flowers from last night were nowhere to be seen. Old demon Ji Feng. We'll meet again someday. See you again, patrol envoy. Old demon Ji Feng did not dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands and sent them off. When the two demons were far away, old demon Ji Feng stared hatefully at the direction Xiao Hua left in. Ao Shuai was right. All of old demon Ji Feng's preparations from last night's bidding were all for Xiao Hua. How could he not feel hatred? Humph, luckily, I have another place to go. Perhaps I'll be able to gain something. Old demon Ji Feng snorted coldly. His body turned into the wind and flew away. His ruthless words were still left in the wind. When I return, I'll definitely find that little Taoist and make him suffer. Old demon Ji Feng was still wrong. He was only a demon and had read too few books. He did not know how to write the words, 30 years of river, 30 years of river. Chapter 33-27. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know that the old monster Ji Feng already bore a grudge against him. At this moment, he was only sitting on the heavenly horse, following the light beast as it flew towards the place where the sun rose. His face was pure and holy. Moreover, he didn't know that in a certain place in Yu Province, an even greater plot was slowly unfolding. The hidden immortal continent was vast, and the vast majority of mortals wouldn't have the opportunity to completely travel through all 9 provinces in their lifetime. As one of the 9 provinces, Yu Province was a huge monster in the eyes of most mortals. Similarly, many people from Yu Province had never left Yu Province in their entire lives. The Chongli country was also part of Yu Province, but it was completely different from the state of Xi. The Chongli country was far to the south of Yu Province. Its climate was like spring all year round, and the Tuachuo River, which was several times wider than the Liao River, flowed through its borders. With such a pleasant climate, the Chongli country was not only rich in natural resources, but also had beautiful mountains and rivers and lush vegetation. It was a famous country of fish and rice within a radius of 10,000 miles. However, what truly made the Chongli country famous in Yu Province wasn't the scenery and wealth, but the towering Hanling Mountain in the middle of the Tuachuo River. Hanling Mountain was thousands of feet tall and several acres wide. It was like a jade pillar that supported the sky in the torrential river. It was truly a strange scene. However, this strange scene had only been a part of the Xueqi country for thousands of years. Although people came to enjoy it, its reputation wasn't very prominent. Commoners who were slightly further away from the Xueqi country might not have heard of this mountain. However, ever since Hanling Mountain was purchased by an unknown wealthy merchant from the Xueqi country's king and then offered to the Buddhist sect, the Buddhist sect built a Hanling temple on Hanling Mountain. Hanling Temple became famous in Yu Province. Not only was Hanling Temple the largest temple in Yu Province, but it was also the first temple in Yu Province that was recognized and built by the Buddhist sect. After Hanling Temple, the Buddhist sect built many more temples in Yu Province. Not to mention temples like the Small Gold Temple, which could be found in many villages and towns. Even temples like the Cloud Forest Temple could be found in many countries. However, due to Hanling Temple's special status, it attracted tens of thousands of devout pilgrims from Yu Province every day. Some even traveled thousands of miles to worship it. Hanling Temple was built at the peak of Hanling Mountain, and one could see the majestic temple by the Tuachuo River. However, it was not easy to go from Tuachuo River to Hanling Temple to offer incense and worship. Beside the Tuachuo River, there was an official ship of the Xueqi Kingdom that would sail from the riverside to the Hanling Temple every hour. It would only stop at the ferry of Hanling Mountain before immediately returning to the ferry of the Xueqi Kingdom. Although the official ship was large, it could only accommodate a limited number of people. Furthermore, the Xueqi Kingdom only provided 2 official ships. Only a few hundred pilgrims could cross the Tuachuo River and come to Hanling Mountain each time. 10 ferries a day from morning to night only amounted to a few thousand pilgrims. What gave pilgrims a headache the most was that the official ship could not be booked in advance. They could only line up at the ferry every morning. As for the remaining pilgrims, they could only think of their own ways. They either hired their own boats or hired people to ferry them across on rafts. There were even people who crossed the Tuachuo River by themselves. The pilgrims finally arrived at the ferry of Hanling Mountain after much difficulty. Their test had only just begun. At this time, there was a path that led directly to the top of the mountain. This path had been specially built by the Buddhist sect to allow them to walk to the entrance of Hanling Temple. However, this path was not a smooth one. First of all, this path spiraled up the mountain. The mountain that was already thousands of feet high had now become thousands of feet high. Then, the path was uneven and winding, making it even more difficult to walk than if there was no path at all. Moreover, there were no places to rest on the side of the path. All the pilgrims could only climb to the top of the mountain in one go. Otherwise, they would block the pilgrims behind them. There were 9 extremely dangerous places on this path. There was a cliff that was only wide enough for one person to walk sideways. There was also a suspension bridge in a bottomless mountain stream that swayed violently. There was also a narrow path at the top of the mountain that was as smooth as a fish's spine. There was also a stone staircase that was nearly straight and could only be climbed using both hands and feet. In short, the abbot of Hanling Mountain did not wish for anyone to enter the temple to offer incense. He had set up numerous obstacles to hide Hanling Temple from everyone's view. These extremely dangerous places were not a gimmick of the Buddhist sect. They were real. Every year, or even every month, there would be pilgrims who would carelessly fall from these dangerous places and their corpses would never be found. However, from a good point of view, humans had a kind of tenacity. From a bad point of view, humans had a kind of despicable nature. The more obstacles there were, the more people would go forward. Even the difficulties of Hanling Temple, these life-threatening dangers, could not stop the pilgrims from going forward. Most of them still passed through the mountain path and reached the top of Hanling Mountain. Thousands of bells at the top of the mountain. This saying was not wrong. When the pilgrims who passed the test arrived at the top of Hanling Mountain, although they were still far from Hanling Temple's entrance, the scene before them was enough to make them dizzy. It was enough for them to sincerely kneel down and worship. The top of the mountain was only a few acres, but it was completely covered in Buddhist light. No one could clearly see where this Buddhist light came from. Within the Buddhist light, there were also auspicious clouds lingering. Within the auspicious clouds, hundreds of ferocious beasts were like docile kittens. Sometimes, they would walk around leisurely, and sometimes, they would lie down peacefully. Occasionally, there would be little novice monks dressed in pure white robes who would mischievously ride on the ferocious beasts, hurrying on with their journey. Among the fierce beasts, there were naturally green cranes, antelopes, elks, and other wild animals. These wild animals were originally food for the fierce beasts, but they were also leisurely looking for grass. They were not afraid of the fierce beasts that were close by. Not only that, but there were also many lotuses blooming on both sides of the mountain path. They had no roots or stems and were very mysterious. These lotuses were all different in shape and were not the ones commonly seen in Yu Province. Moreover, these lotuses were not fixed in one place and would often float in all directions. Whenever a few lotuses flew across the mountain path, a few lucky pilgrims would touch them with their hand. Immediately, a myriad of Buddhist lights would pour down from the lotuses and land on the pilgrims' bodies. Feeling refreshed was only a small matter. Many pilgrims with serious illnesses would immediately feel their illnesses disappear the moment they touched the lotuses. Their bodies would become much stronger. Even though many of the pilgrims couldn't touch the lotuses, their gazes would land on the leaves of the lotuses. Inside the lotuses, there would be countless good men and women, countless temples, and countless young Buddhas. There were also strange flowers and plants, mountains, and rivers that they had never seen before. Seeing this phenomenon was the same as the villagers of Longevity Town, who saw the Buddhist sex methods in front of the Shaojin Temple stage. The first reaction of these devout pilgrims who had yet to see Hanling Temple's entrance was to chant Buddhist names and kowtow in gratitude. The moment they kowtowed, a bell chime, a Buddhist name, and a wooden fish appeared in their hearts. At the same time, they saw heavenly maidens, scattered flowers, and even the 10,000 Buddhas greeting the sect. All the Buddhist scriptures and all the legends of Buddha would appear the moment their eyes sank into the lotus. Not to mention these extremely devout pilgrims, even secular people with slightly weaker wills would fall into this Buddhist land and forget their previous suspicions. When the pilgrims escaped from the Buddhist kingdom, not only did their previous fatigue disappear, but their bodies and minds were also refreshed. They would even find themselves standing at the mountain gate of the Hanling Temple without them knowing. After experiencing the baptism of the Buddhist sex methods, the pilgrims all knelt down and kowtowed. There wasn't only one mountain path before Hanling Temple's entrance. There was also a fork in the path before them. This fork led to a higher place in Hanling Mountain that was several dozen feet higher than Hanling Temple. How could the pilgrims, who had already investigated the situation of Hanling Temple, not know that this other mountain path led to the Buddhist pagoda and platform of Hanling Temple? Since it was another mountain path, it would definitely be another test. Beneath the pagoda were the relics of the deceased monks of Hanling Temple, and above the platform was a golden statue of Vairocana Buddha. Such a holy place was naturally not something that an ordinary person could reach. It was even said that ever since Hanling Temple was built, there had been extremely devout believers who had gone to the Buddhist pagoda to reminisce about the past eminent monks. However, no one had ever been able to go to the Buddhist altar to see the golden body of Mahavairocana. As for the reason, Hanling Temple explained it very well. In Yu Province, and even in the other 8 provinces of the hidden immortal continent, although there were many pilgrims who were fated with Buddha, this fate wasn't enough. These pilgrims still needed to cultivate for a long time before they could truly reach the level of a cultivator and see Buddha's golden statue. The answer given by the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent was different. They directly pointed out that the platform was empty and didn't have any golden statue of Buddha. Of course, the source of this answer was vague and no one directly came forward to verify it. The devout pilgrims of Yu Province would never believe this groundless news. Every one of them would choose the mountain path that led to the platform. Unfortunately, just like the thousands of pilgrims, they would all fail in the end. They would either appear in front of Hanling Temple's entrance or return to the foot of Hanling Mountain. The pilgrims who failed wouldn't be dispirited and would carefully step into Hanling Temple's entrance again. Hanling Temple's mountain gate was extremely large, and the threshold was as high as an ordinary person's knee. Once one stepped over the mountain gate, they would be greeted by 2 extremely ferocious-looking Vajras. One was fiery red, and the other was jade green. At this moment, a monk would immediately walk out from behind the mountain gate to receive them. When the pilgrims respectfully followed the monk past the 2 Vajras and truly entered the mountain gate, they would be shocked by the tens of thousands of Buddhist halls in Hanling Temple and the countless incense sticks lingering in the air. They would be invigorated and prepare their own piety, offering their piety and incense sticks in front of every Buddha statue. Chapter 33:28. At this moment, the sun was rising from the east. The first wave of pilgrims had already entered the temple when the monk opened the gate. In the depths of the temple that was mysterious to the pilgrims, there were clusters of green plum blossoms surrounding a pavilion that was slightly taller than an ordinary building. The pavilion wasn't covered and there was even some fog inside. This fog carried the faint fragrance of green plum blossoms and didn't look like a Buddhist holy land at all. Not only that, within the hazy mist, a beautiful young man with rosy lips and white teeth was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat leisurely. If it wasn't for the fact that the youth had shaved his head and was wearing a yellow monk robe, anyone who saw him would think he was an elegant young master. A gentle breeze blew by and the sun came from the east. The young monk's figure slowly appeared as if the wind and light didn't want to disturb the young monk's cultivation. However, after the dust and shadow disappeared, the young monk's jade-like face slightly moved. His exquisite eyelids trembled and he opened his eyes. His jade-like eyes were filled with a hint of displeasure. That displeasure was projected into the air. The light and dust also trembled and lotus-like shadows appeared in his eyes. The light and dust also turned into 3-petal lotuses. "Jing Cheng, since you're already here, why don't you come in?" The young monk's voice was like a pearl falling on a jade plate. It was incomparably clear and his slightly exposed teeth were even whiter than pearls. "Haha, Ancestor Ci Mei." A slightly aged voice sounded from the pavilion in the distance. Soon after, the small door of the pavilion opened and an old man wearing white monk robes appeared. Then, the old man walked out from the pavilion and slowly stepped on the green plum blossoms clustered around the pavilion and landed in front of the young monk. Seeing the white beard and eyebrows on the old man's respectful face, the monk named Bright Moon and Beautiful Plum frowned. His eyes, which were filled with displeasure a moment ago, now had a look of pity. The old monk, Jing Cheng, had a smile on his face. Just as he was about to put his palms together and pay his respects, he saw the undisguised regret in Monk Ci Mei's eyes. He raised his eyebrows and then lowered his head and said, "Jing Cheng greets martial Ancestor Ci Mei. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years and Ancestor has already stepped into the Lotus realm. This disciple is truly envious." "Amit Ba Jing Cheng." Ci Mei raised one hand and chanted the name of Buddha. "Stand up." "Yes." Jing Cheng got up and respectfully stood to the side without saying anything. Ci Mei raised her eyes to look at the dawn in the distance and sighed. She didn't make any movements, but her entire body slowly stood up from the praying mat and walked to the east side of the pavilion. Facing the rising sun, she asked in a low voice, "Do you know why I called you here?" Looking at Ci Mei's back, Jing Cheng's eyes were filled with reverence and he hastily replied, "Yes, this disciple knows." This disciple originally planned to personally report to Ancestor about Longevity Town, but because I had to arrange some secular affairs in Small Gold Temple, I wrote. Alas. Ci Mei sighed again. Without waiting for Jing Cheng to finish, she interrupted him and asked, "Jing Cheng, how many years have you been the abbot of Ci Yun Temple?" Jing Cheng was stunned. He clearly didn't expect Ci Mei to ask this question. However, he didn't dare to think too much and hastily replied, "This disciple went to Ci Yun Temple to be the abbot, and Ancestor personally recommended me." How could this disciple not know? It's already been 36 years and 3 months. Yes, you remember it very clearly. Ci Mei nodded, but there was no joy in her tone. Jing Cheng was even more stunned and hastily said with an apologetic smile, "Ancestor, this disciple did something wrong? I hope Ancestor won't be stingy with your guidance." Actually, it can't be considered a mistake. Ci Mei shook her head slightly but didn't turn around. She said, "Everyone has their own fate. Nothing in this world can be forced." When Jing Cheng heard this, he became even more anxious. He hastily took a step forward and put his palms together. He bowed and said, "Ancestor, you watched this disciple grow up. Moreover, Ancestor has always been a role model in this disciple's heart. This disciple was able to become the abbot of Ci Yun Temple under the jurisdiction of Hanling Mountain because Ancestor is also a role model for this disciple." I said you were wrong. You are really getting more and more wrong. Ci Mei flicked her sleeves and helped Jing Cheng up. She said indifferently, "You and I are both Buddha's disciples. Everything we do is for the Buddha Lord. If there's a role model to follow, it's Ancestor Buddha. I have cultivated for many years and have yet to attain any Buddhist results. Why are you imitating me? It's just 50 steps to learn 100 steps." When Jing Cheng heard this, he said in all seriousness, "Ancestor is wrong. This disciple naturally places great importance on the Buddha Lord and the future of the Buddhist sect, but that is this disciple's lifelong pursuit. Ancestor is the benchmark in this disciple's heart. Every time this disciple encounters difficulties, the distant shore gives this disciple hope. However, the nearby benchmark gives this disciple the motivation to move forward. Xueqi Mei smiled slightly. That smile was like a blooming lotus. She said, "Then let me ask you. Is the matter of Longevity Town's Shaojin Temple more important? Or is the news of senior brother Xueqi Hang more important?" This. Jing Cheng was somewhat puzzled. This disciple has already passed the news of ancestor Xueqi Hang to ancestor Xueqi Hang. There is nothing else important. This disciple is not talented and has not been able to find ancestor Xueqi Hang's whereabouts. In order to prevent Chong Yun's sect from gaining the upper hand in Longevity Town, this disciple hurriedly sent junior brother Jing Mo to Longevity Town to become the abbot of Shaojin Temple. Taking advantage of the shadow left behind by ancestor Xueqi Hang, this disciple firmly rooted Shaojin Temple in Longevity Town. Has Jing Mo gone to Longevity Town? Xueqi Mei asked indifferently. Of course not. This disciple is waiting for Han Ling Temple's Buddhist edict. Jing Cheng hurriedly said, although this disciple can directly appoint the abbot of Shaojin Temple, the number of people in Longevity Town today is truly beyond this disciple's expectations. Every day, tens of thousands of benefactors come from all directions to Longevity Town's Rivertide Temple to worship ancestor Xueqi Hang's statue. This kind of grand occasion. This disciple does not dare to arbitrarily decide. Hearing this, Xueqi Mei's tone softened. She asked, according to what you said, there are already many villagers and laymen gathered in Longevity Town. They spontaneously want to erect a Tenjong golden body for senior brother Xueqi Hang? Yes. Speaking of this, Jing Cheng's eyes lit up. Someone suggested this before Xingchen left Longevity Town. This suggestion was immediately accepted by all the benefactors. When Xingchen left Longevity Town, they had already prepared a lot of money. However, alas, our Buddhist sect does not have a golden body on the hidden immortal continent. Moreover, ancestor Xueqi Hang has not truly attained fruition. Therefore, this disciple can only tell you about this matter. At this point, Jing Cheng's face suddenly revealed shock. He looked at Xueqi Mei with an incredulous expression and hurriedly said, Ancestor, you mean, this disciple should focus on erecting a golden body for senior brother Xueqi Hang instead of hurriedly dispatching the abbot of Shaojin Temple? Unfortunately, Xueqi Mei completely ignored him. She turned her head and asked indifferently, Did Xingchen come with you? Yes, this disciple received ancestor's verbal order and immediately rushed over with Xingchen. Jing Cheng nodded. This disciple took a short rest and waited in front of ancestor's door. After meeting ancestor, I will have Xingchen come over and kowtow to ancestor. However, what is wrong with this disciple's arrangement? You still asked in the end. Xueqi Mei sighed. Jing Cheng, if you don't get rid of the obsession and secular thoughts in your heart, I'm afraid you will never attain fruition in this lifetime. Jing Cheng was greatly shocked and hurriedly asked. This disciple knows his mistake. Ancestor, please teach me. Hee, don't be too shocked. Xueqi Mei said with a smile. I haven't attained fruition yet, so why are you so anxious? Just now, I said that you shouldn't leave behind any obsession. Isn't this obsession? Alas. Jing Cheng thought for a moment and immediately came to a realization. He put his palms together and said, Amitabha. Ancestor's teachings are right. This disciple has been the abbot of Xueqi Temple for more than 30 years. Every day, I have to work hard on secular affairs. The obsession in my heart has become increasingly deep. I even remember clearly how long I have been abbot. How is this different from the secular government? This disciple's Buddhist cultivation has long fallen into a disadvantageous position. Xueqi Mei nodded and said, You are right. You are a Buddhist disciple. There are some things that you must always remember and some things that you must always forget. The cultivation base of Buddhism sect and the divine abilities of Buddhism sect are of no benefit to us Buddhist disciples. They are merely some divine abilities to subdue evil. They are not the foundation of us Buddhist disciples. Chapter 33-29. That's right. Jingqing smiled wryly. Disciple can't compare to Grandmaster. I was in a daze for half a day. Disciple couldn't figure out how the hundreds of thousands of villagers in Longevity Town could help Grandmaster Ci Hang attain fruition. What's more, he didn't seem to care about the Buddhist fruit at all. According to Xingchen, Grandmaster Ci Hang didn't react at all to the fact that he didn't attain fruition and just left. Disciple can't compare to such a pure heart. Call Xingchen over. Ci Mei waved her hand. I'm also very curious. The power of will from hundreds of thousands of villagers can't help our Buddhist sect's bodhisattva attain fruition. I want to ask in detail. Yes, Disciple will call Xingchen over right away. Jingqing didn't dare delay and hurriedly got up. Just as he was about to fly out of the pavilion, he suddenly seemed to realize something. He stopped, looked around, and walked down the steps next to the pavilion. When his figure disappeared among the plum trees, Ci Mei revealed a faint smile. However, this smile disappeared in a flash. Ci Mei raised her head to look at the sunlight again and said in a low voice, Ci Hang, which senior brother is this Ci Hang? After a short while, Xing Chen followed Jing Cheng to the pavilion. In front of Ci Mei, Xing Chen was like a little novice monk. He was very respectful and careful. After he recounted everything that had happened in the Longevity Town, he answered dozens of questions from Ci Mei. It was only when Xing Chen's forehead was covered in sweat that Ci Mei waved her hand, indicating for him to leave. After Xing Chen bowed and left carefully, Jingqing looked at Ci Mei, who closed her eyes and pondered. He didn't dare to speak and could only stand there quietly. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Ci Mei suddenly asked, Jingqing, what do you think of this matter? Disciple. Jingqing was startled and immediately said, Disciple feels that this is an excellent opportunity for our Buddhist sect to defeat the Confucian cultivators in Longevity Town. As long as we guide the ascetics into Longevity Town, Longevity Academy definitely won't be able to establish itself in Longevity Town. Jingqing, you're wrong. Ci Mei said decisively. Completely wrong. This. Jingqing was even more shocked and hurriedly said, Grandmaster, please enlighten me. The Confucian cultivators of Immortality Town don't need to care. They have no place in Immortality Town. Ci Mei says with a smile. Moreover, Longevity Town is the #1 town where my Buddhist sect defeated Confucian cultivators in hidden immortal continent. Disciple doesn't see far enough. Grandmaster, please teach me. How could Jingqing have Ci Mei's vision? Zhang Xian hurriedly asked. Jingqing, tell me, why was senior brother Cihong able to attain fruition? And it was the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Why didn't you succeed? I only know that in order to attain fruition, one must practice good deeds and recite Buddhist scriptures. Different good deeds lead to different Buddha fruits. How many good deeds do you think the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit needs? Ci Mei asked with interest. No matter what, I need at least 1,000,000 good deeds, right? Jing Cheng hesitated. After all, the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit was too far away for him. Alas, that's not all. Ci Mei sighs slightly and says, attaining fruition is very complicated and can't be explained by simple good deeds. However, if we use the 9 levels of essence energy to measure the cultivation strength of the 3 continents, the Buddhist sect's Buddha fruit can also be calculated simply by good deeds. As far as I know, the most basic indigo Buddha fruit needs 300,000 good deeds to attain fruition, and the venerable Buddha fruit is 3 times more than the indigo Buddha fruit. That much? Jingqing is shocked. Even if there are so many good deeds, it might not be enough to attain fruition. Ci Mei says, it's also related to the cultivation of the Arhat, karma, Buddhist fate, believer's wish energy, and so on. Grandmaster, let's not talk about other things, but just the good deeds. Jingqing says after some calculation, if you want to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, you need 90 million good deeds. Even the wish energy and belief of hundreds of thousands of villagers in Immortality Town isn't enough for Grandmaster Cihong to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, right? Indeed. Ci Mei nodded. This is the reason why I asked you to bring Xingchen here. I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I really don't understand how senior brother Cihong can attain such a great Buddha fruit. I've already asked all the disciples to check the records of the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators, and even the history of Immortality Town, but I couldn't find the origin of Grandmaster Cihong, Jingqing says. Even according to the villagers of Immortality Town, it's hard to determine when Grandmaster Cihong appeared in Immortality Town. Some say it was 100 years, some say it was 1,000 years, and some say it was 10,000 years. No matter what, senior brother Zihong has been to Immortality Town in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left a statue in Jiangchao Temple for people to worship. Ci Mei says with a nod. Senior brother Zihong also cultivates with hair. Could he be a lay disciple of the Buddhist sect? Jingqing probed. Ci Mei looks at Jingqing and shakes her head. If he were a lay disciple, he definitely wouldn't have the Dharma name of Zihong. Don't doubt this point. Jingqing's face turns red and he quickly says, Disciple doesn't dare, this is only my guess. This involves some secrets of the Buddhist sect. You haven't cultivated in the Buddhist temple in the Pure Land world, so you probably don't know. Ci Mei doesn't blame him and says, Even I only found these records in the scripture pavilion after I took over Hanliang Temple. Jingqing puts his hands together and says seriously, if it involves the secrets of the Buddhist sect, Grandmaster doesn't need to tell disciple. Ci Mei smiles at Jingqing and says, That's right, it's true. Even if you don't want to know, I'll tell you. Even if you beg me, I won't tell you what you shouldn't know. You only need to understand this today to have a chance of attaining enlightenment. Yes, disciple understands. Jingqing calmly nodded. There was a look of understanding on his white-haired face. Actually, it's not much of a secret. Jingqing doesn't want to know anymore. Ci Mei says seriously, Our Buddhist sect has many branches. Some are Mahayana Buddhism, some are Hinayana Buddhism, and some are the 10 Buddhist sects. Yes, disciple knows. Our Hanliang Temple belongs to the Tian Tai sect. Jingqing says with a smile, It seems that in addition to the Tantric sect, there are other sects like Complete Sect, Xing Sect, Xiang Sect, Virtuous Head Sect, Zen Sect, Pure Land Sect, and Vinaya Sect. Yes, that's true. Ci Mei nods, however, before the Buddhist light of the Pure Land world shone on the hidden immortal continent, or perhaps before the formation of the 10 Buddhist sects, there was a Buddhist sect disciple with a completely different cultivation method from us. They were called Dutta. Dutta is also called Dutta Xing, Dutta Matters, and Dutta Meritorious Virtue. It means to get rid of dirt and worries. It means to get rid of greed for clothes, food, and shelter in order to cultivate the mind and body. All monks who practice the ascetic practice of Dutta must strictly observe the following 12 rules of practice in their daily life. They must choose a free place. They must live a life of abstinence. They must eat sparingly. They must eat only once a day. They must beg for food, regardless of whether they are rich or poor. They must not drink milk after lunch. They must guard the 3 clothings. They must wear dung and sweep clothes. They must always sit under a tree to think. They must always meditate in the open. They must always live in the grave. They must always sit and not lie down. You can't even trim your hair or nails. There's such an ascetic cultivation method? Obviously, Jingqing has never heard of Ku Dutta and can't help but be surprised. Yes, Ku Dutta believes that a person's life is originally miserable, and only through ascetic cultivation can one pass through the sea of bitterness. However, even a trace of enjoyment will taint oneself with the fire of the sea of bitterness, and when one is reincarnated, he will fall into the animal path. Ci Mei says, the minds of these monks are always tenacious, and their Buddhist doctrines are profound. Even their methods of subduing demons are better than those of us ordinary monks. I suspect that Ci Hang is Ku Dutta. Alas, I understand now. Jingqing smiles bitterly. If we Buddhists publicize Ku Dutta's cultivation method, how can there be secular people who shave their heads and become monks? People are afraid of hardships, and they find it inconceivable that they don't eat meat and get married. If they continue to live like this, they will treat us Buddhists as snakes and scorpions. That's true, Ci Mei nods. Although Ku Dutta's cultivation method is very effective, there are very few monks who practice it, and they have already faded out of Buddhist cultivation. Of course, I admire these Ku Dutta a lot, and only their cultivation is true cultivation. However, this kind of cultivation is not beneficial to the illumination of our Buddhist light. If Grandmaster Ci Hang is Ku Dutta, it's normal that we don't know his name. Jingqing smiles obsequiously and says, moreover, he has cultivated for many years and accumulated a lot of good karma. The pure willpower of the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town might be the last good karma. So, Ci Mei squints and says word by word, we want to help the villagers of Longevity Town build the golden body of Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva in Jiangchao Temple and help senior brother Ci Hang attain karma. Jingqing is shocked. Grandmaster, this This doesn't conform to our Buddhist Dharma, right? Grandmaster C.I. Hang, he has yet to achieve fruition? What is Buddhist Dharma? C.I. Mei says with a smile. You know, I know, and thousands of Buddhists know. However, do the villagers of Longevity Town and the kind men and women who go to Zhangchao Temple to worship Guanyin Bodhisattva know? They want to build the supreme golden body of Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva in Longevity Town. Do we need to stop them? Hiss. Jingqing takes a deep breath, his eyes widening as he blurts out, Supreme golden body? Grandmaster, the supreme golden body can only be built by Buddhists who have attained karma. Even if Grandmaster C.I. Hang has attained karma, Guanyin Bodhisattva's karma isn't enough to build 100 feet supreme golden body. C.I. Mei doesn't care about Jingqing's surprise and says slowly, Senior brother C.I. Hang hasn't attained karma, so he naturally can't build a golden body. Even if he did, he can only build an 80 feet bodhisattva golden body. This is our Buddhist Dharma. However, this is the hidden immortal continent. There isn't a single golden body of Buddhism in the entire hidden immortal continent. Now that Buddha has given us the opportunity, how can we let it go? I've already sent a Buddhist certificate to Leiyin Temple to build a 99 feet Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva golden body for senior brother C.I. Hang in Longevity Town's Zhangchao Temple. If nothing goes wrong, Buddha Lord will agree. Chapter 3330. This. Jingqing couldn't wrap his head around it. When he came, he was only thinking about how to compete with the Confucian cultivators in the Longevity Town, and how to appoint the abbot of the small gold temple. He didn't expect that when he came to Hanling Mountain, he would build the first bodhisattva golden body in the Longevity Town in the hidden immortal continent. Moreover, it was a 99 feet tall Dharma idol, which was only a little less than a 100 feet Buddha body. This was indeed inconceivable. C.I. Mei continued, Senior brother Zihong didn't achieve fruition because his cultivation was insufficient and his willpower was insufficient. With this 99 feet bodhisattva golden body, how could he lack willpower when millions or even billions of people came to the Longevity Town to worship him? Even if senior brother Zihong didn't want to achieve fruition, he still had to do so. The first bodhisattva to achieve fruition on the hidden immortal continent is in Yu Province, in the Longevity Town in the country of Shi. Jingqing, whether it's you or me, we've both made great contributions to Buddhism. This is something that has never been done before and will never be repeated in the future. Think about it, a 99 feet bodhisattva golden body, TSKSK, it'll crush all the other bodhisattvas. Yes, of course. Jingqing suddenly understood what C.I. Mei was thinking. Moreover, there's another reason. C.I. Mei looked at the place where the morning sun was shining in the distance. Our Hanliang Temple's Buddha golden body has always been blocked by the Confucian cultivators, making it difficult to build. After so many years, benefactors have been suspicious. Now that the Longevity Town has a bodhisattva golden body, the pressure on the Hanliang Temple has decreased a lot. In particular, with the first golden body Dharma idol, the second, the third. Are they still far away? Yes, I understand. Jingqing was enlightened again. Also, C.I. Mei smiled. Although Ku Tuchuo is few in number, he's always been the backbone of Buddhism. If they can achieve bodhisattva Buddha fruit with our help, the Leiyin Temple will also look good. Yes, I understand. Jingqing could only nod. Although C.I. Mei was only halfway through her sentence, he already understood why C.I. Mei was so certain that the Leiyin Temple would agree to his proposal. Of course, this seemed to involve the secrets of Buddhism, so Jingqing didn't dare to say more. C.I. Mei sighed for no reason. She withdrew her gaze from the place in the distance that was even taller than the pavilion. There was a huge platform there, and there was already a huge 9th grade Buddha lotus on it. However, the Buddha lotus was empty. He said with some melancholy, alas, actually the most important thing is that I really want to know which senior brother Zihong is. How could he almost attain the bodhisattva Buddha fruit? This is a good fruit worth hundreds of millions. Without a few lifetimes of cultivation, it is impossible to achieve. Why have I never heard of this senior brother? Speaking up to this point, C.I. Mei looked at Jingqing again. As the saying goes, when the Tao is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. My cultivation is more profound than yours, but my devil barrier is also deeper than yours. I was lecturing you just now, but in fact, I had an obsession before you, and even now, I don't know how to get rid of it. How could Jingqing not know what Ci Mei meant? He put his palms together and said, "Disciple understands. This is Grandmaster's devil barrier. As long as I break through this devil barrier, my cultivation will advance again." Grandmaster helping Grandmaster Ci hang to attain enlightenment is also equivalent to attaining enlightenment for yourself. This is a necessary step for Grandmaster's cultivation. Yes, I know it myself. Ci Mei nodded. I've been cultivating since I was young, and my progress has been rapid. With the accumulation of 3 lifetimes, attaining enlightenment in this life is not a problem. However, the sudden appearance of senior brother Cihong really gave me a blow. Ordinary senior monks can accumulate merit for 3 lifetimes. After reincarnating, their merit will weaken. I thought for a long time. If senior brother Cihong didn't have enough merit, then his cultivation method must be extraordinary. This is why he was able to attain enlightenment so much earlier than me and have such high achievements. If I can help him attain enlightenment, it must be good karma. It will also be beneficial to my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Jingqing's heart skipped a beat. Ci Mei's words were somewhat incoherent and even went straight to her heart. No matter what, it shouldn't have been something he could hear. However, Ci Mei had actually exposed herself in front of him without any scruples. If it wasn't that Ci Mei's cultivation was high enough, then she had ulterior motives. How could Jingqing not be afraid? As if she saw Jingqing's abnormal state, Ci Mei smiled and pointed her finger. Although they were a few feet apart, her arm seemed to have suddenly stretched out and pointed between Jingqing's eyebrows. Jingqing was shocked. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to dodge. However, when Ci Mei's hand touched between Jingqing's eyebrows, she immediately retracted her hand. Jingqing was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. When the sweat dripped from Jingqing's forehead, Jingqing suddenly came to his senses. It was as if he had thrown away a heavy burden. He was very convinced and said, "Amitba. Thank you, Grandmaster, for clearing my doubts." Yes. Ci Mei closed her eyes and said faintly, "The matter of Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body is settled. You don't have to do anything. You just need to reveal the 99 feet Dharma body. Naturally, the benefactors in Longevity Town will add fuel to the fire. As for Chongyun's sect, you don't have to worry about it. No matter how strong the Confucian cultivators are, they are built on the billions of ordinary people in hidden immortal continent. They can stop us Buddhist disciples, but they don't dare to. Perhaps they can't stop crazy good men and women. Moreover, the more they stop, the more successful Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body will be." Disciple understands. Jingqing's face regained its calm. Disciple will make Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body technique my #1 priority. As for the abbot of Shaojin Temple, you don't have to send Jingchen over. Ci Hang instructed again, "I've already sent out a Buddhist edict. Lizhan Ren is the abbot of Shaojin Temple. When you leave, he will go with you to Longevity Town." Lizhan? Jingqing was stunned at first, then said in shock, "Grandmaster, Martial Uncle Lizhan. Is Elder Lizhan of Hanliang Temple's Sutra Pavilion?" "That's right. It's him." Ci Mei answered without opening her eyes. "Grandmaster, Longevity Town is now the focus of hidden immortal continent. It's where we Buddhists and Confucian cultivators compete. Martial Uncle Lizhan only reads Buddhist scriptures and doesn't practice magic. He's no different from ordinary people." Jingqing said anxiously, "If he goes to Shaojin Temple, I'm afraid he won't be able to convince the masses." "Won't be able to convince the masses?" When Ci Mei heard this, she opened her eyes. 2 more lotus flowers flashed out from light and dust, giving Jingqing a fright. He looked a little panicked and said in a low voice, This disciple has a feeling. If we don't have a thunderous method, we won't be able to deal with the aggressiveness of Confucian cultivators." The aggressiveness of Confucian cultivators? Ci Mei sneered. Even Xingchen didn't have a way to deal with that Taoist cultivator, right? If it weren't for that little Taoist cultivator, how could there be senior brother Ci Hang? Jingqing, you have to remember that our Buddhist sect emphasizes the cultivation of Buddhist Dharma the most. Buddhist fruit is more important than cultivation realm. The biggest reason why I suggested for senior brother Ci Hang to attain fruit is that Ku Tuchuo has always placed Buddhist Dharma first. Senior brother Ci Hang's psychokinesis is profound, and he's proficient in Buddhist Dharma. Although Lai's Han doesn't have many methods to subdue demons, he has countless Buddhist scriptures in his heart. He's number one in Fierce Debate Temple. Letting him be the abbot of Shaojin Temple is a powerful method for our Buddhist sect to advance in order to retreat. Jingqing was also an abbot. When he heard this, he immediately understood that Ci Mei's image in his heart was once again raised. He really couldn't understand why this handsome young monk in front of him was so intelligent and thought of everything ahead of him. This disciple understands. Jingqing replied with heartfelt admiration. Then, he thought for a moment and said with a smile, speaking of the little Taoist cultivator of Taoism, Xiao Yi's appearance is strange. Disciple feels that this Xiao Hua's appearance is very strange. Moreover, this Taoist priest has some means. Even Xing Chen is not his opponent. And that's right. Speaking of Taoism. Ci Mei frowned slightly. Leiyin Temple has a Buddhist edict. However, although Xiao Hua has some methods, if our Buddhist sect attaches importance to him, his cultivation is really too shallow. The Buddhist edict should have nothing to do with him. What? Jingqing, what do you think? It's nothing. This disciple just feels that he's a bit strange. If his origin is correct, we can make use of him. It wouldn't be bad for him to be our Buddhist sect's protector. Jingqing muttered to himself and spoke his bold idea. Ci Mei seemed to agree with Jingqing's words. She glanced at him and said indifferently, "You're right. Although Xiao Hua isn't worthy of our Buddhist sect's roping in, he has some cultivation after all. Moreover, he's definitely older than Xingchen. You should search for his traces. This person has great strength and is suitable to be our Buddhist sect's protector. If he can convert to our Buddhist sect and then go to Zhongqiao Temple to guard the golden body of Guanyin Bodhisattva, Amitabha, that would be the most perfect ending." When Jingqing heard this, his snow-white eyebrows raised. He said with a smile, "This disciple will follow martial ancestors' Buddhist edict and immediately send people to investigate." And, after hearing this, Ci Mei closed her eyes and said indifferently, "Go. You only need to remember that you understand Buddhist principles, Buddhist doctrine, Buddhist scriptures, and Buddhist nature. You only need to let our Buddhist sect's Buddhist light of salvation shine on Longevity Town. You can't use any other methods to subdue demons." Amitabha, this disciple will remember. Jingqing hurriedly put his palms together and replied in a low voice. Martial ancestor has taught this disciple for a long time. This disciple already understands. This disciple will take his leave now and ask martial uncle Shan to condescend to become the Shaojin Temple's abbot. Ci Mei closed her eyes and ignored Jingqing. The light from the east shone on him, and the Buddhist light faintly reflected and reflected. It was a lifelike spirit lotus shape. Jingqing's eyes were filled with envy as he looked at it. He lowered his head and slowly retreated. At this time, Xiao Hua naturally didn't know that he had been regarded as the best protector of Shaojin Temple by Jingqing. He also didn't know that once he appeared in Longevity Town, this small town on the border immediately became the focus of a tit-for-tat confrontation between Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sect. He also didn't know that the news of the first Bodhisattva golden body on hidden immortal continent was true. Moreover, he didn't know that this golden body was second only to Buddha's 10 zhang golden body. A 99 zhang golden body of Bodhisattva was unique in the Buddhist sect. Moreover, it was created at this special time and in this special place. It was truly unprecedented and would never be replicated again. Chapter 33-31. Right now, Xiao Hua was sitting cross-legged on the back of the Pegasus, following the light beasts as they soared into the sky. High up in the sky, the wind was biting cold, and there were layers of cold shadows. Wisps of cloud were sharper than swords, piercing into the light feathers of the Pegasus, and even into Xiao Hua's flashing body. Although Xiao Hua looked as if nothing had happened, he was the only one who knew the pain inside. This wind was very powerful. It was able to freeze the true essence in his meridians. Right now, Xiao Hua was only relying on his protective magic weapon to resist the wind. If he flew high up for a moment, he really couldn't guarantee his own safety. Xiao Hua looked at the distance under his feet. The flaming sun was like a pellet. He patted the Pegasus's neck, and the Pegasus obediently stopped. Only then did he say, "Senior, this little one's cultivation is limited. I'm afraid I can't follow Senior on a long journey. Even if I see you off for 1,000 miles, I still have to part." This little one will take his leave now. And seeing Xueqi stop, the three light beasts also stopped. Especially the light baby, it actually flew in front of the Pegasus and coquettishly circled around it a few times. Then, under the lead of another light beast, it continued to fly forward. Thy name is Xueqi. I will remember it. The light beast's voice sounded in Xueqi's ears. Thou saved my child, I will repay thee. Thou can tell me what is on thy mind. As long as I can help thee, I will definitely do it. Hee hee. Xueqi cupped his hands and said, Senior's words are too serious. In fact, if not for Senior's appearance, Junior and the others would have fallen into the mouth of the catfish. What thou said before, I have heard it in my heart. Thou is not a monster, but you can actually stand up for my son. A group of monsters actually dared to frame me. Thou is much more magnanimous than them. The light beast said, I can help thee, it is also my wish. Hearing the light beast's words, Xueqi no longer pretended, and said, Junior saw that the light baby's body is surrounded by condensed world essence chi. It is impossible to use it. Even if there is a monster cultivation method, I am afraid that the world essence chi around its body must be refined first. If I may be so bold, I would like to ask, what is this technique? Why are you asking about this? The light beast asked coldly. This matter seems to have nothing to do with you. Xueqi was helpless. He had no choice but to tell the beast that his meridians and body were filled with the earth crystal Yao milk. The radiant beast looked at Xueqi up and down as if it was pondering or probing. After a while, it said, This place is not safe. I can't talk to you too much. If you want to refine the strange things in your body, you can come here in 10 days. While speaking, a ray of light that was even thinner than a thin thread was emitted from the radiant beast's mouth and landed in between Xueqi's eyes. While the radiant beast was startled, the heavenly eye in between its eyes flashed with a strange green light and actually blocked the penetration of this ray of light. This is where that place is. The light beast had no choice but to explain. Good, Xueqi was overjoyed. He quickly put away his heaven's eye. When the light appeared in his mind, it was the location of a certain place. Thank you, Senior. Xueqi cupped his hands. The radiant beast didn't stay any longer. It turned into a ray of light and chased after him. Hee hee. Xueqi was very happy. He really didn't expect that the earth crystal Yao milk, which he originally planned to use more than 10 years to refine, would be solved in one night. He then patted the heavenly horse. The heavenly horse neighed and flew towards the ground. Xueqi took advantage of this moment to wave his hand and took the Buddhist archive that he bought with a copper coin in the auction. That Buddhist archive was very old. There were some mottled black spots on it, just like moldy spots on an ordinary jade. Xueqi's gaze fell on this Buddhist archive. He sighed in his heart. Alas, something bought with a copper coin, you really get what you pay for. I'm afraid it won't be especially precious. Although this story can't be fake, but secret techniques. Hee hee, do I lack secret techniques? Thinking, Xueqi very inadvertently sent this Buddhist archive into his Naiwan palace. However, when the Buddha relic opened the Buddhist archive and saw what was inside, Xueqi's face lit up. Oh, Buddhist seal catalog? This is the secret technique of Buddhist sect's Buddhist seal catalog. This Xueqi really made a big profit. Xueqi used Buddhist seal before. He relied on the Buddha relic's Buddhist seal to control the clear water bottle. He knew that this Buddhist seal was similar to the Tao sect's technique. However, he didn't obtain the complete Buddhist seal catalog. Naturally, he didn't really practice it. Now that he unexpectedly obtained this item by chance, how could he not be happy? Taking advantage of the fact that he was still far from the ground, Xueqi simply let the Buddha relic read this Buddhist archive. His mind was watching from the side. Xueqi was happy at first, but the more he read, the more he frowned. This Buddhist seal catalog wasn't bad. There were 3 types of Buddhist seals inside. They were Mountainous Buddhist Seal, Stellar Buddhist Seal, and Karmic Buddhist Seal. Mountainous Buddhist Seal, as the name implies, can produce the power of mountains when used. Stellar Buddhist Seal can produce the power of stars, and Karmic Buddhist Seal can produce the power of karmic hindrances. These 3 types of Buddhist seals have 9 layers. The power of each layer is superimposed on the previous layer. When the 9 layers of Mountainous Buddhist Seal are cultivated, the power of 9 mountains will be displayed. The same is true for the power of stars and karmic hindrances. However, such a useful Buddhist seal fell into Xiao Hua's eyes, causing him to be somewhat puzzled. That's right, Xiao Hua's physical body has the power of mountains. That heavenly laws embodiment technique also has the power of mountains. What's the difference? Thinking of the power of mountains, Xiao Hua unconsciously thought of the Confucian cultivator's one breath soars to the 9 heavens and one word to determine heaven and earth. Just like what Xiao Hua said to Yu family's 7th uncle that day, one breath soars to the 9 heavens. Xiao Hua understood very well that the Confucian cultivator was tempering the true qi in the chest. This true qi has myriad mysteries and can soar to the 9 heavens. However, one word to determine heaven and earth puzzled Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua had seen the power of the scroll's inscription and also saw the power of the Confucian cultivator's handwriting brush, it was still far from one word to determine heaven and earth. If one word to determine heaven and earth, Xiao Hua's first thought should be of soul cultivation. The 365 green seal script characters could communicate with ghosts and gods. Each character could determine heaven and earth. That was the true one word to determine heaven and earth. Moreover, although the sword cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent also used flying swords, there were also illusory swords and transforming swords. However, when it came to the hidden immortal continent, it was very obvious that the pure flying sword should belong to the Confucian cultivators' Mahist sect. Using qi to control the sword and storing divine sense in the sword seemed to be a level higher than the sword transformation swords of the sword cultivator. Speaking of sword cultivators, Xiao Hua naturally thought of Yao cultivators. Yao cultivators were originally humans, but they fused with immortal birds and borrowed the power of immortal birds. This was clearly a human approaching Yao. There was also divine sense, Buddhist awareness, and elemental awareness. Although each of these was different, if one really wanted to talk about it, there was no special difference. It's really strange. It seems different from what others said. Yao, Confucian, Buddhist and Taoist, these 4 sects all seem to look down on other sections. Even in the hidden immortal continent and Western paradise, the Taoist sect was destroyed by the Confucian and Buddhist sections. In the Dawn Rain continent, the Confucian and Buddhist sects were destroyed by the Taoist sect. They all said that they were the orthodox sect between heaven and earth. However, thinking about it this way, each sect always had some methods and magical abilities that were similar. How could anyone know who was the orthodox sect? Who was the plagiarist? Or it could be said that for millions of years, no one knew who was the orthodox sect. The taboo of my Taoist lineage, Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects, was to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Whether it was magic arts or magic arts, they were all more powerful than the methods of Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sections. Therefore, if I only look at the methods of fighting, I only need to practice Taoist magic arts and don't need to practice anything else. But the problem is, Confucian cultivators Qi, Buddhist sect Sarira, and soul cultivators green seal script characters. What is their true essence? Oh, and there are also demons. Demons have always looked down on humans, but unfortunately, they frequently appear in places like the hidden immortal continent. What is the true essence of their cultivation? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's brows furrowed. This dispute between Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism had not been resolved for millions of years. Xiao Hua, with his nascent soul cultivation, actually thought so much. Perhaps he was the first person in all of history to do so? This was also one of the big disadvantages of Xiao Hua's, biting off more than he can chew. He always thought a little more than others. And the little more he thought a little more was something that others could not even dream of. It could even be said that they could not think of it even after they became immortals. It was only this kind of thinking that made Xiao Hua's path extremely difficult and unexpected. Seeing that the Pegasus had landed, Xiao Hua released his divine intent. He didn't find a familiar place, nor did he find the capital of the Bronze Pillar country. After thinking for a bit, Xiao Hua didn't get down from the Pegasus and waited on the side of the road. After the time it took to eat a meal, a carriage passed by on the main road. The person inside the carriage saw the majestic Pegasus and Xiao Hua on top of it and jumped down from the carriage. They either kneeled down or respectfully came forward to greet him. Xiao Hua smiled and asked for directions. In front of everyone, he patted the Pegasus' head and headed towards the direction of the Bronze Pillar country. The group of mortals prostrated on the ground and respectfully sent Xiao Hua off. Knowing that there was still a distance to the Bronze Pillar country, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and began to understand the Buddhist mountainous seal that he had just obtained. Although Xiao Hua felt that whether it was his physical body or divine ability, he was comparable to this Buddhist mountainous seal. However, as his comprehension deepened, he sighed with emotion. The stone of another mountain can be used to improve jade. This is indeed the case. This Buddhist mountainous seal can actually use karma to simulate the power of the physical body. Moreover, this karma can be ingeniously expanded. This technique is also related to the size of the karma. That's right, if I can completely understand this Buddhist mountainous seal and use it on my physical body or dharma body, wouldn't it be? Ha! The more Xiao Hua comprehended, the happier he became. He had already thrown his previous doubts to the back of his mind. It seemed that this comprehension and cultivation could enrich him. Not to mention Xiao Hua riding the Pegasus towards the Bronze Pillar country, 300 li away from the capital of the country of Xi, there was a mountain peak that was not very tall. This mountain peak was shrouded in a faint white fog. The white clouds in the sky also flew to the edge of the mountain peak as if attracted by the beautiful scenery of the mountain peak. Chapter 33-32. The scenery on the mountain peak was indeed pleasant. Not to mention the trickling streams at the foot of the mountain, the green cypresses on the side of the winding mountain path, and the faint pools that appeared from time to time under the shade of the trees. Just the occasional elk and antelope that appeared between the mountain peaks and leisurely walked in front of people as if they were psychic was enough to make people's hearts stay here. The top of the mountain was a little different from the bottom of the mountain. Not only were palaces made of jade hidden in the green, but they were also embellished all around the mountain peaks. Many young men in clean clothes were either holding folding fans in their hands or holding green swords in their hands, shuttling back and forth between these palaces. Not only were they walking indifferently, but they were also flying on green lights. All of them were calm and dignified. This was the mountain gate of the Chongyun sect in the country of Xi. In the innermost part of the palaces, there was a place that looked like a jade seal, and there was a palace that looked like a crown. At this moment, in the palace, an old man with a Confucian crown on his head was sitting behind a jade table. His face was extremely solemn, and he looked coldly at the four people in front of him. These four people were none other than Mo Yen, Mo Jianli, Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, and Ji Dong. And this old man was the head of the Chongyun sect, Shangguan Feiyu, a great Confucian scholar who had cultivated to the level of master. Facing Shangguan Feiyu's colder gaze, Mo Jianli and the other three people lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. It seemed that if they moved a little, the gaze would turn into a flying sword and pierce into their bodies. Mo Yen. Although Shangguan Feiyu wanted to suppress the anger in his heart, he could not help but show it in his words. He did not even call him Jianli as he usually did. Yes, head. Mo Jianli hurriedly answered. You really did not find the whereabouts of the old bald donkey Ci Hang? Shangguan Feiyu suppressed the anger in his heart and asked again. Mo Jianli raised his head with a bitter smile on his face and replied, Sect leader, this disciple's cultivation is limited. At that time, I lost track of Ci Hang. Senior. Later on, this disciple was busy with disaster relief. I really didn't have the time to look for that senior. And then, speaking of this, the bitter smile on Mo Jianli's face became thicker, and he did not dare to continue. After hesitating for a while he said, Later, I looked for the legend of the sea god in the longevity town. Stop. Shangguan Feiyu waved his hand. You have said this 4 times. Yes. Mo Jianli quickly shut his mouth. Are the villagers of Longevity Town really raising funds to build a guanyin golden body? Shangguan Feiyu had just mentioned Mo Jianli, but this was the 5th time he had asked about Mo Jianli. It seemed that he did not believe the news about Mo Jianli. Mo Jianli replied respectfully, yes. When I left, there were already tens of thousands of good people in Longevity Town. Many of them were rich people from the surrounding areas. They were discussing how to build 100 feet golden body in Longevity Town. How is this possible? Shangguan Feiyu couldn't help but stand up. The airflow around him was so strong that Mo Jianli and the other 3 couldn't stand still. Longevity Academy has been in Longevity Town for so many years, educating countless Confucian disciples. My Chongyun sect has protected Longevity Town for even longer. Why is it that a simple flooding of the town of immortals and an old bald donkey of the Buddhist sect can steal their hearts? Shangguan Feiyu really couldn't understand. Even their basic necessities, food, housing, transportation, and farmland were all given to them by the king of the country of Xi, right? Besides, the Buddhist sect has never built a Dharma golden body in Zhongxian land. Even the Buddha statues in the temples are restricted by us Confucian cultivators. For no reason. Why would someone want to build a Dharma golden body in Longevity Town? This must be done by the old bald donkey of the Yunlin temple. The Buddhist sect must be behind this. Sect master, it doesn't matter whether the Buddhist sect is behind this or not. What's important is that we can't let the Dharma golden body be built in Jiangchao Ridge. Mo Jianli said hurriedly, once the Dharma golden body is built, not only will the Longevity Academy lose its foothold in Longevity Town, even the Chongyun sect won't be able to show its face in the country of Xi. Humph. This is just a small one. Once the Dharma golden body is built, we Confucian cultivators won't be able to raise our heads. The Zhongxian land is the place where we Confucian cultivators taught. Now it has been conquered by the Buddhist sect. With this first Dharma golden body, thousands of other Dharma golden bodies will be built. We can't stop them. Shangguan Feiyu said coldly. Then, Shangguan Feiyu waved his hand and said coldly, the Chongyun sect must stop this so-called Dharma golden body by any means. Yes, I understand. Mo Jianli nodded. However, before he could finish, Shangguan Feiyu said, Mo Yen, you've done a good job in the Longevity Town. I've already rewarded you according to your merits in the Merit Hall. The Longevity Town is getting more and more serious. Your cultivation is not enough to support it. You don't have to worry about it. Mo Jianli hesitated and said tentatively, although my cultivation is low, I'm very familiar with the Longevity Town. I know the reasons behind it. I think I can do it. Haha, familiarity and clarity are not important. Shangguan Feiyu said with a smile, what we need now is an iron fist. Fools always think that they can defeat the heavens with their strength. However, they don't know that in the eyes of heaven, they are just ants. Our Chongyun sect has controlled the country of Xi for so many years. How can we let them succeed? We just need to ask the government to use some means to drive them away. I've only mentioned your merits and not your faults. When you go back, you have to think about it carefully. See where you went wrong and what you can gain from the Longevity Town. Jianli, you are the most outstanding disciple of our Chongyun sect. This old man has high hopes for you. Yes, I know. A gentleman has 3 reflections on himself. I should follow suit. Mo Jianli replied respectfully. Then, he hesitated for a moment and said, besides, I've thought about it for a long time on my way back to the sect. I have some ideas, but I don't know if they are correct. Tell us. Shangguan Feiyu raised his eyebrows and nodded. We, the Confucian cultivators, use etiquette to educate the people. We use poems and books to pass down generations. We help people learn how to read and get rid of ignorance. We build a country and form order. But we don't form a belief in their hearts. We don't make them follow us from the bottom of their hearts. We only set up rules and regulations around them, and let them live and grow within them. Mo Jianli's tone was a little weak. He stole a glance at Shangguan Feiyu and said tentatively, the Buddhism sect uses Buddhism to set up rules and regulations. They do things with kindness and benevolence. They make people respect them and follow them. Although people are small, there is a tiger in their hearts. We, the Confucian cultivators, can control the small people, but we can't control the fierce tiger. 1 or 2 people are easy to control. But if there are millions of people, millions of tigers, it's even harder for us to control them. It's inevitable that they will be like the flood and fierce beasts in the Longevity Town. Shut up. Before Mo Jianli could finish, Shangguan Feiyu shouted, Mo Yen, do you know what you are saying? Mo Jianli was shocked. He hurriedly shut his mouth, bowed and said, I know I was wrong. I was worried because the situation in the Longevity Town was out of control. Jianli, you are too smart, but your experience can't keep up with your cultivation. Now, you are facing a layer of mental retardation. This is both a test for you and a disaster for you. If you can get rid of the Buddhism and Confucianism, I will congratulate you. It won't take you many years to reach the level of master and become a great Confucian cultivator. But if you can't get rid of it, I'm afraid you will fall into a state of eternal damnation. Shangguan Feiyu sighed and said, I thought you would encounter this disaster in 20 years. I didn't expect that the trip to the Longevity Town would bring you to this stage. It seems that the old bald donkey Ci Hang's fruit has affected you quite a bit. Mo Jianli didn't expect that his feelings would have such a deep impact. He was shocked and didn't know how to answer. Go back and cultivate in seclusion. Shangguan Feiyu waved his sleeve. I am regretting sending you to the longevity town. Disciple understands. Mo Jianli bowed. Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said, That's right, disciple mentioned to sect leader before. Sect leader, please pay more attention to that Dao sect's Xiao Hua. This senior has a noble character, and there are traces of Confucianism on him. If we can get him on our side, it will be beneficial to our Chongyun sect. Don't bother. Shangguan Feiyu waved his hand in annoyance. He is just a little Taoist cultivator. Even if he has some character, what can he do? He is not worthy of our Chongyun sect. Yes, I will listen to you, sect master. Mo Jianli had a very good impression of Xiao Hua. Originally, he wanted to ask Shangguan Feiyu for a reward for Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, when he reported the changes in the longevity town of Buddhism, Shangguan Feiyu could no longer stay calm. Thinking about the future of the Chongyun sect and the embarrassment of the Confucian cultivators, Shangguan Feiyu no longer wanted to reward a Taoist cultivator. Thus, Mo Jianli's last hope was shattered. After Mo Jianli and the other three left, Shangguan Feiyu took a deep breath and sat down. However, a moment later, he stretched out his hand again. His slender and fair fingers played on the white jade table as if he was playing a zither. Shangguan Feiyu frowned even more as his fingers, which were whiter than the white jade, moved. After a meal, Shangguan Feiyu's hand paused. A violent aura burst out from his fingers. The noble spirit in the air rushed into the table with this aura. Boom! Like a hammer, the jade table was smashed into pieces by Shangguan Feiyu's finger. Shangguan Feiyu stood up and said to himself, The Buddhism sect has established a Bodhisattva Dharma body in the longevity town. This is a shame to the Chongyun sect and the Confucian cultivators. If the Chongyun sect can't deal with this alone, the other sects can't just sit and watch. Then, a cloud appeared under Shangguan Feiyu's feet. He quickly rushed out of the palace and disappeared into the depths of the Sulu Mountains. Chapter 33-33. Xiao Hua sat on the Pegasus and flew for an hour before he saw the silhouette of the capital city of the Bronze Pillar Nation in the distance. He then walked down from the Pegasus with a smile and kept the Pegasus in his spirit storage pouch. He had always been a person with no sense of direction. Even if someone pointed the way, he would still fly astray. Now that he had the Pegasus, Xiao Hua didn't have to worry about getting lost. Moreover, in this hour, his Buddha Sarira had comprehended a lot of the mountainous Buddha seal, and he had just comprehended the beginner-level water escape technique. How could he not be happy? Xiao Hua flew straight to the city gate of the Bronze Pillar Nation and found a secluded place to land. He followed the crowd into the city gate. However, the moment he stepped into the Bronze Pillar Nation, a cold feeling rose in his heart. Ayo! Xiao Hua was shocked. He had already experienced this kind of impulse twice last night and today. The first time, he thought that he had encountered some kind of danger during the auction, and the danger he encountered in Catfish's body just now confirmed his thoughts. However, now that the matter had passed, he felt a warning in his heart. Last night's sudden impulse was definitely not the auction last night. Then, what could it be? Xiao Jian Lu Yi. Suddenly, Xiao Hua came to a realization. I'm afraid that the Duanmu clan was ruthless to them? That's right, Xiao Hua didn't cause any trouble last night. The only possibility was the Duanmu clan. Furthermore, after Duanmu Qing and Duanmu Qiu came out from Star Picking Tower, they were taught a lesson by Xiao Hua. One of Duanmu Qiu's arms was even crippled. Who knew if these people had learned their lesson and would go look for Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua had been at the auction last night. If the Duanmu clan disciples couldn't find Xiao Hua, they would naturally vent their anger on Xiao Jian and the others. Damn it! Since Xiao Hua knew where the matter was, how could he restrain himself? He activated the flying talisman and immediately rushed to the Seven Suns Temple while shouting, Duanmu Qing, you better not let this old man guess correctly. If you really dare to kill, this old man will make you suffer a fate worse than death. At the same time that Xiao Hua flew up, he had already released his divine sense. When that divine sense saw Xiao Jian, Yuanya, Lu Yi and Fu Jiwen standing outside the Seven Suns Temple with strange expressions on their faces, his heart unconsciously calmed down. However, when they saw that the four of them were blocked by more than 10 people in official robes, and there were many officials in front of the Seven Sons Temple, as well as many commoners, they were stunned. Immediately after, when Xiao Hua's divine sense once again probed into the Seven Sons Temple, his expression suddenly changed. A wave of coldness and killing intent shot out from his body like a flying sword. If it weren't for the fact that his middle dantian was also blocked by the earth crystal Yao milk, his anger might have already shot up into the sky. What's going on? When Xiao Hua arrived at the Seven Sons Temple, the expression on his face had already returned to normal. He did not enter, but instead walked down step by step, as if there was a flight of stairs beneath his feet. Senior. Before the others could recover from their shock and astonishment, Xiao Jian hastily called out, "You've finally returned. Speak, what happened?" Although Xiao Hua had already seen the situation inside the Seven Sons Temple, he still asked word by word like a thunderclap. Not only was Xiao Jian's ears buzzing from the shock, even the expressions of the commoners and constables in the Seven Sons Temple changed greatly. Even the constables surrounding Xiao Jian and the others retreated a few steps. Who is making such a ruckus here? An angry roar that did not seem to be inferior to Xiao Hua's roar sounded. A tall and sturdy constable with a face full of sideburns and a long blade hanging from his body charged out of the Seven Sons Temple and fiercely shouted. Xiao Hua did not pay any attention to the constable and only looked at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian hastily explained, "Senior, we separated from Senior in front of Zhai Xinglu and returned to the Seven Sons Temple. However, because we were really thirsty, we rested in a small shop by the roadside. However, when we returned to the Seven Sons Temple, the entire Seven Sons Temple was silent and the temple door was wide open. Junior thought that Senior Dao Shan and his disciple had already rested and was about to find a place to rest when Yuanya discovered that our horses had all died in the temple. Furthermore, before Junior could go and check the situation, the constables of the Copper Pillar Nation charged in and chased us out of the Seven Sons Temple without any explanation. Furthermore, they imprisoned us here and did not allow us to leave." Xiao Hua indifferently nodded his head. He raised his eyes to look at the constable and coldly asked, "Where is Great Master Dao Shan?" "Hehe. Little Taoist, aren't you quite powerful? With such a loud voice, I wonder how your old Taoist is doing?" The constable said with a smile. Without waiting for the constable to finish speaking, a quick-witted constable hastily ran to the constable's side and whispered a few words into his ear. The constable's expression slightly changed as he looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe. It was as if he did not believe that Xiao Hua came from the sky. "Let this old man ask you, how is my Taoist Dao Shan and the 19 disciples of the Seven Sons Temple?" Xiao Hua's eyes slightly narrowed as he indifferently asked. Little Taoist." The constable coldly snorted and said, "This old man knows that you are someone with cultivation. However, don't forget that this is my Copper Pillar Nation. Even if you have some tricks up your sleeve, if you want to live, you have to watch with your tail between your legs. Perhaps the Seven Sons Temple was your Taoist sect's property before, but now this property no longer has an owner. You have no right to point your finger at this old man here. Furthermore, such a huge matter has already broken out of your Taoist sect's control. Right now, the Seven Sons Temple has already been listed as a forbidden area by the Yamen. If you don't want to get into trouble, then hurry up and leave." "Ha!" Xiao Hua faced the sky and laughed loudly. He laughed so hard that tears were about to flow out of his eyes. He pointed at the Seven Sons Temple and said, "What a joke. This Seven Sons Temple was bought by my Taoist sect with real money. Even if Dao Shan and the rest died, the Seven Sons Temple is still my Taoist sect's property. Since when is it your Yamen's turn to speak?" "Dao. Great Master Dao Shan?" Xiao Jian was shocked. "He is. How do you know that the old Taoist is dead?" Looks like you have your eyes on the property of the Seven Sons Temple. You poisoned the old Taoist to death and want to set up your own sect here." The constable said with a sinister laugh. Xiao Hua laughed. "You seem to have said those words just now, right? If you didn't say it, how would this old man know?" "When did this old man say it?" The constable looked around and asked, "Tell me, how come this old man doesn't remember such a thing?" "You said it yourself just now." This one heard it clearly. Fu Jiwen, who was at the side, did not immediately greet Xiao Hua. At this moment he opened his mouth and said, "Even if we are in court, this one will still say it." The constable looked at Fu Jiwen's scholarly robes and pondered for a moment. The arrogance on his face was wiped away and replaced with a smile. He, since this scholar is testifying, then this old man might really have said it. Forget it, little Taoist, you, quickly leave. This Seven Sons Temple matter is rather strange. It has nothing to do with you. No. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. Dao Shan is my Taoist disciple. Since he is dead, then this old man must get to the bottom of this matter. And since you want to know, then this old man will tell you. The constable said impatiently. There are 20 people in Seven Sons Temple. Every one of them strangled themselves to death by strangling their own throats. The coroner in the Yamen has already checked and there are no signs of homicide. Homicide has already been ruled out. Suicide? Ha! Xiao Hua laughed from extreme anger. Furthermore, they strangled themselves to death with their own hands? Don't you think that these words sound very funny? Funny? What's funny about it? The constable said coldly, a few days ago, there was someone who used a knife to stab himself 17 times. He stabbed himself until he was in a mess and committed suicide. This is the judgment of the coroner. The conclusion of my Tongzhou country's Yamen. Good. Xiao Hua said, good 3 times in a row. Then he turned his head to look at the surroundings and said with a smile. Fellow villagers, all of you live near Seven Sons Temple and have met old Taoist Dao Shan many times. You all know this kind old man very well. Now that old Taoist Dao Shan strangled himself to death, do you all believe it? Although Xiao Hua was full of smiles, his gaze was like a sword. Everyone who looked at him retreated. If they didn't lower their heads, then they looked elsewhere. No one answered him. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. It doesn't matter if they believe it or not. This old man believes it. The constable seemed to be very clear about the crowd's avoidance and said with a smile. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. Xiao Hua, who was still quite far away from him, suddenly appeared in front of him. You. The constable was shocked. He flicked his hand and was about to pull out his knife. Unfortunately, just as his hand touched the handle of the knife, he heard Xiao Hua say coldly, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. The key is that this old man doesn't believe it. Following Xiao Hua's cold voice, Xiao Hua raised his hand. His right index finger suddenly appeared between the constable's brows. Endless terror appeared in the constable's eyes. Because in front of him, when the finger moved, it brought about swaying starlight. Clusters of dark green brilliance burst out like exploding stars. Countless scenes were shattered by the finger, as if the constable himself was about to fall into the shattered starlight. However, just as Xiao Hua's finger was about to touch the constable's eyes, it suddenly froze there. This constable is an evil person's evil words and is really disgusting. However, he might not be the real culprit who killed Dao Shan. He might not even know some inside information. This Xiao Hua's soul-searching finger can't guarantee that this constable's soul is intact. If this Xiao Hua can't find anything related to Dao Shan, won't this Xiao Hua also become an evil person? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. However, his index finger stopped in midair as if it was cast from copper and iron. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua laughed coldly and said coldly, "Humph. Good will be rewarded with good. Evil will be punished with evil. It's not that there's no revenge, it's just that the time hasn't come. When the time comes, those who have enmity will take revenge and those who have resentment will complain." Chapter 33-34. Speaking until here, Xiao Hua waved his hand and disappeared from the constable's sight. He looked at Xiao Jian and the others and shouted, "You all follow me." Yes. Xiao Jian did not know why Xiao Hua suddenly stopped, but he still turned his head obediently. Currently, Seven Sons Temple was a place of trouble, so Xiao Jian did not dare to stay for long. Xiao Hua had just left when the constable was covered in sweat and collapsed on the ground. Xiao Hua gave him too much power. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but an indescribable tiredness emerged from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, an unpleasant smell of urine came from his crotch. He lowered his head in shock and only then did he realize that he had unknowingly peed himself. Xiao Hua's face was like water and his eyes were filled with anger. He walked out of Seven Sons Temple's dilapidated mountain gate step by step. The surrounding villagers all lowered their heads and hurriedly made way for him. Even the surrounding constables did not dare to block him and dispersed in panic. After crossing the small bridge over the river, they arrived at the smelly street. At this moment, there were no pedestrians on the street. It was obvious that the surrounding residents and pedestrians were gathered at Seven Suns Temple to watch the show. Xiao Jian looked around and walked a few steps to Xiao Hua's side. He said softly, "Senior, there must be something fishy about Senior Dao Shan's death." You. Xiao Jian, hearing this, Xiao Hua stopped and looked at this cultivator who was once the ruler of a country. He said word by word, "To be honest, I do not have a good impression of you. It can be said that this period of time has been testing you. I will not hide the results of the test from you. You still cannot satisfy me. If it was not for Dao Shan's matter and the tragedy of Seven Suns Temple, I would not have helped you. However now, I understand. Every disciple of the Dao sect is precious. Although you have flaws, you are still a disciple of the Dao sect. I am a senior of the Dao sect. If I don't help you, who else can I help? Now, even if I want to help Dao Shan and let him live for another 100 years, it is impossible. Therefore, Xiao Jian, you must cherish this opportunity and not disappoint me again." As Xiao Hua spoke, he waved his hand and a heavenly mending pill appeared in his hand. This is my Dao sect's heavenly mending pill. It's a spirit medicine used to repair your meridians and dantian. Your cultivation has been crippled, so you need this to restore your strength. Furthermore, this old man promises to help you restore your country. Chase the Buddhist sect out of the country. Disciple thanks Master. Xiao Jian was truly overjoyed. The long-cherished wish that he had always kept in mind had actually come true at this moment. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to express his gratitude. Xiao Hua said indifferently, "This old man is only helping you, a disciple of the Dao sect. I will not accept you as a disciple." Yes, Senior has been so kind to this junior, comparable to a teacher. Junior will perform the etiquette of a disciple in front of Senior for the rest of my life, Xiao Jian hurriedly said. As you wish, Xiao Hua handed the sky-mending pill to Xiao Jian, then looked at Fu Jiwen and said, "Fellow Taoist Fu, Xiao Jian and the others' cultivation levels are low. I originally wanted to send them out of the Bronze Pillar Nation, but I was afraid that there would be more changes in the Seven Suns Monastery. Therefore, I will have to trouble fellow Taoist to send them out of the Bronze Pillar Nation." Fellow Taoist Xiao wants to. Fu Jiwen had been silent the entire time. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he immediately understood what Xiao Hua was thinking. Xiao Hua waved his Taoist robe and quickly walked towards the beggar who had already shrunk his head. "Fellow Taoists, let's leave quickly." Fu Jiwen looked at Xiao Hua's skinny back and walked away resolutely. His eyes flashed with an indescribable light as he urged Xiao Jian and the others, "We can't help Senior Xiao. It's best if we don't become his burden and leave as soon as possible." Yes, Xiao Jian carefully hid the heaven-mending pill, and with Xiao Hua's promise to help him restore his country, he hurriedly followed Fu Jiwen towards the city gates of Bronze Pillar Nation. Xiao Hua walked into the dilapidated house, but after a while, he calmly walked out again. Looking at the Seven Suns Temple in the distance, the corner of his mouth raised a few times in disdain, and he muttered to himself, "Since ancient times, officials and bandits have always been close. How can the officials of Bronze Pillar Nation be an exception? Since I am sure, how can I let you all go?" Immediately after, just as Xiao Hua was about to activate the flying talisman, he saw a 1 zhang tall stone tablet on the side of the street. This stone tablet was very old, and the words on it had long been worn out, making it impossible to clearly see what it was. Xiao Hua walked in front of the stone tablet, looked at it, and said with a smile, "I was just worried that I didn't have anything to erect a stone tablet for Dao Shan. This thing is very good." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, grabbed the side of the stone tablet and shouted, "Rise!" Inside the Seven Suns Temple, in front of the main hall, the constable who had just been scared to death was sitting on a dilapidated chair. It was as if he had just come back to life, and there was a trace of blood on his face. Next to him stood a few constables, as well as an old man with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. Although the constable's voice was trembling, he still forced himself to be calm. "Humph, who am I? I am a constable under the magistrate's command. Although that guy has some tricks up his sleeve, he is still a remnant of the Taoist sect, so how could he dare to oppose me? Lend him 10 more guts." Just as the constable said this, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly looked around, but didn't see anything strange. However, a moment later, he heard the sound of wind whistling in his ears. He hurriedly raised his head and saw a huge black shadow descending from the sky. That black shadow blocked the scorching sun, and the constable was so frightened that he hurriedly jumped up from his chair. Unfortunately, just as his butt left the chair, a voice that made him tremble with fear came from midair. "I don't need to lend you more guts, as long as I have a pure loyalty in my heart, it will suffice." As Xiao Hua's voice fell, the several Zhonglong and several Qi tall stone pillar also fell from midair, and with a rumbling sound, it caused the entire Seven Suns Temple to shake. What are you doing?" The constable was shocked. "I am the constable of the Copper Pillar State. If you dare to hurt me, the Copper Pillar State will definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces and chop you into mincemeat." "Haha." Xiao Hua's figure landed on the stone pillar, and his gaze swept across the Seven Suns Temple as he said, "The Taoist sects of the world have long declined, and the hidden immortal Taoist sect has opened today. With me, Xiao Hua, in this world, you dare to let your disciples be bullied and humiliated?" Xiao Hua's voice was extremely loud, and it spread in all directions, following which he coldly said, "If a person blocks me, I will kill a person. If a city blocks me, I will kill a city. If a country blocks me, I will kill a country." How dare you?" The constable was so frightened that his face turned pale, and his shout was no different from begging for mercy, while the monkey-faced old man beside him trembled and shouted, "Immortal elder, you are an immortal elder. How can you lower yourself to the same level as us? How can you kill people like us who don't even have the strength to truss a chicken?" Dao Shan also doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, but he actually choked himself to death. "Since you all are the same, then choke yourselves to death too." Xiao Hua sneered and waved his hand. "Wu Qian, prepare to die." When the constable named Wu Qian heard this, he trembled even more and hurriedly shouted, "Immortal elder, this is not this little one's." Looking at Wu Qian, who seemed to be begging for mercy, but suddenly, Wu Qian's hand reached into his bosom, and a 1-foot-long scroll was taken out from his bosom. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and without even thinking, he waved his hand, and that scroll was blown away by the wind. Whoa! Thousands of noble qi moved along with the scroll, like a whirlwind, and a several feet long light pillar stirred up the noble qi, and shot towards Xiao Hua's chest. Ha ha ha, although Confucian cultivators cultivate the noble qi, how can this noble qi be the same as the noble qi of the world in your hands? Not to mention that this scroll can't hurt this Xiao. Even if it's 10 times the size of a scroll, what can you do? Xiao Hua laughed loudly, and raised the wishful staff in his hand. Big, big, big. 3 times in a row, the wishful staff became 10 feet long and as thick as a bowl. With a wave of Xiao Hua's arms, boom! It hit the light pillar of the scroll. Puff! After hearing the rumbling of the earth, the scroll couldn't withstand the power of Xiao Hua's wishful staff, and was actually broken by the force, turning into thousands of fragments floating in the air. Ah! Wu Qian was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He had never heard of anyone who could break a scroll written by a great scholar with just a weapon. "Immortal elder, please spare my life. This little one is willing to say anything." After being surprised, Wu Qian immediately begged for mercy. As a constable, he knew better than anyone the importance of begging for mercy. Chapter 33-36. Xiao Hua sneered. Why would he care about Wu Qian's begging? He stretched out his hand again, and the soul-searching finger that could move the starry sky appeared between Wu Qian's eyebrows. This time, Xiao Hua did not hesitate and even said, "I don't need your surrender, and I don't need your information. The things in your soul are far more reliable than the things in your mouth." Wu Qian's entire world was shattered, and it could no longer be restored. Everything about him had turned into a grayish-black color. Seeing Wu Qian standing there in a daze, not moving an inch, and Xiao Hua's outstretched hand flickering with a faint dark green radiance, the monkey-faced old man and the other bailiffs didn't dare to stay any longer. Each and every one of them forced themselves to focus and did their best to move their trembling legs, wanting to escape from Seven Suns Temple. Xiao Hua's eyes were tightly shut, and his face became increasingly serious and gloomy. A kind of killing intent was gradually emitted from his body. Seeing that the constables had already escaped from the Seven Suns Temple, Xiao Hua raised his hand, and the God Power Centipede came out from the space. "Go!" Xiao Hua ordered. "Kill him, and him." Whoa! The God Power Centipede whistled and flew out from the Seven Suns Temple. In an instant, there were 4 blood-curdling screams outside, and the hysterical screams of the crowd. "Run! The demon is killing people. Amidst the panicked screams, the god power centipede quickly flew back. Its body was surrounded by black gas, and it was truly terrifying. Humph. Xiaohua pulled his hand out from between Wu Qian's eyebrows and said coldly, I didn't expect you to be even more sinister than the mountain bandits. No less than 20 people have died in your hands. Today, I'll let you off easy. As he spoke, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the god power centipede flew over again. The two antennae in front of its head were 10 times sharper than scissors, and it flashed past Wu Qian's waist. After the cold light passed, Wu Qian's body still stood there quietly. Only the blood that gushed out afterwards showed that he had been cut in half by the god power centipede. This blood can't be wasted. Xiaohua looked at it and sneered. He flew up again and used his hand to push the stone tablet that was half a meter deep into the ground. He forcefully pushed it several meters into the ground, leaving only about half a meter above the ground. It was just like an erect tablet. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and put his index finger and middle finger together to write on the stone tablet. This is the land of the Dao sect, only good people can enter. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Then, he waved his hand again, and several streaks of blood-red light flew out from Wu Qian's body and painted the words on the stone tablet. The dozen or so words couldn't be said to be neat or calligraphy, but their bloody appearance was truly terrifying. Alas, Grandmaster Dao Shan. Xiaohua sighed and walked to the main hall with light steps. He gently raised his hand and the originally tightly shut door opened with a soft sound. Xiaohua walked into the main hall quietly as if he was afraid to disturb Dao Shan's rest. Although Xiaohua had used his divine telekinesis to check on Dao Shan, he could not help but grit his teeth when he saw Dao Shan's miserable state with his own eyes. He saw Dao Shan sitting cross-legged on a praying mat and facing many memorial tablets. He was still wearing the new Taoist robe that he wore when he saw Xiaohua. The white hair on his slightly drooping head was still neat and tidy. However, Dao Shan's hands were now clutching his neck. His neck was bruised and the marks of 10 fingers were extremely obvious. What Xiaohua could not bear to look at the most was that Dao Shan's face was green and his eyes were wide open. An expression of disbelief lingered in his dead fish-like eyes. At this moment, Dao Shan's eyes were protruding, as if all the resentment in his heart was concentrated there. His tongue was slightly stuck out of his mouth, and there was a layer of light purple. There were actually 2 or 3 rice grains in his dried saliva. Xiaohua shifted his gaze away from Dao Shan and his gaze fell on the shrine wall that was originally dedicated to the Dao ancestor. His gaze swept across the many old memorial tablets. Previously, Xiaohua did not feel anything when he saw these memorial tablets. Now, it seemed to be divided into different categories. Each memorial tablet seemed to be mocking. It was the mocking of the Confucian cultivators to the Dao sect and the Buddhist sect to the Dao sect. Go! Xiaohua waved his hand and a few wisps of flame flashed. He said coldly, since you can't protect your disciples, what's the use of you staying here? Why don't you just go back? Even if you have the true body of the Dao ancestor, why do you need to worship the Dao sect's disciples when they are brutally killed? In the future, you might as well worship this Xiao. Seeing that the shrine wall of the main hall was slowly burning, Xiaohua turned around and waved his hand. He picked up Dao Shan's remains out of thin air, as if Dao Shan was still alive. He said indifferently, Great Master Dao Shan, this Xiao knows that you died with grievances. You don't know why you ended up like this after doing good deeds for your entire life. Since the heavens sent this Xiao here, then this Xiao will answer this question of yours. Follow this Xiao. This Xiao will let you see what is called black and white, what is called retribution, what is called killing without mercy. After walking out of the main hall, Xiaohua placed Dao Shan's remains in front of the bloodsteel. Then, he walked to the backyard. There were also several tens of pitiful Taoists who had the same appearance as Dao Shan. Even the few fine horses that Xiaohua brought were lying dead in the corner of the wall. Looking at this miserable situation, Xiaohua was truly furious. He really couldn't think of how Wu Qian could make the coroner conclude that this was a suicide. This was really inconceivable and impossible to justify. However, at the same time, he also understood that this so-called justification was only a kind of explanation to others. Since others didn't need an explanation, and no one would stand up for the pitiful Dao sect's disciples, there naturally wasn't any need for an explanation. Soon after, Xiaohua put away those rations. Then, his gaze fell on the corpses of these Taoists. Amitabha, Xueqi pondered for a moment and released the Buddha's saraira. As soon as the Buddha's saraira appeared, it immediately gave rise to a heavenly phenomenon. A kind of unconcealable benevolence seemed to have materialized and spread in all directions. Not good. How could Xueqi expect such an unforeseen event? He didn't have time to use the confrontation divine ability and hastily put the saraira into his mind palace. Sure enough, as soon as the Buddha's saraira disappeared, the heavenly phenomenon also disappeared. What is going on? Xueqi was somewhat depressed. He was originally hesitating whether or not he should use the Buddha's saraira to transcend these dozens of Tao sect's disciples. Since this wasn't appropriate, there was naturally no need to use it. Moreover, it had been a long time since they were brutally killed. Even if there were vengeful spirits, they should have already dissipated, right? Rise. Since the Buddha's saraira couldn't be used, Xueqi flew up. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes. He carefully comprehended the little bit of Buddha's seal technique that he had just comprehended. After that, he waved his hand. Boom! A loud sound resounded. As the earth and mountains shook, a deep hole several feet in size appeared on the ground. Disciples of the Tao sect, you can go now. I, Xueqi, will redress your grievances and kill the culprit with my own hands. After saying that, Xueqi sent the corpses of these Tao sect's disciples into the hole with a heavy heart and buried them one by one. After burying the Tao sect's disciples, Xueqi took the carriage that he came in from the rear courtyard to the front of the main hall. He removed the shed and placed Dao Shan's corpse on top of it. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the Seven Sons Monastery. It was very chaotic. There were already many soldiers and constables surrounding the Seven Sons Monastery. However, none of them dared to barge into the Seven Sons Monastery. They only stuck their heads out and looked around while holding their weapons and shouting outside. Blood steel, ah, blood steel. Xueqi stared at the bloody steel. I, Xueqi, am not willing to stain my hands with blood. However, since someone dares to bully my Tao sect, I, Xueqi, don't mind staining my hands with blood. Not to mention staining my hands with blood. Even if I enter the depths of the netherworld sea of blood, so what? I hope that the blood steel can wake up people who are blinded by greed. There is nothing in this world that can be covered up. In this world, there are also people who are not afraid of death and who are not afraid of evil. After he finished speaking, Xueqi extended his index finger again and wrote the words, Xueqi of the Tao sect, stroke by stroke under the blood steel. His handwriting was not familiar, but it contained the determination of that side. Because after these words, what Xueqi had to face was no longer the carefree feeling he had in the past. What replaced it was a heavy burden and oppression. Perhaps there would also be endless pursuit. However, under this kind of choice, Xueqi could not shirk his responsibility. The times create heroes. Perhaps, this was another era where heroes would appear in large numbers. Soon after, Xueqi waved his hand. The Pegasus, Little Black, and Little Yellow all flew out. Xueqi whispered to Little Yellow and Little Black for a moment. The two little things turned into black lightning and yellow wind and rushed out from the backyard. Xueqi pulled the Pegasus, faced the sky and roared. He let the Pegasus pull the worn-out carriage and soared into the sky. Lu. Following Xueqi's roar, the Pegasus also raised its head and roared. As if it had sensed the anger in Xueqi's heart, the worn-out carriage flew high into the sky. The Pegasus spread its feathers that were several zhang long. A glaring brilliance shot out in all directions. It was even more glaring than the scorching sun at noon. Under this intense brilliance, Xueqi put his hands behind his back and coldly looked into the distance. He simply did not care about the hundreds of villagers who were prostrating on the ground and the hundreds of soldiers who were panicking. In Xueqi's eyes, there was only the hatred of killing the main culprit, only the sorrow of the decline of the Taoist sect. He did not know that the Pegasus flight was already a leap in his mental state. It even more brilliantly opened a new chapter in the rise of the Taoist sects in the 3 continents. The Pegasus leaped through the sky and rushed out of the Seven Sons Temple. It did not fly towards the outside of the bronze pillars. Instead, it made a slight turn and directly landed at a place not too far away from the Seven Sons Temple. One could only see that this place was like a garden. There was a small bridge over flowing water. The sound of water gurgling could be heard. There were corridors and pavilions, and the lush greenery was faintly discernible. From time to time, there would be some scholars' robes and scarves swaying in the lush greenery. Their jade-like spirit and delicate appearance were all very handsome for a moment. Opposite the garden, there were rows of red walls and green tiles. The red walls were at least several zhang tall and extended for an extremely long time. There were also many green tiles inside. One could not see the end of them with a single glance. In the middle of the red walls, there was a door that was several zhang tall and several zhang wide. It was dazzling in gold and jade. On top of it, there were 5 words written in gold and iron, Bronze Pillars Imperial Academy. The real culprit who killed Master Dao Shan was actually a scholar? Chapter 33-37. On the 2 sides of the gate, there were 2 strange beasts standing there majestically. One was a horse neighing at the sky while the other was a strange beast that looked like a radiant beast but had a turtle shell on its back. Both beasts carried something on their backs. On the horse's back was a picture scroll while on the strange beast's back was a red brush. Through the majestic gate, there was a straight and wide road inside the Imperial Academy. At the end of the road was another Confucian cultivator statue that was several feet tall. This Confucian cultivator statue was dressed in a simple Confucian robe. His forehead was protruding and his hands were raised in front of his chest. His hands were also holding a scroll and a red brush. Around the statue of the Confucian cultivator, along with the sound of reading from the Imperial Academy, countless amounts of clear air were emitted from the surroundings. They swam in the air above the Imperial Academy like fishes and revolved freely around the statue. Wave after wave of righteous energy spread from the Imperial Academy to the entire Bronze Pillar country. It was a peaceful and bright world. Unfortunately, this idyllic scene was suddenly shattered by the loud neigh of a horse. Not only did the orderly and righteous energy soar into the sky and rush towards the neigh of the horse, even the gazes of the students in the Imperial Academy were attracted by the neigh of the horse. When they looked over, what kind of scene was that? A radiance comparable to the bright moon fell from the sky. Within the radiance, there was a sacred Pegasus with its mane fluttering. On the Pegasus' back, there was a tall and skinny man standing solemnly. His face carried an aura of authority as he descended along with the Pegasus like a deity descending from the heavens. However, after the Pegasus, there was a tattered carriage that made everyone's eyes pop out. Even though the carriage was much brighter under the radiance of the Pegasus, everyone could tell that it was just an ordinary carriage. However, when their gazes turned to the carriage and saw Dao Shan sitting cross-legged with his head slightly drooping, they couldn't help but gasp. Everyone's heart was on alert. This descending from the sky was definitely not a good thing. It might be some kind of disaster. The students of the academy were not the only ones who attracted attention. On the way from the Seven Suns Temple to the academy and even further away, the citizens of the Copper Pillar country who saw the heavenly steed's brilliance all rushed towards the academy. Everyone wanted to know who was on the heavenly horse, and who was the one who died on the tattered carriage. Moreover, Xiao Hua rode the heavenly horse down from the sky. Before he even landed, there were already dozens of divine senses that swept out from the academy. They were very curious and even warned him. Xiao Hua ignored the curious divine sense, but he immediately countered the warning divine sense with a soul stab. This Confucian cultivator's divine sense seemed to have borrowed from the Tao sect. This soul stab technique was the old ancestors' club. After a silent contest, some of the divine senses quickly retreated. It was obvious that they had other plans. However, some of the divine senses hesitated. When Xiao Hua's nascent soul-level divine sense swept over, these divine senses retreated. At the same time, within the academy, there were some figures moving. Many scholars and literary masters had begun to move. Xiao Hua's face was still as calm as water. He followed the heavenly horse and landed in front of the Copper Pillar Imperial Academy. Looking at the crowd coming from all directions, as well as the curious and surprised students, Xiao Hua flew down from the heavenly horse and walked step by step towards the dazzling golden gate. As he walked, he said, "There is righteousness in heaven and earth. The academy is the place where righteousness gathers. People of the secular world can't distinguish the ghosts of the world. The students of the academy should be happy, read books, understand etiquette, know shame, and should keep themselves clean. Since there are students of the academy who knowingly broke the law and committed heinous crimes, this so-called Imperial Academy cannot escape. With such scum in the academy, what right does it have to educate the world? What right does it have to build a gate here? There is a saying in the world, if you want to be a whore, you still want to build a monument. How can there be such a good thing? Come, come, come. Let this Xiao smash this chastity monument square that looks like gold and jade on the outside and rotten on the inside. As Xiao Hua's voice boomed like thunder, and as Xiao Hua walked step by step towards the entrance of the Imperial Academy, the expressions of countless scholars changed drastically. They had never encountered a situation where someone dared to destroy the entrance of the Imperial Academy. Even if the entire Bronze Pillar country was defeated, no one dared to invade the Imperial Academy. This was because everyone knew that even though the Imperial Academy and the Copper Pillar country were inextricably linked, it was still where the Confucian cultivators resided. Offending the Imperial Academy was the same as offending the Confucian cultivators. In the vast hidden immortal continent, who would dare to offend the Confucian cultivators? Xiao Hua's actions of slapping them in the face were truly embarrassing. Clang clang. Numerous flying swords rang out. Pale green sword radiance rushed out from within the academy. Woo woo. Numerous whimpering sounds of the wind rose. Pale white righteous qi also rushed out from within the academy. Their target was Xiao Hua. They all wanted to stop Xiao Hua from destroying the archway. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua simply did not care about these. He was only a few feet away from the magnificent gate. With a raise of his hand, the wishful steel staff appeared in his hand again. Grow! Xiao Hua roared. Destroy all evil in the world. Grow! Xiao Hua roared for the second time. Shatter all hypocrisy in the world. Grow! Xiao Hua roared for the third time. Clear all evil. With Xiao Hua's thunderous roar, the wishful steel staff suddenly became more than 10 feet long. Under the angry wave of Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff, it issued a buzzing sound and smashed the thousands of righteous qi in the surroundings, smashing towards the dazzling golden gate. How dare you! Several surprised and resentful voices could not help but shout out. The sword radiance and righteous qi that attacked Xiao Hua hurriedly rushed towards the wishful steel staff. Rumble. Xiao Hua's Dao sect magical power was not at its peak, but the power of his physical body was unaffected. Even after being tempered by the origin of the earth, his strength was even more boundless. This wishful steel staff was now as heavy as 10,000 caddies. How could a simple sword radiance and righteous qi block it? After a few deafening sounds, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff smashed into the gate with a bang. The gate of the Bronze Pillar State Imperial Academy that had stood for so many years collapsed. The sound of this collapse was far worse than the previous sound of fighting, but this collapse was far from being comparable to a fight. The eyes of countless students showed pain. Countless students' hearts were bleeding. The perfection in the minds of countless students collapsed. Countless students' faces showed indignation. The face of the Bronze Pillar State Imperial Academy was actually easily defeated by Xiao Hua when a group of Confucian cultivators were caught off guard. Open! The wishful steel staff had indeed destroyed the gate. Immediately, Xiao Hua did not stop. With a swing of the wishful steel staff, he destroyed the red wall and the strange beast statue near the gate, revealing a gap that connected to the academy. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Pegasus that stopped in the distance unfolded its wings of light and flew towards the gap. Who are you? What kind of bear's heart and leopard's guts did you eat? How dare you destroy the gate of my academy and break through the gate of my academy? Do you not put us, the thousands of Confucian scholars, in your eyes? A trembling voice came from within the academy. An old man dressed in Confucian robes stepped on a flying sword. Behind him, 2 middle-aged Confucian cultivators flew out of the academy in a flustered and exasperated manner. At the same time, several cultivators dressed in Confucian robes also flew out from several directions of the academy with ashen faces. Xiao Hua waved his hand and the wishful steel staff shrank to about 10 feet. He casually held it in his hand and smiled coldly. I am Xiao Hua of the Dao sect. How dare you, Xiao Hua? The old Confucian cultivator's face was clear, with a short gray beard under his chin. His square face could not hide his anger as he roared. Your Dao sect has long declined in the hidden immortal continent. We, the Confucian cultivators, have not cut the weeds and eliminated the roots. You actually dare to provoke the bottom line of our Confucian cultivators. Are you not afraid that we will eradicate your Dao sect? Haha. Xiao Hua laughed as if he had seen the most ridiculous thing in the world. He pointed his hand behind him and said, Yes, yes, my Dao sect has long declined. Therefore, every Dao sect disciple lives with his tail between his legs. Even the disciples who have never cultivated dare not make a loud noise for fear of attracting the attention of the Confucian cultivators. Look at the Tao sect behind Xueqi. I don't know if you know him? This old man has never known anyone from the Tao sect. This Confucian cultivator could be considered reasonable. He didn't immediately take action to deal with Xueqi. However, his cold and lifeless face clearly showed his disdain for Taoist disciples. Yes, you are high and mighty, educating the students in this academy and showing your majesty. How could you know this respectable old man? This old man had never read poetry nor did he enlighten the people. However, he had been giving out porridge at Seven Suns Temple for decades. He would rather starve himself so that the child beggars around him could fill their stomachs. It was such an adorable old man that he had died so tragically and was even said to have committed suicide. Suicide, suicide, you see, you die like this for Xueqi to see. Xueqi said and pointed his finger at the ruins of the gatehouse. Your academy hides filth, and the gatehouse has been contaminated with filth. How can it be worthy of the remains of my Tao sect master? If this Xueqi does not push down this gatehouse, how can Master Dao Shan face the statue of your Tao sect saint? How can he state his grievances? Hiss. That Confucian cultivator was stunned and sucked in a breath of cold air. Finally, he looked at the people who had already surrounded him. He exchanged glances and looked at Xueqi. Xueqi, if you have any grievances, you can go to the Bronze Pillar State's government office to redress your grievances. Even if there are traitors in my academy who are involved in this matter, there should be a government office to investigate. You are only a Tao sect disciple. You have no right to interfere with the lives of others. You can't take revenge for this and push down the gatehouse of my academy. Moreover, this Taoist priest Dao Shan may be a kind person in your eyes, but that may not be the case in this old man's eyes. Although the Bronze Pillar State is not very rich, as long as one has a bit of strength, they will not starve, let alone become a beggar. It is because of people like Dao Shan who give them help that they don't need to pay, allowing them to reap without sowing, that they will have a lazy heart and not work, only knowing how to beg and be parasites. A well-built cultivator holding a heavenly halberd in his hand flew over with a dozen youths, stepping on balls of clear light. Professor Hu, the entrance of my Imperial Academy has been smashed by someone. If you still have the heart, then why are you being so long-winded? Look at your side, what have you taught these brats to become? Each of them is listless and smacking their lips like slugs. Where's the aura of an academy? No wonder they are being bullied to the nose. Martial cultivator? Xueqi narrowed his eyes, thinking about what Fu Jiwen said at the auction, and looked at the man with interest. Vital energy surged around the muscular man, and an indescribable valiance emanated from the muscles on his arms. The heavenly halberd that was thicker than a fist made a whimpering sound as the muscular man flew, and it was quite frightening. The murderous intent in the muscular man's eyes was even more obvious. Xueqi looked on coldly, and suddenly his eyebrows twitched. He glanced in the direction of the academy, and his slightly worried heart relaxed. The wishful staff in his hand also swayed a few times. Professor Dong, my Imperial Academy has always been a place of virtue. This Taoist cultivator dares to provoke us, and look at the tragic death of the old man in the carriage. There must be something fishy going on. If I don't ask clearly, how can I act? Professor Hu's Confucian robe fluttered without wind, and his anger from before was slightly restrained. Moreover, the culprit who humiliated my academy and destroyed my sect is right in front of me. How can I let him escape? Noisy! Professor Dong flew closer, and his leopard eyes looked fiercely at Xueqi, and then looked at the gate that was destroyed by Xueqi. He shouted to stop Professor Hu's words, and pointed at Xueqi. You little brat! Let me see what you are capable of. How dare you pluck the fur from the tiger's mouth? As he spoke, the so-called Professor Dong waved his thick left arm, and there was a fist-sized ring on his black furry arm. Raw! A tiger's roar suddenly sounded, and a gust of wind rolled up from where Professor Dong was standing. A 20 feet long, a few feet tall ferocious tiger appeared out of thin air, and demon clouds appeared between its four paws, and it pounced towards Xueqi. Xueqi looked on quietly, as if he was stunned, and did not see that the hungry tiger was already in front of him. Professor Hu, who was not far away, was reprimanded by Professor Dong, and he simply ignored it. He frowned slightly and waved his hand. A Confucian scholar from afar hurriedly flew over, and Professor Hu whispered a few instructions. That Confucian scholar hurriedly flew down, and headed towards the 100 constables in the distance. Just as Professor Hu finished his instructions, Professor Dong's tiger pet pounced in front of Xiao Hua without any hindrance. The demonic wind was rampant, and it swept up dozens of feet around Xiao Hua. Its bloody mouth emitted a foul stench, and it bit towards Xiao Hua's upper body. It was as if it could bite Xiao Hua in half in the blink of an eye. While everyone was watching, Professor Dong suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. However, in front of so many Confucian scholars, he could not shrink back, so he urged his body to rush over with the halberd in his hand. Evil creature! At this time, Xiao Hua seemed to have recovered, and with a light shout. His whole body was like a fallen leaf blown by the wind, leisurely floating, and extremely cleverly dodging the claws and bloody mouth of the hungry tiger. Even at the moment when his body missed, he casually swung the staff in his hand at the tiger's head. Whoa! The sound of the wind was followed by a pop sound. Hungry tiger was hit by the staff, and blood burst out. He did not even have the chance to scream, and fell from the sky. Tabby cat! After hungry tiger, Professor Dong's figure naturally followed. He was already on the alert, but he never expected that hungry tiger would be killed by Xiao Hua's staff before he could even lift his sky piercer. Xiao Hua's attack was too ruthless, so ruthless that he found it hard to believe. So how could he bear it? After a sorrowful cry, a pale golden brilliance flashed around his body, and the halberd turned into thousands of golden lights, one by one, piercing towards Xiao Hua from all directions. Haha, this is my Dao sex method. You actually dare to make a fool of yourself in front of this old man? Xiao Hua laughed, and the staff grew longer. Under the wave, 10,000 methods were destroyed, and the shadow of the halberd like mountains and waves was defeated. It rushed towards Xiao Hua and turned into a huge halberd. Boom! There was another loud sound, and countless students and constables could not help but cover their ears. The expression on their faces was numb with shock and a trace of pain. Looking at Professor Dong's halberd, the moment it touched the staff, it had been broken into 2 pieces. Professor Dong's bones were soft and his muscles were numb. He could not control his body and fell from the sky in an extremely embarrassing manner. What made Professor Dong feel ashamed was that although his body was weak as if struck by lightning, the true energy in his chest was still surging. Just as he was about to urge his true energy to fly out of thin air, there was a sharp pain in his mind, and he could not help but groan in a low voice. He held his head with his hands, and it was difficult for him to raise his true energy, and he quickly fell to the ground. Looking at the increasingly swollen green bricks and the gray ground clearly visible, Professor Dong's face could not help but turn red. Chapter 33-39. You only have the strength of a 2nd or 3rd level elemental force and you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Not only are you not afraid of losing face as a Confucian cultivator, you are also not afraid of losing your tongue? Xiao Hua's cold sarcasm entered Professor Dong's ears and made Professor Hu gasp again. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. Yes, how could Professor Hu not know Professor Dong's strength? He was a famous fierce man in the Imperial Academy, and had a very powerful tiger pet. Normal Confucian cultivators would find it difficult to deal with him. However, such a fierce man was not even a match for Xiao Hua. Did that mean that Xiao Hua had the strength of a 4th or 5th level elemental force? However, on second thought, Professor Dong came to a realization. Xiao Hua's big stick technique was a body cultivator's Dao. He was truly the nemesis of Professor Dong, especially when Xiao Hua killed Hungry Tiger with his footwork and figure. It was clearly a profound martial art. However, Professor Dong's methods were not like this. Professor Hu did not understand why he did not have a backup plan. Get out of my way, I can't be bothered with you accomplices. I still have to go to the Imperial Academy to find the real culprit. Xiao Hua waved his hand and the Pegasus moved again, following behind Xiao Hua. That was just a warning. If you don't respect yourselves, it won't be your spiritual pets that die next time. I don't mind staining my hands with blood and using your blood as a sacrifice to my Taoist disciples. I will use your lives to make Master Dao Shan close his eyes. Professor Hu heard Xiao Hua's words and looked behind the Pegasus. On the broken carriage, Dao Shan's head drooped and his eyes were frozen with fear and disbelief. He sighed in his heart and rushed to Xiao Hua on his flying sword. For the first time, he clasped his hands and said, Xueqi, you can seek justice for your Taoist disciples. I also want to seek peace for my Confucian disciples. You have the courage to face thousands of people, and I also have the courage to break and not bend. Come, don't hold back. If you want to enter the Imperial Academy, you have to run over me. Hee hee. Xueqi laughed coldly and waved the wishful stick in his hand. He shouted, So what if I run over you? Today, I will trample all over your Imperial Academy and run over all your Confucian cultivators. I will not rest until I find the culprit. Professor Hu saw that Xueqi was not moved by his words at all. He looked around the academy and saw that it was already crowded. Not only were the students of the Imperial Academy waiting eagerly, even the villagers were crowding over. Their gazes were either filled with envy, eagerness, astonishment, or curiosity. If this was not the Imperial Academy, everyone would have cheered loudly. All of you can come at me together. Xueqi coldly looked at Professor Dong and the two people behind him. You are not my opponent. No need. Professor Hu shook his head slightly. Although you were able to defeat Dong Fei in one move, your strength is only at the second or third level of origin power. If all of us were to gang up on you, wouldn't we be bullying you with numbers? Up to you. Xueqi laughed coldly. If you don't want to bully me with numbers, why did you set up a formation in the Imperial Academy? Professor Hu turned his head to look at the main road of the academy. Indeed, there were hundreds of thousands of students standing in an orderly manner. Each of them was holding a brush and ink in their hands, or holding a scroll in their hands. They looked like they were ready for battle. He smiled bitterly and said, It is better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. Immortal Shao has forced my Imperial Academy into a dead end. Every one of us is a member of the Imperial Academy. At this time, we naturally have to fight with our lives. 1 person is to kill, 100 people is to kill, 1,000 people is to kill. Xueqi waved the wishful stick in his hand and shouted, Then I will kill you first. Professor Hu, be careful. The 2 Confucian cultivators at the side hurriedly reminded Xueqi when they saw how fierce he was. The wishful stick was disrupting the surrounding noble spirit. The sword Qi is in my chest, and the righteous spirit is in the heavens and earth. I sacrifice my body to the heavens and earth, and I am willing to use the noble spirit to shake the domain. Professor Hu let out a sorrowful cry. The sword Qi around his body shone brightly. Thousands of noble spirit poured down like the Milky Way and rushed into Professor Hu's body. Then, it turned into a sword Qi river and rushed toward Xueqi. It was the famous noble spirit river of the Confucian cultivators. Come on! Xueqi shouted. Without hesitation, he waved the wishful stick and rushed into the sword Qi river. He said loudly, I am a pillar of the Tao sect. I am arrogant in the long river. Your noble spirit and sword Qi river are not as long as my stick. The flying swords were like a river. It seemed that every wave in the surging river was a murderous sword intent. It seemed that every trace of sword light could pierce Xueqi. This vision suddenly made everyone's eyes flash with hope. Whether it was the secular people or the students of the academy, they all longed for this river-like flying swords to kill Xueqi, who had provoked the academy, and they did not doubt that Professor Hu had such means. Even though this river of flying swords was continuous and unending, and it was mixed with a righteous aura and possessed unrivaled courage, but in the eyes of a Taoist sect cultivator like Xueqi who'd witnessed the might of the sword transformation technique since a long time ago, it was truly insufficient. If Xueqi's magical power was still there, he was afraid that he would not have to pay attention to this sword Qi river. He could have used the killing spirit Yuan light to instantly take Professor Hu's life. Or he could have used the thunder attracting technique. Thunder flow against the sword Qi river. Let's see who was stronger. Unfortunately, at this time, Xueqi could not use his Buddhist cultivation. He did not dare to reveal his Devil Realm cultivation method. The Soul cultivation method was slightly weaker, so he could only use the Wishful Steel Staff. Although there was only one Wishful Steel Staff, Xueqi's hands danced. Balls of golden light flashed, like a pillar between heaven and earth that could not fall. No matter how many flying swords rushed over, they were all shattered one by one, turning into fireflies that disappeared in the wind. How is this possible? While everyone was shocked, Professor Hu was also astonished. My noble spirit river is condensed from noble spirit. Can ordinary iron actually hit it? Xueqi's hand. Is it an immortal weapon? Yes, Professor Hu had only seen flying swords blocked by weapons. He had never seen any weapon from the hidden immortal continent that could block the noble spirit. Moreover, Xiao Hua's weapon did not have any magical power fluctuations. It seemed that he did not use any Taoist technique at all. Professor Hu was surprised. His momentum was weak, and his noble spirit was also slack. At this moment, Xiao Hua's Taoist robe flew again, and he roared, "Eat this Xiao's staff." As he spoke, the wishful steel staff suddenly lengthened. Although Xiao Hua did not show any dharmakaya, the wishful steel staff fell like a mountain, shrouding the area around Professor Hu. The great spirit that was flowing in the air immediately solidified. In the eyes of everyone, Xiao Hua was no different from a god. Not good. Facing the wishful steel staff, Professor Hu's heart trembled. He hurriedly raised his hands, and dozens of sword lights flew out from his hands, turning into a sword net, trying to block the wishful steel staff. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden qi, which also turned into a small sword, catching up with the sword net first. Hiss! Golden qi gathering. Xiao Hua did not understand the power of this small golden sword. He only felt that this small sword vaguely contained a kind of obscure fluctuation, which was more powerful than the sword cultivator's small sword or Mo Jianli's small sword. However, the students of the nearby college were all people who knew what was good for them. Someone had already cried out in surprise. Professor Hu has cultivated to the realm of golden qi gathering. Golden qi gathering? When Xiao Hua heard this, he immediately thought of the so-called 5 qi gathering. He unconsciously sneered, "I don't care what golden qi gathering is. Wood qi gathering. Under my Dao sex magic, everything is illusory." Whoa. The wishful steel staff did not slack off. Ka-pa-pa. Dozens of crisp sounds were heard, and the sword net was smashed into pieces. Kang! The sound of the sword resounded through the sky. The small sword of golden qi gathering was still defeated under the force of the wishful steel staff. Although it was extremely dim by Xiao Hua's attack, it was still able to escape from the wishful steel staff and rushed into Professor Hu's mouth. Professor Hu's face was ashen, and he could hardly stand still in the air. In particular, the wishful steel staff fell like a mountain, and he had already smelled the breath of death. Seeing that the shadow of the wishful steel staff had already shrouded him, Professor Hu suddenly felt the true qi in his chest boiling, and a long-lost heroic spirit rushed into his heart. Although his body was like a withered branch swaying in the wind, his eyes were like an awl, looking straight at the falling wishful steel staff. He smiled and said, "In my life, there is a beginning and an end. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? Grandma, I didn't want to kill you at all. Aren't you making me lose face by yelling like this?" Xiao Hua even had to find definite evidence to kill Wu Qian. How could he kill Professor Hu for no reason now? At this time, when he heard Professor Hu's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could others understand Xiao Hua's thoughts? The 2 Confucian cultivators next to Professor Hu were shocked and were about to urge their true qi to save him. At this time, a clear voice sounded without the slightest bit of smoke and fire. "Xiao Hua, since you don't have the intention to kill, why are you so aggressive?" This voice seemed to be in his ear, but if he listened carefully, it seemed to be in his heart, as if he was talking to himself. Xiao Hua was shocked and unconsciously released his divine sense, shouting, "Who is it?" Who knew that there was no abnormality in the place where the divine sense passed, and the others didn't feel anything. Even Professor Hu was still facing death. How could Xiao Hua not know that he had met a master? "Hey, who said that I don't have the intention to kill?" Xiao Hua sneered and said, "Today, I will let you see the thunderous means of my Dao sect." With that, the wishful steel staff, which had been somewhat stagnant, once again slammed down with the sound of wind and thunder. In this gap, everyone seemed to understand something, and they all exclaimed, as if they were worried about the fate of Professor Hu. "AI." The voice sighed, and Xiao Hua suddenly felt that there was a quagmire under his wishful steel staff. Although there was no great force, the seemingly endless winding force wrapped around the wishful steel staff. Looking at the other side of the college, a tall and thin figure similar to Xiao Hua, wearing a blue robe, slowly flew over. Chapter 3340. Oh. When Xiao Hua saw the person appear, his divine sense immediately swept over again. Who would have thought that it was exactly the same as before? He couldn't see the person's shadow at all. Xiao Hua was surprised and on guard. This Confucian cultivator was the first cultivator he had seen since he came to the hidden immortal continent that he couldn't even detect with his divine sense. However, when Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and saw the person clearly, the surprise in his heart became even stronger. Because the person's clothes were not only a rare light blue Confucian robe, but his hair was also strange. It was not the bun of Confucian and Tao cultivators, nor was it the bald head of a Buddhist monk. Instead, it was the kind of hair that was 3 inches long. Not only did it cover the forehead, but it also covered most of the eyebrows, almost close to the eyes. What made Xiao Hua most uncomfortable was that the person's skin was white, his appearance was extremely handsome, and he had a childish baby face, far younger than the average Confucian scholar. In particular, his eyes were narrow and looked very small, but when he looked around, his sharp gaze was like a sword, and his lacquered eyes were like stars. Such a handsome figure made the conceited Xiao Hua feel threatened. What kind of appearance did he have in the eyes of a group of female cultivators? Xiao Hua didn't know how the person blocked his wishful steel staff, but he really didn't have the intention to kill Professor Hu. At this time, he took advantage of the situation and shrank the wishful steel staff to a length of a few feet. He waved it in front of his eyes and pointed it forward, coldly saying, "Where did this little boy come from? When the adults are talking, what right do you have to speak?" "Greetings, Minister." Just as Xiao Hua's voice fell, the group of Confucian cultivators and students all bowed and shouted in unison. Their voices were obviously much louder than usual. It was so noisy that Xiao Hua's earwax fell a lot. "Humph." Xiao Hua sneered, the wishful steel staff in his hand retracted and resentfully carried it on his shoulder. He put a finger into his ear and said to himself, "It's just a stinky bag, what's the use? I'll beat you to death in a while and let you show off." Although the tone was full of threat, Xiao Hua himself may not be able to hear the jealousy in the words. "Get up!" The judge flew closer. His starry eyes landed on Dao Shan's corpse and then looked at the collapsed gatehouse. He waved his hand and said, "What happened? Why are the Dao sect's fellow immortals so angry?" Seeing that this judge was far from being as delicate as he looked, seeing that he didn't fly into a rage when the gatehouse was destroyed, and instead asked questions without the slightest bit of anger, Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He knew that he wouldn't be able to fight today. However, he didn't pay any attention to this judge. He glanced at him and didn't say anything. Xiao Hua had already told him about Master Dao Shan's matter once, so there was no reason for him to waste his saliva again. "Honorable Judge." Professor Hu hurriedly flew to the front and bowed respectfully. He recounted what Xiao Hua said and what he did. Finally, he pointed to the constables on the ground and said, "I have already sent Professor Sun down to ask in detail. Now we have the answer." The judge nodded and swept his gaze. The so-called Professor Sun, who was ordered to go down, hurriedly flew up and was about to report in a low voice. Who knew that the judge raised his hand and said, "Sun Xin, the Imperial Academy is the backbone of the Bronze Pillar Nation. We have always been the role model of righteousness. Every word and action of ours has to face the heavens and the earth. It's better to speak louder so that everyone can hear clearly and understand." "Yes, Honorable Judge, I understand." Sun Xian nodded and said loudly, "I am Sun Xian of the Imperial Academy. I have just asked the constables of the Yamen. Just today, in the Seven Suns Temple at Shiluo Ridge, 21 Taoists died for unknown reasons. Constable Wu Qian received the news and brought Coroner Zhuahong and 20 other constables to the Seven Suns Temple. After the coroner's investigation, other than Dao Shan, there were 20 other Taoists. Their hands were all strangling their own necks. The finger marks on their necks were exactly the same as their own fingers. There were no other fatal injuries. The other constables checked the surroundings of the Seven Suns Temple and did not find any traces of outsiders entering the Seven Suns Temple. Furthermore, no one heard any special sounds from the Seven Suns Temple last night. Therefore, Constable Wu Qian ruled out the possibility of homicide. His initial guess was that the Seven Suns Temple was invaded by evil spirits during the night of the Zhongyuan festival. These 21 Taoists were possessed by evil spirits and strangled themselves to death. When Constable Wu Qian arrived at the Seven Suns Temple, other than the corpses of the 21 Taoists, there were 4 other Taoists and a Confucian scholar. However, Constable Wu Qian did not see any traces of the 5 of them spending the night at the Seven Suns Temple. Furthermore, from what the 5 of them said, They participated in the auction at the Xueqi Lu of the Bright Moon Lane. Therefore, the 5 of them were also ruled out as suspects. At this point, Sun Xian looked at Xiaohua again. He hesitated slightly before continuing, just as Constable Wu Qian was about to report this matter to the magistrate and ask the authorities to investigate again. Xiaohua of this Dao sect suddenly descended from the sky and had a verbal conflict with Constable Wu Qian. However, Constable Wu Qian did not mind. He only explained his judgment and the situation at the Seven Suns Temple to Xiaohua. At that time, Xiaohua did not say anything and left with the 4 Taoists and the Confucian scholar. Constable Wu Qian originally wanted to keep the 6 of them. However, considering that the 6 of them were indeed at the Xueqi Lu when Dao Shan died and this matter had already been confirmed by the Xueqi Lu, he did not stop them. He only ordered his subordinates to hurry back to the prefectural magistrate to report this matter while he stayed in the Seven Suns Temple to prevent any abnormalities from happening. In just half a meal's time, Xiaohua returned with a stone pillar that was over 100 feet tall in his hand. Not only did he kill Constable Wu Qian, Coroner Zhuo Hong, Constables Wang Tingyue, Zhang Chong, and Su Hongxi, he even destroyed the entire murder scene at the Seven Suns Temple. Dao Shan's corpse was brought here by him and the corpses of the other 20 Taoists were buried in the Seven Suns Temple. Currently, the main hall of the Seven Suns Temple had been destroyed and a blood stele that was about a foot tall stood there. On it was written, "This is the land of the Taoists. Those who are not good should not enter. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Xiaohua of the Taoists." After he finished speaking, Sun Xian looked at the institute judge and said seriously, "This is what I heard from the officials. I dare not add another word to it. I hope the institute judge can retract it." The institute judge waved his hand and said plainly, "I understand. You may leave." After Sun Xian moved to the side, the institute judge looked at Xiaohua and said, "Fellow immortal Xiao, did you hear it clearly?" Xiaohua laughed coldly. "It's not like I don't have ears. How can I not hear it clearly?" "What was the reason for you to return and kill?" the institute judge asked curiously. "Could it be that you have found out something in this half a meal's time? Since you have found out something, you should have reported it to the prefectural magistrate. Why did you kill him privately?" "Who are you?" Xiaohua retorted. "I have told you the truth. Can you redress the grievances of the Taoists? Can you hand over the real culprit hidden in the academy to me? I am the institute judge of the Imperial Academy, Du Ming. My courtesy name is Shan Jun. You can call me Professor Du." The institute judge replied word by word, "If you have solid evidence that can convince me, and even the students and Confucian scholars present, I can naturally arrest anyone in the academy and hand them over to the officials. However, you are not an official and cannot replace the laws of the Bronze Pillar country. Therefore, I cannot hand that person over to you." Xiaohua looked at Du Shan's handsome face and suddenly thought of Zhang Qingxiao. He really doubted that there was anyone in the human race who could give birth to such a child. When he heard Du Shanjun's question, he replied plainly, "Professor Du. Professor Du. All right, since you claim to be a professor and not an institute judge, then I will give you face. Previously, I have already promised in front of Master Dao Shan and the 20 Taoists that I will personally kill the real culprit. Now that you have promised, I will believe you this time. I hope you will not disappoint me." "Thank you for your trust, fellow immortal Xiao." Professor Du straightened his back and pointed to the surroundings. "There are no less than 1,000 people in front of the academy. There are students of the Imperial Academy, people from the officials, and most of them are ordinary citizens. The teacher once said, guarding against the mouths of the people is more important than guarding against the river. When the river collapses, many people will be hurt, and so will the people. As long as you tell the truth, even if I wanted to cover up my embarrassment, I would still have to consider the mouths of the crowd." Chapter 3341. Who is this person? Why didn't Immortal Xiao bring him along? Professor Do frowned and asked. "Humph, why should I bring him along? So that you can silence him?" Xiaohua laughed coldly. This person didn't say much. He only said that he saw someone enter the Seven Suns Temple in the dark, and he vaguely saw Wu Qian nearby. You returned to kill Wu Qian just based on this?" Professor Do was even more dissatisfied. Xiaohua laughed coldly again. "Do you think I'm that kind of person? If that's the case, I should have searched Wu Qian's soul when I saw him. Searched Wu Qian's soul? You searched Wu Qian's soul? Professor Dou's expression changed. That's right, if I didn't search Wu Qian's soul, how would I know that he knowingly broke the law and brought a few constables to the Seven Sons Temple? If I didn't search Wu Qian's soul, how would I know that he broke the law and accepted Jiang Wenhao's bribe to give the West Conk Ridge to the Jiang family? If I didn't search Wu Qian's soul, how would I kill Wu Qian, Zhuahong, Wang Tingyue, Zhang Chong and Su Hongxi? Why didn't I kill the other constables at the Seven Sons Temple? If I didn't search Wu Qian's soul, how would I dare to bring Master Dao Shan's corpse to the Bronze Pillar Academy? Xiao Hua's every word shook the surroundings. Every word caused the faces of the students to change. After he finished speaking, not to mention the hundreds of villagers who were stirred up, even the students looked as if they were about to die. That's right, Xiao Hua was a Taoist disciple, and a weakling in the hidden immortal continent. If he didn't have such solid evidence, how would he dare to provoke the Confucian Academy? If he didn't know the filth within, how would he dare to bring Master Dao Shan's corpse to the Imperial Academy? But if what Xiao Hua said was true, this would be a huge humiliation to the Bronze Pillar Imperial Academy. Not only would the Academy be destroyed by Xiao Hua for nothing, but its countless years of reputation would also be destroyed. Say. Professor Dou sighed and shook his head. Immortal Xiao, you are too reckless. Even if Wu Qian and the rest are guilty, the Bronze Pillar country's magistrate should be the judge. You have no right to disregard human life. You should report it to the government. Especially, who knows if you searched Wu Qian's soul? Who knows if you're telling the truth? We don't have the testimony of Wu Qian and the others either. You have no evidence, so how can this old man and the others say anything? Haha, Bronze Pillar State Magistrate? What a big government. Xiao Hua laughed heartily, not just the governor of the Copper Pillar State, even if it's the Copper Pillar State, even if it's the Yu Province, even if it's the entire hidden immortal continent, none of them are worthy of this Xiao's report. Perhaps you have the right to be arrogant. Professor Dou didn't mention the shortcomings of the Taoist sections. Instead, he explained, however, the Seven Sons Temple is in my Bronze Pillar Nation. Wu Qian is also a subordinate of the Bronze Pillar Nation's magistrate. This matter has to go through the magistrate. Dou Shanjun, Xiao Hua sneered. This Xiao thinks highly of you and has already given you face by telling you the cause of the matter, as well as the name of the real culprit. Why are you not going to arrest Jiang Wenhao, but are here to argue with this Xiao about Wu Qian's death? Could it be that you want to arrest this Xiao and bring him to justice? Jiang Wenhao is the descendant of a Confucian family in the Bronze Pillar Nation. He is also a well-known figure in the Imperial Academy. Even I have heard of him. Professor Dou replied plainly. Therefore, you don't have to worry. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. At this point, Professor Dou grinned and mocked himself. This Dou's words are blasphemous to the Buddhist sections. I hope that the eminent monks of the Buddhist sects will not take it to heart. Wow! Another group of women exclaimed. They were obviously very satisfied with Dou Shanjun's modesty. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't pretend to be profound. Xiao Hua was even more unhappy as he said coldly. Professor Dou didn't mind and smiled. What I mean is that immortal Xiao doesn't have to worry about Jiang Wenhao escaping. Even if he escapes, there is still the Jiang family. If he really did such evil deeds, not to mention me, even the Imperial Academy will not let the Jiang family off. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and praised. Just based on what you said, I will temporarily let go of the Imperial Academy's teacher statue. Professor Dou's face turned slightly cold when he heard this. He said with conviction, I will definitely give you an answer regarding Jiang Wenhao. But what about the Imperial Academy's gate? How are you going to give me and the Imperial Academy an answer? Is the dean the dean? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Professor Dou was stunned and replied casually. Of course not. If you are not the dean, why should I give you an answer? Xiao Hua laughed. After the Jiang Wenhao incident, you can consider this matter again. Hee hee. Professor Dou laughed coldly. I would like to see how you are going to give the Imperial Academy an answer. How you are going to give the Confucian cultivators an answer. After he finished speaking, Dou Shanjun raised his voice and asked, Where is Jiang Wenhao? When Xiao Hua mentioned Jiang Wenhao, there were already scholars in the Imperial Academy who sent out students to look for him. Xiao Hua had already released his soul awareness and locked on to this person. Just as Xiao Hua expected, when Jiang Wenhao heard that the Imperial Academy's gate was smashed and that Xiao Hua had brought Dao Shan's corpse to look for him, he panicked and ran out of the Imperial Academy in a hurry. However, he only left for a short while before he turned back. After he turned back, his expression was much calmer. Obviously, it was as Professor Dou said. Even if Jiang Wenhao ran away, the Jiang family of the Copper Pillar Nation would not be able to escape. Instead of panicking, it was better to face it calmly. Xiao Hua saw how panicked Jiang Wenhao was and was already confident. Therefore, he was not worried that he would not be able to give the Confucian cultivators and the Imperial Academy an answer. Not long after, Jiang Wenhao came in a hurry with a scholar. Looking at the handsome man whom he had already seen at the academy last night, Xiao Hua despised him from the bottom of his heart. What a waste of such a good appearance. That's right, this Jiang Wenhao was the scholar that Xiao Hua had seen before, the scholar that was proficient in Qi Wenzhong, the scholar that used a brush to add the finishing touches to the lotus lantern. Even at this moment, the two whiskers at the corners of the scholar's mouth were still slightly curled up. Those seemingly ordinary eyes were still deep and profound. Although flying in the air and standing next to Professor Dou somewhat obscured his elegance, it seemed that the two of them complemented each other, making them even brighter for a moment. Student greets Dean Dou. Jiang Wenhao bowed to Dou Shanjun and said respectfully. Professor Dou smiled and waved his hand. Stand up. Do you know the reason why I asked you to come here today? Yes, I have already heard about it. Jiang Wenhao nodded and looked at Xiao Hua. This Taoist senior may have misunderstood. I have some dealings with Wu Qian from the government. However, because of family matters, it did not involve any personal relationship. Furthermore, the Seven Suns Temple in Shilua Ridge is a property of the Taoist sect. As a Confucian cultivator, how could I go there? As for what Senior Xiao said about murdering old man Daoshan and occupying the property of Shilua Ridge, that is even more false. My Zhang family is also a Confucian family and is famous in the Bronze Pillar country. How could I do such a thing? After saying that, Jiang Wenhao turned to Professor Dou and said, Dean, Senior Xiao may have been too angry. This student doesn't dare to blame this senior. As for what is right and wrong, I hope Dean can make the decision and clear my name. Where were you last night? Professor Dou asked directly. This. Jiang Wenhao was terrified and hurriedly bowed. I am in the wrong. Please punish me. Humph. Professor Dou's face turned cold and said in a low voice, If you have committed such a crime, how can I forgive you? Jiang Wenhao hurriedly smiled and said, Even if you give me 10 times the courage, I would not dare to do such a bad thing. Last night At this point, Jiang Wenhao clenched his teeth as if he was going to throw caution to the wind. He said in a low voice, Last night, after I added the finishing touch to the lotus lantern, I went to the Red Chamber with 3 to 5 friends. Red House. Professor Dou frowned and immediately understood. Although his face showed embarrassment, he was obviously relieved. He shouted, Tell me, who did you go with? Yes. Jiang Wenhao's face was flushed red as he said a few names. Following Jiang Wenhao's voice, a few young students also flew into the air from within the academy, their faces abnormally red with embarrassment. Humph. Professor Dou snorted and said, You all can leave. From today onwards, don't do your homework. Wait until this matter is over and I punish you. Yes. Jiang Wenhao and the others bowed and were about to leave. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at Jiang Wenhao's performance. Only now did he open his mouth and said, Wait. Jiang Wenhao, let me ask you, do you know Kong Lifeng, Quan Chong, Ji Miao and Lu Wujie? Jiang Wenhao, who was already about to leave, clearly trembled. But when he turned his head, his face was filled with surprise and bewilderment. He said to Xiao Hua, Senior Xiao, this student naturally knows these 4 people. They are the martial masters that I temporarily hired a few days ago for the Jiang family's matter. Furthermore, last night, the student had terminated his employment with them. Oh, that's right. I also have the contract that was drawn up 2 months ago. If Senior does not believe me, I can let the dean take a look. Jiang Wenhao emphasized the words, temporarily hired, and terminated my employment very clearly. Then, he took out a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it to Professor Dou. Taking advantage of the time when Professor Dou opened the contract, Jiang Wenhao respectfully said to Xiao Hua, Senior Xiao, Dao Shan's death and the tragedy at Seven Suns Monastery made me feel grief and indignation. However, even if the real culprits were Kong Lifeng, Quan Chong, Ji Miao, and Lu Wujia, it has nothing to do with me. Oh, let's take a step back. Even if I didn't coincidentally terminate my contract with these 4 martial masters yesterday, it is still their own actions and has nothing to do with me. If Senior wants to find someone, you should find them. Chapter 3342. Xiao Hua could not be bothered to talk to this beast in human face. He ignored Jiang Wenhao's humility and waited quietly for Dou Shanjun to finish reading the contract. As expected, Professor Dou waved the contract in his hand and said calmly, "Immortal Xiao, I have finished reading the contract and did not miss a single word. The 4 people that you mentioned have indeed terminated their employment with Jiang Wenhao. Just as Jiang Wenhao said, even if they killed the 21 people from the Seven Suns Temple, it had nothing to do with Jiang Wenhao. The most important thing is that Jiang Wenhao was not at the Seven Suns Temple last night, but at the Red Spectre House. If you do not believe me, I will send someone to call the manager of the Red Spectre House over and ask him to testify." "No need." Xiao Hua coldly glanced at the seemingly innocent Jiang Wenhao and pointed at the wishful staff in his hand. "Professor Dou, this Xiao will ask you one last time. Can you hand this guy over to this Xiao?" "Impossible." Dou Shanjun took a step forward and stood in front of Jiang Wenhao. He replied calmly, "Jiang Wenhao is a student of the Imperial Academy. I cannot hand him over to you just because of a false accusation. Now that Jiang Wenhao has proven his innocence, I naturally have the obligation to protect his safety." "Haha." Xiao Hua laughed and pointed at the statue of the teacher in the distance. "Since you all want to protect him, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will bring the remains of Master Dao Shan and kill my way to the statue of the saint. I will ask him personally, how did he educate the students of the Imperial Academy, and how he will give me a satisfactory answer." Although Xiao Hua looked confident, he was a little worried. Since Dou Shanjun was a judge of the Imperial Academy, his strength was at least at the level of a scholar, which was equivalent to a level 3 or level 4 elemental energy. It was similar to the Taoist sect's advanced Aurus core stage or nascent soul stage. Now that Xiao Hua lacked methods, his overall strength was inferior to Dou Shanjun. Xiao Hua did not have the confidence to win against Professor Dou. At this moment, Professor Dou furrowed his brows and coldly said, "Xiao Hua, I respect you for daring to challenge the Imperial Academy over the death of an old man. However, this does not mean that the Imperial Academy can be bullied by anyone. The sequence of events has already been made clear. This matter has nothing to do with the Imperial Academy. If you continue to cause trouble like this, you're really doing it on purpose. I can't help but suspect your motives. Furthermore, I will not allow you to barge into the Imperial Academy again. It doesn't matter if you doubt me or not. This Zhao's motive is the same as the truth of this tragedy. There is only one reason. All the flowery words and all the excuses will not be able to cover up the truth." Xiao Hua waved his hand and the Pegasus let out a long neigh. It spread its wings and followed Xiao Hua step by step towards the Imperial Academy. "How dare you!" Professor Dou let out a furious roar. Instantly, the noble spirit within a 3-meter radius around him exploded. Hundreds of hurricanes whizzed out in all directions like tiny pythons. Whoa! Xiao Hua faced it directly. The fierce wind column was like the tail of a poisonous snake hitting his body. Xiao Hua did not even lift the wishful staff. He just walked forward lazily with his hands folded. The professor's probing method was really not enough for Xiao Hua. Dao Sec's methods are indeed impressive. Professor Dou's slender eyes became even more slender. He praised, raised his hand and said loudly, "Students. Previously, when Dao Sec's immortal friends came to barge into the Imperial Academy, before we figured out the reason, we could not act rashly. We could not bully them with numbers. Now, everything has come to light. Dao Sec's immortal friends still want to barge into the Imperial Academy. This is a provocation to the Imperial Academy. A provocation to the Confucian cultivators. Therefore, we must work together to resist the Dao Sec's invasion. Listen to my command. 100 seed book array. Spread the name of the Imperial Academy, and protect the legacy of the Confucian cultivators." Yes, after Professor Dou, the students who were lined up neatly in the Imperial Academy shouted in unison. Then they waved their hands. Some of them held scrolls, Some of them held ink brushes and started to recite poems. In an instant, rays of green light flashed above their heads. First, they condensed into words. Then, they attracted each other and condensed into lines of poems. When there were more poems, they formed into articles. These articles hovered above the Imperial Academy. Along with the chanting of the students, not only did they make sonorous sounds, but they also absorbed a lot of noble spirit and caused the green light to shine. Rise. After Professor Doe gave the order, he raised both of his hands and opened his 10 fingers slightly. A very strange force was produced from his hands, urging the noble spirit. It was as if the hand of a nascent soul was pinching towards Xiao Hua. How can such a weak force be a match for Xiao Hua? Although Xiao Hua was very puzzled by this strange force, since it was similar to the hand of a nascent soul, why would Xiao Hua be afraid? He sneered and still flew up. He waved the wishful staff in his hand and shattered the hand formed by the noble spirit. Professor Doe's face became serious again. His body flashed with a spiral vortex and countless noble spirit rushed into his body. Then, layers of green brilliance were produced from the soles of his feet and rushed to the middle dantian in his chest. Poof! Professor Doe's face flashed with green light. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green gas from his mouth. A particle the size of a thumb rushed out. Wood essence gathering. Wood essence gathering. Although Xiao Hua didn't understand, the group of girls who worshipped Do Shanjun were obviously very familiar with Professor Do and had already shouted crazily. Wood essence gathering. Xiao Hua's eyes were bright, staring at the seed that seemed to be condensed from wood essence. He was very curious about what this wood essence gathering would do. Buzz! The dark green seed let out a rumbling sound. It was like a magic treasure, and countless noble qi in the surroundings rushed towards the seed. The more noble spirit there was, the brighter the seed became. Then, it unexpectedly grew in mid-air and turned into a sapling. In the blink of an eye, the sapling swelled again and a python-like vine appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Ha ha ha, so it's like this. Xiao Hua laughed and waved his hand almost without hesitation. More than 10 fire talismans rushed towards the sapling like moths to a flame. Humph. Do Shanjun sneered. Around the vine, a layer of strange isolation appeared in an instant, trying to block the fire talismans outside of the vine. Explode. Xiao Hua laughed and activated the spell in his hand. Boom boom boom. Several fire talismans turned into huge fireballs and shattered Professor Doe's defense in the blink of an eye. Professor Do obviously didn't expect Xiao Hua's fire talismans to be so powerful. He was shocked and hurriedly urged the vine to move. It had to be said that Professor Do was the dean of the Imperial Academy. His strength was obvious to all. Just as Xiao Hua's fire talismans broke through the defense, the vines that were previously as thick as an arm had turned into huge vines that were almost 10 feet long. They were like hundreds of violent horned dragons, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced towards Xiao Hua. One could imagine, in the eyes of the thousands of students and villagers, these hundreds of huge vines had completely covered the sky above the Imperial Academy. What an arrogant abijna this was. And the target of these terrifying vines was the skinny little Taoist cultivator. Although this little cultivator's Taoist robe was already fluttering in the wind, although this little cultivator's hair was already blown up, he had the heavenly horse behind him and Dao Shan who was staring at this world with his head drooping. This little cultivator had no other choice but to use the wishful rod to challenge this huge monster. Explode, explode, explode. Seeing the countless huge vines pressing down on him, Xiao Hua was not afraid. He chanted a few incantations and the remaining fire talismans exploded around the huge vines. Boom boom. Although the huge python was formed from the noble qi, it was still condensed from the wood qi. Under Xiao Hua's fire talismans, it was still blown up and even burned. Seeing this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be delighted. He understood that he no longer had any worries when facing Professor Do, who was a Confucian cultivator who used the wood qi. Any fire element spell could catch him off guard. Sure enough, Do Shanjun's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly opened his mouth and blew. A strong gust of wind rushed towards the burning areas. What was strange was that this gust of wind actually blew the fireballs out of the fire talismans until they were on the verge of collapse. Hee hee. You think I'm bragging? Xiao Hua sneered. Even if you can brag to the heavens, you still won't be able to stop this Xiao from smashing your so-called wood essence into the heavens today. Following Xiao Hua's mocking voice, hundreds of fire talismans appeared around the wooden vines out of thin air. With a rumbling sound, they exploded and ignited the entire wooden vines from head to toe. You. Professor Do was now in the same state as Professor Hu. He was trembling in anger because of Xiao Hua. He clearly felt that Xiao Hua's strength was not higher than his and was even much weaker. However, Xiao Hua's strength was extremely great and the wishful rod was strange. His methods were unable to restrain it. Now that he had taken out the wood qi, it was completely restrained by Xiao Hua's fire talismans. What was more special was that his wooden vines were about to be burned up and the wooden vines had not even hit Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua did not even have the slightest bit of Xiao Hua's mana. What about me? I'm also very handsome, Xiao Hua said and flew forward for a while. He was about to reach the gate of the Imperial Academy. Forget it, Professor Do sighed. He opened his mouth and a ray of light rushed into the fire. Then, as the light retracted, a seed the size of a thumb was swallowed into Professor Do's stomach. Following that, Professor Do hurriedly retreated into the sky above the Imperial Academy. Over there, thousands of students were reciting poems and books. They had already covered the entire Imperial Academy like layers of a green net. Fu Yun. Do Shanjun fell into the middle of the words and immediately started reciting. His recitation was very strange. At the beginning, it was only one voice. But in a moment, it seemed to have an accent. After a few breaths, the accent became even more serious. It was as if 100 mouths were reciting at the same time. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.